The hospital. It was right at the turn of autumn and winter. This year, winter came especially fast and extremely cold. There were only a few leaves left on the trees outside the ward, just a scattered handful still hanging there. The person in the ward had sat up. The hospital gown had been taken off and neatly folded, placed on the bed. A young man stood by the hospital bed, wearing only a thin shirt, having lain in bed for too long. His slightly long hair hung down, yet it could not hide his handsome eyes and brows. There was only him in the room, and all he had by his side was a mobile phone. A nurse peeked in from the door and asked him, "Are you all packed?" Henry casually put his phone in his trouser pocket and said, "Yeah, I am done." A faint smile played on his face. Having just recovered from a long illness, his face was still a bit pale, but he seemed to be in much better spirits than when he was hospitalized. After the routine farewell and photo-taking with the doctor as tradition, he left. Henry stood on the side of the road next to the hospital, watching the vehicles passing by from time to time and the patients being picked up and discharged. His expression remained unchanged. Today he was being discharged, but in the huge Song family, not a single person came to pick him up. Yet he was not the least bit surprised, because he knew that he was just a supporting character. Before, he had saved an actor who slipped and fell into the lake. But as soon as he got ashore and had not even stood up straight, he fainted. It was said that his head hit a rock. After falling into a coma, he had a dream. He dreamt that this world was a novel, and the protagonist was the child of his stepmother, his younger brother. He was a supporting character, specifically used as cannon fodder to show how successful the protagonist was. He was unpopular, and no one liked him. He was a born outcast. He was the young master of the Lin family, but not really. At least he was not worthy enough to make the Song family go to great lengths to pick him up. Henry put on a mask and hailed a taxi. He still had some things at the Song family's old mansion. Not many, but he needed to take them all with him this time when he went back. The Song family's old mansion was on the halfway up the mountain. After nearly an hour's drive, when Henry got out of the car, he could not help yawning. The driver sat in the car, looked at the gate of the elegant manor through the window, then glanced at Henry, who was outstanding in figure but completely ordinary in dress, and then silently withdrew his gaze. Hearing the sound of the car, someone in the old mansion looked towards the door and happened to see Henry standing there. Finally, it was the butler, Oliver, who opened the door. Seeing the person who was supposed to be lying in the hospital suddenly appear, he suppressed his doubts and said as he walked, "Young master, why did not you say in advance that you were discharged from the hospital? We could have sent someone to pick you up." As Oliver spoke, he felt a bit guilty inside. After seeing Henry, he remembered that there seemed to be a call from the hospital a few days ago, but at that time, he was in a hurry to deal with the master's affairs, so he just casually, perfunctorily answered a couple of words. Now that he thought about it, that should have been the call from the hospital to inform them that Henry was going to be discharged. Oliver was guilty, but not afraid. The second young master was like this, with a good temper. No matter what they did, he could accept it with a smile. Hearing this, he turned his head, only to see that Henry did not show any reaction. He just looked around the room, his eyes calm. This was the first time Oliver had seen such an expression on Henry's face. Once the smile disappeared from that face that often wore a smile, it suddenly made people feel uneasy. Oliver followed Henry's gaze, thinking that he was looking for Michael, and quickly explained, "The master and the others are all at the company." Henry just said, "Oh." The strange feeling in Oliver's heart grew stronger and stronger. Normally, Henry should be disappointed and regretful when he came back and could not see the master and the eldest young master. Instead of being like this, so indifferent, as if not the least bit surprised, Henry went straight back to his room. Before, he might have still had some expectations for this family, but those 2 months lying in the hospital were enough for him to calmly reflect on everything that had happened before, enough for him to break free from that feeling of being shrouded in a fog. Expectations? Nah, none. His room was on the second floor, the one with the best sunlight. It had been decided even before he was born, the only proof that he had once been expected. The room was tidy and there was not much in it. Henry took out the suitcase from the cabinet and casually packed a few clothes and some other things. In the end, the suitcase was still a little less than half empty. Before leaving, he checked the room one last time. Finding nothing left behind, Henry closed the door and left the room. Oliver, who was still downstairs, saw him go up and come down soon after, with a suitcase in his hand. He asked, "Young master, are you going out again?" The young master was like this. People in their line of work often had to travel far, and he was used to it. Henry nodded. Oliver did not ask when he would be back, and he did not say either. Just as he reached the door, Henry turned around and said, "Oliver, take care." This elderly man with already gray hair, a long time ago, would hold his hand and play games with him in the small garden every day. Oliver was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. He always felt something was a bit off. The taxi outside was still waiting for him. After putting the suitcase in the trunk, the driver drove him away. The yellow car body disappeared from sight. Henry asked the taxi driver to take him to the airport. After getting on the plane, he finally took out his phone and took a look. There were a few scattered messages, most of them from his agent. To be precise, it should be his former agent. Just yesterday, after a month-long negotiation with the company, both sides finally finalized all the details and he naturally terminated the contract. Although he was pretty much hated by everyone online, he was at least somewhat famous. The agent did not want to give up just like that and was still trying to persuade him to sign another contract. Henry gave a negative answer and then casually blocked his agent. He knew exactly what kind of person his agent was. After blocking his agent, Henry opened Facebook. His phone froze for a while before it could run normally. Once he got into the app, the homepage immediately reveals the news of his contract termination with the company, even if he is not paying close attention. As long as he does not say anything about the contract termination, the company will not bring it up on their own. At least for now, the contract termination is just speculation among netizens, but even just a speculation still managed to float on the homepage. It can be seen that netizens are eager for him to terminate his contract and retire from the entertainment industry. His phone was still a bit laggy. Henry tried to switch to other pages but could not. Eventually, he was stuck in another interface, and it happened to be the entry about himself. Has Henry left the industry today? If not, I will ask again tomorrow. Why is this rumor spreading again? It was the same 2 months ago. I waited for 2 months, and it turned out to be just a rumor. Do not wait anymore, even if it is negative fame. He has become this popular. How could he be willing to leave the industry? Let's put it this way. If he dares to leave the industry, I will dare to take the postgraduate entrance exam. He hasn't spoken for so long. Is he planning some big move? He probably pushed someone into trouble and is too scared to come out. It was no surprise. Finally, his phone returned to normal. Knowing that what he would see was probably more or less the same, Henry did not check the private messages in the background or read the various online comments. In a few minutes, he completed the account deletion. In just over 10 days, the account would be completely deleted. After finishing all this, he felt sleepy. He set an alarm and then closed his eyes. After getting off the plane, he took a high-speed train and finally transferred to a taxi. Henry finally arrived at his destination in the evening. After waking up with a bruised head, the first thing he did was start working on terminating the contract, and the second was to find someone to clean the house he had bought for his retirement. The house was in a remote area, on the outskirts of a southern city. He had stumbled upon it while shooting an outdoor scene. The climate was nice and the environment comfortable, so he bought it. He never thought he would end up using it at this time. It was a small detached house with a garden, but now it was full of weeds, interspersed with some unknown flowers. The reddish-orange clouds stretched all the way from the horizon, making it easy to sense the passage of time. Henry let out a soft breath. The air here was much better than in Kyoto. He felt a sense of relief he had not felt in a while. The wheels of the suitcase made a rolling sound on the ground. He opened the door, then fumbled around the doorframe and found the light switch. As soon as the light came on, the room was instantly illuminated. The cleaning service had been here before and had opened the windows as he requested. A breeze blew in, a bit cold but comfortable. His hair was slightly tousled by the wind. Henry picked up his suitcase, walked to the living room, and then entered the master bedroom. The house was sort of renovated, but not completely. It was meant for retirement, and he had not planned to move in any time soon. The rooms had only been painted white before, with some essential furniture added, and the water, electricity, gas, and internet turned on. There was nothing else. It was like an upgraded slum. Henry adjusted well. He hung his clothes in the closet and tidied up some messy things like sheet music and put them on the desk. He was a bit hungry. Back in the hospital, he would have eaten by this time. Sitting on the edge of the bed, with one leg bent and resting on the bed, Henry looked down at his phone to see if there were any takeout options. But unfortunately, just like the remote location, there were not many takeout choices. While looking at his phone, he felt a strange sensation on his ankle where his foot was on the ground. Just as he was about to look down, the doorbell rang, so Henry stood up and walked towards the door. No one knew he would moved here at this hour. It could only be the property management or some other strange person. The door was new, and the camera system had not been activated yet. Henry placed his phone by the entrance, shook his hands, and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, a gust of cold air rushed in, carrying a smell of food. Henry looked up. Standing at the door was a man, half a head taller than him, dressed in all black, with a mask and hat. The sense of oppression was overwhelming. In a way, it was a complete get-up. Henry was on guard. Matthew stood at the door, looking at the person with a baseball cap pulled down low, glasses, and a mask that completely hid their face. He felt surprised too. The room was brightly lit, and the person inside, backlit, seemed even more eerie. He did not expect someone to dress so warmly even indoors. The two looked at each other through non-prescription lenses. Matthew took a step forward and reached out his hand at the same time. Before his brain could fully process, Henry's body had already started moving involuntarily. He tried to give the guy a judo throw, but the other man blocked with his hand and then hooked him. In the chaos, both of them fell to the ground. "I am here looking for my cat." You were moving your hands and feet in unison. The two voices sounded simultaneously. A chubby, furry figure emerged from the master bedroom, stepped on Matthew, then patted the mask on Henry's face with its paw and let out a meow. Meow. The world seemed to grow even quieter. The two of them stood up simultaneously, and Henry casually picked up the long-haired orange cat in his arms. It is a bit heavy. It is full of the weight of love. Things were finally explained clearly. The person standing opposite him was his neighbor. When it was mealtime, the neighbor could not find his cat. Seeing a small crack in the window of the room, he was going to ask door to door if anyone had seen the cat that had slipped out. So Henry reached out his hand, intending to return the cat. His hand was trying hard to move, but the cat remained relatively still with him, its claws hooked onto his clothes, and its eyes full of reluctance. It even turned its head and meowed at Matthew, showing a spoiled air, and trying its best to lean towards Henry. Although he could not understand, he always felt that he knew what the cat was saying. Finally, Matthew said, "Have you eaten? The meal was just cooked. Do you want to come over and have dinner with me tonight?" His voice was really nice, especially at night, as if it was tapping on his eardrums like a tympanum. But Henry somehow sensed a subtle sense of humility from the other person. It was the sorrow of having raised a cat for a long time, only to find that the cat was closer to a stranger, and having to ask the stranger to let the cat go back. One wanted to take the cat back, and the other, whose brain was completely controlled by hunger, hit it off immediately. They walked a few steps to the next door, with the feeling of the cat's breathing rising and falling in his arms. Henry gently pinched the cat's white paws and his eyes narrowed slightly. Matthew opened the door. The room was very bright, clearly in a modern minimalist style, with black, white, and gray as the main colors. The only difference was the cat climbing frames and other cat supplies, which were quite eye-catching in such a room. After entering the room, the two people dressed like criminal suspects A and B finally showed their true faces. The two men looked at each other and froze. Henry slowly put his mask in his pocket, understanding dawning on him. He had wondered why this guy was so heavily covered up. Turns out he was a colleague, an ex-colleague. The man standing in front of him was tall. His eyes and brows were a bit more profound than those of an average Eastern man, and his jawline was sharp and distinct. He had a very rugged look. This was Matthew, a Grand Slam-winning actor who had been popular for years, a cold and aloof male god in the eyes of the public. They would run into each other a few times before, but all they did was exchange drinks a couple of times. After that, they lost all contact. It had been a while since he would heard that Matthew had taken any gigs. He never expected to find him living here. Matthew also did not expect that the person living next door was Henry. His rugged eyes and brows softened slightly, almost imperceptibly. What a coincidence! Yeah, what a coincidence! The door closed, and Henry put the cat down. In a familiar territory, and seemingly certain that Henry would stay too, the cat slowly walked away on its 4 little white-gloved paws to look for food after getting down. Henry and Matthew had dinner together. Matthew looked cold and did not talk much, but he was surprisingly good at cooking, and the cat was well taken care of too. Until after the meal, when Henry was about to leave, Matthew opened the door for him and said, "I got a minor injury on my right foot before. I will be staying here for a while. If you need anything, just come to me." Henry noticed that his seemingly serious eyes were a bit evasive. He got it. The key was the first half of the sentence. This was an explanation for his earlier clumsiness. Matthew saw Henry's mouth seem to twitch up in a strange way. Without saying more, while the cat had not noticed yet, Song-yoon said goodbye and then quickly left. Matthew stepped back to the living room. Standing in front of the window, he saw the light in the opposite room turn on, and then he withdrew his gaze. As soon as he turned his head, he instantly saw the little cat on the verge of crying because it could not find Henry anywhere. He squatted down and stroked the cat's head. The next day, Henry received a lot of packages one after another. There were all kinds of his musical instruments, as well as books and a bunch of sheet music. After that, the computer was finally delivered. He stared at the pile of parts and fell into a brief silence. Eventually, Matthew's door was knocked. Matthew had just opened the door a crack, and before he even had a chance to speak, an orange projectile came rushing over, so fast that it left an afterimage. This time he caught the orange cat, preventing it from pouncing on Henry. Henry said he came to borrow the toolbox. In the blink of an eye, when Matthew turned around, the cat was already clinging tightly to Henry. After some twists and turns, in the end, Henry was carrying the cat, and Matthew was following behind him, carrying the toolbox. After entering the house, the cat got down and started leisurely patrolling its new territory. Henry took the toolbox from Matthew. First, he opened the fridge and took out 2 bottles of strawberry milk, one for Matthew and one placed on the table. Sitting casually beside the sofa, he opened the toolbox. Before Matthew could speak, Henry said, "Just moved in. This is the only thing to drink." Matthew sat down opposite him and skillfully poked open the milk carton. The strawberry milk carton was small, and it looked even smaller when held by the hand with distinct phalanges, and it was all pink and delicate. Matthew's cold and stern features remained the same, but his eyes unconsciously narrowed slightly. Henry pulled his gaze back and thought to himself, "Just as I thought. Some people may seem cold and cool on the surface, but in reality, they are cool guys who love strawberry milk." The first time he met Matthew was in the break room. As soon as the door opened, the first thing he saw was Matthew, with a straw of strawberry milk in his mouth, video chatting with a cat. Ever since then, he never believed the aloof label others had put on Matthew. Henry took out the parts from the box one by one and chatted as he did so. "What is the cat's name?" "Orange." There were already a bunch of parts on the table. Henry found a flathead screwdriver and a Phillips head screwdriver from the toolbox and started working on the parts on the table. His hands were nice-looking, and surprisingly, they had calluses. He was incredibly smooth when doing these delicate tasks of assembling things. Matthew did not know what he was doing at first, but when he saw Henry start to install the processor fan, and the memory onto the motherboard, he finally realized something was off. "What are you doing?" "I am assembling the computer tower." Henry smiled faintly. "It is troublesome to send the computer directly It is much easier to disassemble it. Matthew was skeptical about the idea that disassembling it would be more convenient. He just did not expect that Henry could do such things. It was quite different from what was rumored. After staying here for a while, Matthew ended up becoming a gopher guy, specifically passing tools. After finishing the work and returning the toolbox, Henry waved at Matthew, who was holding Orange, the cat that was sleeping sprawled out in his arms, then turned around and went home. Henry opened a bottle of strawberry milk, sat in front of the computer, and the blue-hued screen illuminated his light-colored pupils. The phone beside the keyboard started vibrating. He looked down and tapped it casually a couple of times. A few seconds later, the phone started vibrating again. Henry tapped the phone, leaned back in his seat, and picked up his cup. The warmth of the lukewarm water seeped through the cup and into his palm. "Henry," it was Benjamin's voice. Well, this is a rare visit. They had not been in touch for almost 2 months, and he was almost forgetting he had this older brother. "Oliver said you have been discharged from the hospital. Where are you now?" Henry took a slow sip of water and said, "Working. When are you coming back?" Henry did not answer right away and took another sip of water. He knew very well this was not the concern of a family member. "William wants to use your room for a while. He will put it back the way it was when he is done." William was the protagonist of the novel, his so-called nominal younger brother. Just as he thought, without asking why there were so many empty rooms in the old mansion that could be used instead, Henry put down the water cup and said, "Yeah, he can use it as long as he wants. Anything else?" There was silence on the other end. "You!" Henry silently counted down 3 numbers and hung up the phone the moment the voice on the other end came through. Finally, some peace and quiet. Henry put down his phone, looked up at the computer, and checked his messages. Someone had sent him several messages in a row. The last one read, "Where are you with the music piece?" Henry did not feel the slightest bit guilty. He raised his hand and replied, "Almost done." After sending the message, he got up, rummaged through a stack of A4 papers, and pulled out 2 relatively clean sheets. Then he dug through the things he would brought and found a pen. By almost done, he meant he would finally remembered about this task. With his headphones pressing down on his messy, post-shower hair that stuck up, Henry crouched on his seat with his legs bent. The pen in his hand moved erratically. The world fell completely silent. Only the sound of the music points being adjusted came through the headphones. Once Henry started working, he would be really serious and forget everything outside. Finally, when he took off his headphones, he stuffed the papers covered with scribbles under the keyboard and glanced at the time. It was already 2 of the clock. He blinked his slightly sore eyes, picked up his phone, and took a look. There was a new email in his inbox, from the studio of a certain celebrity. He had an impression of this celebrity, but not a very good one. He casually declined and put the phone aside, feeling he still had some energy left. Henry started to tidy up his extremely messy desk and folders. There were all kinds of discarded sheet music mixed with scripts. His hand holding the mouse paused for half a second. Then he clicked delete. The facts show that acting is not his cup of tea, and there is no need to force it if it is not a good fit. Compared to acting, his current job suits him better. He composes music, and when inspiration strikes, he might write lyrics too. He takes on projects he is interested in and turns down the ones he does not like, arranging his time freely. After this coma, Henry feels that his biggest improvement is his better mindset. Anything goes, everything's fine, and being happy is the most important thing. After tidying up the desktop and finally shredding the files in the recycle bin, Henry shut down his computer and finally went to bed. When he woke up the next day, it was nearly noon. Strawberry milk and bread served as his brunch. Then Henry put on his coat, hat and mask and headed out the door. He still had a lot of things to buy and needed to get them sorted out today. The things he needed were not available here, so he had to go to the main urban area to buy them. Henry has become more and more proficient at taking taxis and buses. He wrapped himself up so that only the tip of his nose was showing. But on the way, some guys and girls still came up to ask for his WeChat. Seeing the map on his phone, some people were so enthusiastic that they offered to show him the way. Henry did not know what these people could see through his mask and hat. He declined and finally found his destination on his own. He stepped into the crowded mall. He was looking for a professional sound recording microphone and a bunch of matching equipment. There was only one store in this mall that had what met his standards. The store was in a bit of an out-of-the-way location. He searched around twice before finding it. It was a large store. Henry had a clear goal. After finding everything he needed one by one, he stopped browsing and prepared to pay. There were 3 or 5 people in front of the checkout counter, and they seemed to be together. Henry stood behind them at a distance, waiting patiently. The staff member who greeted him had a warm smile on their face and asked, "Is there anything else you need, sir?" Henry glanced at his phone, compared it with the list, and said softly, "No, thank you." His voice was very distinctive, clear and penetrating. Even with a mask muffling it, still felt like a string was tugging at one's heart. Someone in front turned around, but Henry had already lowered his head to look at his phone. The people in front left, and Henry paid, then filled out the address. From any direction, all you could see was his hat and a few strands of exposed hair. Outside the store, Noah, who was also fully covered up, walked through the crowd, his steps getting slower and slower. He always felt that the voice he heard just now was very familiar. "Stop thinking about it. There is always a way. I will ask Soy Milk if he is available soon." The manager sighed. Soy Milk has become quite famous in the industry recently. It is definitely not as easy to schedule him as before. Soy Milk is really good at writing lyrics and composing music. They discovered him by chance and he became a regular collaborator. But the song he composed before the New Year won an award and became a huge hit, so his price skyrocketed and the number of people trying to book him suddenly increased. It is said that the queue to book him has already extended to next year. That is right, Soy Milk. Noah immediately turned around and tried to push forward through the crowd towards the store. By the time he got back to the store entrance, there were only the clerks left in the store, chatting with the cashier about how generous the previous customer was. The manager ran over and asked, "What is wrong?" Noah did not say anything, just shook his head. The person who was here just now seemed to be Soy Milk. He turned to the manager and said, "I have his WeChat. I can contact him directly." The agent's eyes widened in an instant. "When did you two add each other?" He did not even have the other person's WeChat. Usually, he relied on emails, and for urgent matters, he used the phone. He never expected that these two had added each other on WeChat behind his back. Noah did not reply to him, just letting the other person chatter on the side. They had added each other quite a while ago. The reason was simple. WeChat was convenient for communication. Sometimes when Soy Milk was too busy, he would directly send Noah voice messages and ask him to convert them to text himself. Noah did not convert them. Instead, he would listen carefully every time. So he gradually got familiar with the other person's voice. The voice he heard just now, both in tone and timbre, was extremely similar to Soy Milk's. Henry bought some things and then took a car home. After entering the community, he walked. When passing by the neighbor's house, the neighbor's door suddenly opened. He turned his head, and the first thing he saw was Matthew, who was tightly holding oranges in his arms. His gaze moved up, and he also saw the cat hair on the other person's head. The oranges were still struggling to push towards him. Henry and Matthew looked at each other. Finally, Henry was sitting in Matthew's living room. The oranges were rolling in his arms, purring continuously, and visibly happy. Henry rubbed the small white gloves in his hands and his eyes narrowed slightly. Matthew finally had time to deal with the cat hair on himself. His cold face showed no expression. With a cold face, he collected the cat hair and put it in a small bag. Henry asked, "Are you collecting these to make a felted cat hair craft?" Matthew nodded. "Yes." He stood up, left for a while, and then came back, holding a large bag of cat hair in his hand. "It looks like it has been collected for a while." Even with a big bag of fur in his hands, his expression remained the same, at least on the surface. It was hard to tell that he was the type to collect cat hair bit by bit. Henry asked him, "What are you planning to make?" Matthew sat down beside him and said, "Maybe an orange," meaning he wanted to replicate a small orange. The real orange was still rolling around in Henry's arms, looking extremely cozy. Henry rubbed the orange's chin and said, "This is a bit challenging," but he just liked things that were challenging. The clouds gradually turned scarlet, spreading layer by layer. After a busy afternoon, Henry and Matthew decided to take the cat hair to a professional store for processing and reuse. Henry had a full meal before going home and added Matthew's WeChat before leaving. Something like, "We are neighbors. It will be convenient to have each other's WeChat for contact." After adding WeChat and changing the note, Henry did not pay any more attention. On the contrary, after Henry left, Matthew refreshed the friend list 3 times on his phone. Finally, he confirmed that the newly added AAA Hardware Wholesale Dozong was Henry. After Hardware Wholesale Dozong got home, he sat back in front of the computer. He pulled out the paper that had been under the keyboard yesterday, found what he had written among a bunch of scribbles, and imported it into the computer while humming randomly. His fingers tapped the rhythm slowly as they held the earphones, and the light shone through his messy hair. Only the soft humming was left in the room. He listened and made changes, and it was already late at night. When he thought it was about time, Henry turned off the computer and quickly got into bed. Looking out from here, he could just see the window of the neighboring house still lit up. Out of the spirit of harmonious neighborhood, Henry sent Matthew a goodnight cat emoji. The other party almost instantly replied with a cat emoji. He is a cool guy who sends cat emojis today. Thinking the chat was over, his phone vibrated, and the other party sent another message. Matthew said he was going to take Orange's fur to the store to make a mini orange tomorrow and asked if he wanted to go together. Sure. The next day, the 2 suspects successfully met at the door. This time, Henry was a suspect who looked incredibly youthful. The weather had turned cool. He was wearing a white sweatshirt, still with a mask and a baseball cap, and his messy hair was swaying in the wind. Matthew glanced down at the cardigan he was wearing, and his expression changed slightly. Henry complimented him. "You look really handsome." This time, they did not need to take a taxi or the bus. Matthew drove, and Henry just sat in the passenger seat. The place they went to was a store that specialized in making felt from pet fur. After discussing the details with the store owner, they were told it would take 4 to 5 days to get the finished product. Since it was still early, the 2 decided to wander around the neighborhood. It was a shopping mall. There was a large electronic screen on the opposite building, clearly showing a handsome face with well-defined features. Henry turned his head to look at Matthew, who was walking beside him. Matthew lowered his head. The moment their eyes met, he unconsciously tilted his head slightly to avoid the gaze. Henry's face under the mask broke into a happy smile. He walked to the side of the corridor and made a peace sign with his hand. "Let's take a photo with the big star." Before Matthew's brain could react, his hand had already moved instinctively. The sunlight pierced through the clear glass, illuminating a pair of light-colored eyes that still held a smile. Henry trotted back. He seemed to be in a really good mood. Matthew looked down at him and asked, "Are not you bored coming out with me?" Everyone had taken his taciturnity for granted, and their interactions never went beyond polite small talk. Henry let out an ah and said, "I am happy." This was the first time he had gone out and wandered around with someone else, perhaps because of those few scattered memories of an incredibly happy childhood. When he was a kid, he would take the initiative to find other kids to play with and could get along well with everyone. This habit ended when William came to the family. Everything started to change. He began to be labeled as a jealous person, a spoiled, rich second generation, a good-for-nothing who just ate, slept, and waited to die. He did not understand before, but now he finally realized that everything was arranged by the novel. This was just his character setting, nothing more. But perhaps because Matthew was a minor character in the novel, or maybe because he himself had done something that deviated from the novel's plot, weakening the plot's effect. This time, someone actually communicated with him without prejudice. It was not exactly a huge surprise, but having a fun neighbor was indeed quite pleasing. He said, "There is a bubble tea shop over there. Wanna go?" Matthew nodded. The bubble tea shop was decorated in a very fresh and cozy style, selling both bubble tea and coffee. Henry quickly ordered a blueberry juice, with his eyes moving between the bubble tea and the coffee. Meeting Henry's gaze, Matthew finally ordered a strawberry boba tea. Henry smiled cheerfully. The store was crowded, and they had to pick up their drinks at the counter. Matthew went over, while Henry sat in his seat, watching the people passing by outside. His phone vibrated in his pocket. He took it out and saw that it was an unknown number. "Hello? Who is this?" "It is me, Lucas." That voice was all too familiar, so familiar that Henry just wanted to hang up right away. Your blueberry juice." The clerk also gave a little dull. As soon as Lucas started speaking, Henry's eyes were instantly drawn to the small pendant in Matthew's hand. His speech speed quickened immediately. "This is a building materials wholesale place. No retail. Do not call if you are not serious." He hung up the phone right after that. Looking at the black-screened phone, Lucas handed it back to his secretary. The words "blueberry juice" echoed in his mind, and finally he said, "Wrong number." Matthew did not notice Henry was on the phone. He only realized that Henry had seemed to be talking to someone when he hung up. Matthew did not ask, and Henry did not mention the call either. After all, under normal circumstances, no one likes to bring up a crush that ended without a real start. From the time they exchanged toys as kids to their adulthood, Lucas had been a part of every stage of his life. Lucas was also the only person he had ever liked, but he was really slow-witted. It was only after he woke up from a coma that he realized Lucas liked William. The sudden estrangement, the preference for William, and the forgotten birthday. It turned out that everything had its reasons. What the hell? The first thought that came to Henry's mind when he woke up was to quickly end this really weird pseudo-love triangle. He did not know since when. It had always been him taking the initiative to contact Lucas and ask him out. Clearly, this was just his one-sided wish. As long as he took the initiative to break off contact, this relationship could end right away. As the saying goes, being happy is the most important thing. If he could decide to leave home, breaking off contact with Lucas was even less of a challenge. After deleting all the contact information he would obtained, Henry just felt as light as a feather with nothing weighing on him. There was some regret, but more of a sense of relief and relaxation. Let others go and also let himself go. Henry put away his phone and took the small pendant that Matthew handed him. It was a yellow banana-shaped dog, so ugly in a unique way that after looking at it for a while, it showed a kind of special cuteness. Henry hung the ring on his index finger, propped his chin, and stared at the banana dog. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it, and finally he took a picture of it. There were a lot of people in the store. Without introducing themselves, the two of them just picked up their milk tea and left the store. Still thinking about drinking milk tea, they were about to announce going back home. Just as they reached the first floor, out of the corner of his eye, Henry saw a pink hooded sweatshirt on a mannequin in a store. His gaze involuntarily drifted to Matthew. Matthew was wearing a white shirt and a gray cardigan and met his eyes. Henry said in a tone that was extremely similar to that of a low-level shill, "It looks good. I like it so much that I want to buy one too." Matthew glanced at him. In the end, Matthew got into the car carrying 2 bags of clothes, and Henry was very diligent in helping to place the bags steadily in the back seat. "Young people should wear more of these colors." Henry smiled and said, "You will definitely look good in this." Matthew wore a mask, his face expressionless. The mask twitched slightly. He drove back home. When getting out of the car, Matthew handed a bag to Henry. Henry got out of the car with the bag and milk tea, waved to him, and finally turned around and went home. In the afternoon, a large number of things they bought before, including wheat, were delivered, and the store staff came to install them. When passing through the living room, they saw the pink sweatshirt spread out on the sofa. It was really eye-catching. Henry led the staff to the recording studio he had decided on long ago. The soundproofing of this room had been worked on since it was bought and had been completed long before. All that was left was to install things. The staff were very professional. The installed recording studio was shiny and exuded professionalism all over. Henry gave each of them a bottle of strawberry milk, sent the staff off, and then took a round in the recording studio by himself. A new thing could always arouse enthusiasm briefly. Henry finished revising the piece of music that he had not completely revised yesterday. After revising, he scrolled through the list and then closed it, seeing the small icon in the side column on the computer. He remembered something. It turned out that he had live-streamed when he was bored in the hospital. He seemed to have said something at that time, like, "See you next livestream." Then he was discharged from the hospital and completely forgot about it. Now it was already dark, which was just right for a late-night chat. He logged in and found that there were already over 99 messages in the background. He took a glance and saw that many people were crying and asking when he would start the live stream. This was the first time he had seen such a mild-mannered background. Henry placed the banana dog he got today on the table, propped his chin up, clicked the mouse, then set the name of the live streaming room and adjusted the camera. Hardware on special offer. Come in quickly. The moment the live streaming room started, several people entered, probably because those who followed him would receive a live streaming start reminder. Then, after a few minutes, there were already hundreds of people in the live streaming room, one after another. Henry was not sure if these hundreds of people were real or sent by the platform. Hundreds of people fell silent when facing the banana dog standing right in the middle of the screen. Henry greeted them. "Hello, everyone. Let's chat first today, and then I will sing some songs." Henry switched hands to support his chin, poked the banana dog on the table, and said, "I kind of moved house. I have been really busy, so I did not have the time." His voice was soft and gentle. His enunciation was like it was touching the very core of people's hearts. While making people could not help but shiver, they also unconsciously relaxed, as if they were really chatting with a friend. Glancing at the gradually increasing bullet comments, Henry found the words he wanted to see and said, "Today, I went shopping with, a friend. The banana dog was given by the store when I bought milk tea. The milk tea was really delicious. Forget about showing my face. If you saw my face, you would all leave." As he was speaking, he added Wild Wind to the playlist. It also requires VIP. Henry scanned the code to recharge. In an instant, the reward messages popped up one by one, and the screen was a colorful mess. Henry did not notice. He was looking at the lyrics interface. His attitude changed strangely. He nodded repeatedly. "Yeah, this song is worth it." His livestream username is No Soy Milk, a playful twist on the phrase soy milk is not tasty, differing by just one word. The origin was that when he was choosing the ID, he happened to be drinking soy milk, and the taste was unforgettable. Soy milk is innocent. The guilty one is that store. While other viewers were chatting, Henry started playing a song. The moment the intro came out, he completely remembered the tune. It seemed to be written a long time ago. "The mic is not very good. Bear with it." After that, the world quieted down, and only the intro of the song was still playing. Unlike others, Henry's voice was gentle yet full of power. He did not deliberately show off his skills, and everything followed the original look of the song. Henry, who seemed to be seeing the song for the first time and was surprised that it needed a VIP just now seemed to know the song very well. Gentle, yet tough and powerful. Unconsciously, the number of people in the live streaming room gradually increased. All kinds of reward special effects were floating on the screen. Henry saw them but did not reply immediately. It was not until the song was almost over that he stopped singing and said, "Let me have a drink first." Only then did the viewers in the live streaming room realize that he was playing the accompaniment. After a song finished playing and stopped automatically, the sound of the cup being placed on the table rang out. Henry leaned forward slightly, trying to make out the colorful fonts. "I have heard this song," Henry said, "when it was not charging yet. To be precise, when it had not been released yet. Thank you for the rewards. Labor is not easy. Please do it according to your ability." Maybe taking advantage of the fact that he was still looking at the rewards, as soon as he finished speaking, a large number of rewards came floating in again. "If you are stressed out, come and relax here." Henry put on a coat, yawned and said in a gentle voice, "Do not tip too much. Instead, let's communicate more. If you have any questions, feel free to bring them up and we can figure them out together." As if he would just thought of something, he added, "Except for advanced math." After that, there was a string of song requests. Henry picked a song that sounded really soothing. Unlike other live streaming rooms, the closer it got to midnight, the more popular Hardware Wholesale Store became. The popularity was rising, but the number of comments was decreasing. Henry glanced at the time and said, "Let's end with one more song." In the end, he sang a song that many people thought was cheesy. "Tomorrow will be better. Okay. See you next time." When he ended the live stream, there was a sudden influx of tips, and the screen froze for a moment before he could exit smoothly. There were a lot of messages in the background. The platform also sent him a message. asking if he was interested in signing a contract. Henry did not reply immediately. He took off his headphones, ruffled his hair, and tried to look into the distance to relieve his sore eyes. It was too dark at night to see far away, but he could see the lights still on next door. They are still up late. Matthew was looking at his phone. Orange never goes to sleep quietly at night. Now it was rolling around in his arms. The screen of the phone showed the Facebook interface, specifically Henry's personal page. Clearly, he was using the account himself. There was no sign of a team managing it. It was filled with daily food and scenery, as well as some random little jokes that were confusing but somehow really funny. He loves sharing, and he would show everyone the things that made him happy, even though most of the feedback he got was negative. But his Facebook page stopped updating since the day before the drowning incident. His unusual behavior made many netizens think they would found something to hold against him. The more they followed their speculations, the more convinced they were, and the more they lashed out. No one ever bothered to check if those rumors were true. Matthew turned off his phone, stopped Orange from trying to grab the photo on the bedside table, picked up the pink sweatshirt lying nearby, and said, "This shirt would look great on him." In the photo frame on the bedside table, a boy in a blue and white school uniform was smiling brightly. Since their last shopping trip together, the relationship between Henry and Matthew had changed significantly. They would become the kind of friends who could drop by each other's places. Henry would drop by every now and then to play with Orange and exchange cooking tips. Exchanging cooking tips meant Matthew cooked while Henry gave his comments. One day when Henry came over, Matthew was on the phone as he opened the door for him because he visited so often. Henry had his own pair of slippers at this house. He closed the door skillfully, then picked up Orange, who came running over all clingy. While Matthew was on the phone, Henry played with Orange, looking for toys. To be honest, Orange must have gained some weight. When Orange got tired of playing with toys and trotted off to get a drink, Matthew finished his call and came back. Henry noticed his expression and asked, "Is something wrong?" Matthew handed him a glass of milk and said, "We still haven't decided on the movie's end credit song. Haven't found the right composer yet." Henry held the milk and listened attentively. The crew asked Noah to sing the end credit song. He contacted a composer named Soy Milk, but the guy did not reply. Since they could not reach that guy, they had to keep looking. The crew thought Matthew might know some composers, so that is why he got that call just now. Henry's finger twitched. Then he took a slow sip of milk. Maybe the soy milk Matthew mentioned was different from the one he had in mind, and that was the end of that topic. After chatting about cooking with a clear conscience and putting the strawberry milk he bought earlier in the fridge, Henry slipped back home. He slumped on the sofa, his messy hair all over the place. He casually ruffled his hair, then clicked on his email and read through a few unread messages, but did not find anything special. Then, as if remembering something, he opened WeChat and scrolled down, finally spotting a little red dot. Noah had really sent him a message ages ago. His message was buried among a bunch of official accounts, making it rather hard to notice. He asked if he had time recently, wanting to meet up to discuss the ending song for Departure. Departure was the movie Matthew had mentioned. He checked his missed calls again and seemed to recall there were 2 missed calls that day and the day after. Henry raised his hand to type. With the fridge open and a carton of strawberry milk in his hand, Matthew received a message from the film crew saying he did not need to contact the composer anymore. The other party said Noah had already reached out to Soy Milk, and that it was not good. Hearing the elderly voice on the phone slowly enunciate soy milk is not good, Matthew poked open the straw. He opened WeChat, clicked on the top chat box, then entered the other person's profile page. Matthew stared at the small line of text and remained silent. AAA Hardware Wholesale. Bosto. What a coincidence. The 3.5-year-long project titled Departure has finally started to generate some buzz. It had a famous director, a well-known screenwriter, and the movie star Matthew in the lead role. All the veteran actors were there, showing off their acting skills. Apart from Henry, who seemed out of place, none of the others were just pretty-faced and talentless artists. Matthew and Henry directly carried the banner of popularity. But one was positive and the other was all negative. The situation had escalated to a point where it could not get any worse. After that, there was a barrage of criticism. netizens would curse and at Henry at the same time. Clicking on that little tag would lead straight to his profile page. Meanwhile, so many people were browsing the website that it became extremely laggy. Many people refreshed the page, only to find that the screen suddenly turned gray. Alongside the release of Departure, Matthew and Henry both rose to trending status. His signing company could not withstand the constant ads from netizens and finally had to issue a statement saying that Henry had officially terminated his contract with the company. Canceling the contract with the company and deactivating his Facebook account, such actions are pretty obvious. Having endured the overwhelming criticism, netizens never expected that Henry would choose to retire from the entertainment industry during this seemingly promising career-rising period. There was a huge uproar in the super topic. Ultimately, they did not think Henry was such a person. It was like something they thought would last a long time suddenly came to an abrupt end. Although the result was what they wanted, it still left a sour taste. While the internet was in a frenzy, the person involved was living a peaceful life. At that time, Henry was still in the recording studio. Only when he went to get a drink of water did he glance at his phone and was surprised to see his name in the push notifications. It turned out that the account had already been successfully deactivated. Contrary to what he had imagined, there did not seem to be any intense emotions. It was just a plain, "Oh, it is already deactivated" kind of feeling. The invisible shackles on his body seemed to be gradually loosening, and he felt much more relaxed. Henry glanced at a series of missed calls from various parties, casually turned on the Do Not Disturb mode, swallowed the water in his throat, then shuffled towards the recording studio in his slippers. No one could disturb him when he was working. Once Henry got seriously into his work, he could hardly sense the outside world, neither the passage of time nor the sounds. When his eyes were so sore that he could no longer bear it, he finally opened the door of the recording studio, intending to find some milk to drink. Just as he stepped out of the recording studio, he heard a knock on the door. He opened the door and was greeted by a dazzling sight. It was already completely dark. Matthew was standing at the door, holding a small baked cake in his hand. Henry stepped aside to let him in. Matthew placed the small cake on the coffee table and opened it, along with a small fork. Henry took the small cake and sank into the sofa. His face, clearly showing signs of fatigue, was filled with happiness. This guy is really easy to please. Matthew sat beside him, subtly observing his expression. There did not seem to be anything unusual. "Oh, right." Henry sat up and said, "I am going to register a new account." He sat cross-legged, placed the small cake on his lap, and clicked on Facebook. Matthew just watched him operate. What name should I choose? Although it was a question, Matthew had a feeling that he probably already had an answer. Henry raised his hand and started typing, "AAAT Wholesale Mr. Egg." Henry's attention instantly veered off course. His eyes seemed to light up for a moment, and with lightning speed, he switched the interface and took a photo. He sent the photo to Matthew, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "You look really handsome when you smile. Smile more often in the future." Matthew's lips twitched slightly. Matthew watched as Henry took a picture of the cupcake to use as his profile picture, then saw him skillfully search for Facebook users and follow them one by one. His hobbies are pretty obvious. The people he follows are all those who post about cats, dogs, and some fun little comic artists. He remembered so smoothly. Seems like he has been wanting to follow these people for a long time. Henry said, "It was not convenient to follow them with my previous account." He could not bring any good reputation to the followers list. Henry clicked on the followers list and browsed through it again. After making sure he did not miss anyone, he was about to close the page. He stole a quick glance to the side, twirled his finger, and then followed Matthew as well. Got to give the neighbor some face. Today I am the thoughtful boss. Matthew then opened Facebook. Henry leaned over, and the two of them watched as the phone froze while online. After a long silence, the phone finally became smooth again, with just a few clicks. There was one more person on Matthew's followers list. The space left on the following list was filled with a large blank area. As the only one standing alongside the official account of Departure, Henry gave a small nod and said, "Thanks for the follow." Their hands touched and then separated immediately. Matthew's hand, which was placed aside, twitched slightly. After Henry withdrew his hand, he started digging into the small cake again. His cheeks puffed up, and he gave Matthew a thumbs up. Matthew hesitated for a moment, then pressed his finger against Henry's thumb. Henry's eyes widened slightly. His light-colored pupils reflected the light in the room, making people's eyes dazzled. He said, "A classmate from my previous high school would do the same." Before he could finish, a phone call interrupted their conversation. It was the unknown number he had answered at the milk tea shop before. The excitement in Henry's eyes faded. He yawned, got up, and walked to the balcony to answer the phone. The night breeze was comfortable. It was a bit cold, but still bearable. His wispy hair was blown up, and Henry looked up at the scattered lights in the sky. "Hello? Who is this?" "Hello, this is Lucas's assistant. Lucas is currently at the hospital. Would you be able to come by?" The voice on the other end seemed a bit anxious, but was well organized. Clearly, the person was rational, so it probably was not anything too serious. "Ah," Henry said, "you have got the wrong person. I am not the one he is looking for." As soon as Henry hung up the phone, 2 more messages popped up on his phone. Leaning against the railing, he looked down at his phone. The cool night wind blew his wispy hair backwards, and the light from the phone illuminated part of his eyes and brows. When he was not smiling, he seemed like a different person. There was no smile in those eyes, and his eyes and brows exuded coldness. He put away his phone, turned around, and went back into the room. Henry picked up the small cake with a big smile and sank back into the sofa. The small comic blogger Henry was following had just updated on Facebook. Henry handed his phone to Matthew and laughed so hard on the couch that he could barely straighten up. Matthew took the phone and looked down at it. It was a 4-panel small comic, and the protagonist was a blade of grass. According to the comments below, the art style was extremely simple, and the content was really absurd. Matthew did not quite understand the meaning of absurd, but he agreed. It was strange yet really eye-catching. "It is a bit strange. Not sure yet. Got to take another look." The laughter paused. Henry took a bite of the small cake, then leaned in to take another look at the screen and continued laughing. He could always find a lot of fun stuff. It was not just the 4 square little grass pictures, but also many other little gadgets. Matthew's eyes and brows softened and he burst out laughing. Finally, late at night, Henry saw Matthew off at the door. He waved his hand and then closed the door. The relaxation time was over. Henry had not forgotten that he had work to do. He rummaged through things and finally found a clip that was used to hold papers before. He used it to pin his stray hair back so it would not block his sight. The clip was made of wood and had marks from a black marker that were left accidentally before. He did not mind, as long as it worked. Tonight, he needed to decide on the musical instruments to be used. For string music without suitable sound sources, he still needed to book a recording studio and an operation team, and the time needed to be set within these few days. There were some musical instruments in his own recording studio, but he was proficient in only 2 or 3 of them. He did not play all of them smoothly, he just knew how to operate them. Without soft sound sources, he had to find someone to record. The soundproofing of the recording studio cost a fortune. Henry did not need to worry about the soundproofing effect and could do whatever he wanted. The recording studio was spacious. There was a layer of carpet on the upper part of the central floor. Henry could sit cross-legged here when organizing his thoughts. The ground was covered with white papers fluttering here and there. The words and symbols on them, either sparse or dense, were prominent. His headphones were pressing against his black stray hair. Henry lowered his head, pushed aside the papers on the computer keyboard, and started adjusting again. Hospital. In the quiet ward, the continuous sound of keyboard tapping stopped. The assistant happened to walk into the room. "Lucas," the assistant strode forward and said in a low voice at the right time, "Mr. William is here." "William?" Lucas stared at the computer screen and then looked up. "That is right." A white figure appeared at the door. He was carrying fruits in his hand, with ribbons neatly tied on them. Against his white coat, it all looked delicate and nice. Handing the fruits to the assistant, he sat down on the stool beside the bed. Looking at the bandage on Lucas's head, he asked with concern, "How are you feeling now?" Lucas said, "It is just a scratch." William let out a sigh of relief. "You scared me. Thank God it is nothing serious." Lucas gave a little smile. It was indeed rare that after a malicious rear-end collision, he only got a scratch. The assistant stood by, looking at William's exquisite appearance and listening to his emotional and steady voice. He remained silent, being skeptical about what he said. At least he was not as anxious as he claimed to be. But Lucas seemed not to notice these things. He softened his expression and started talking to William slowly. It was a rare moment of warmth. The assistant, being sensible, went out and closed the door. After that, some time passed, maybe not that long. The assistant, who was still explaining the situation to various parties, heard a noise. He looked up and saw William passing by in front of him. The figure of the other man quickly disappeared around the corner. When the assistant entered the ward, Lucas had already started looking at his notebook. The assistant said, "That previous number might be wrong. That is his number." Lucas looked up. "Did you call him?" Before the assistant could reply, Lucas added, "Do not contact him anymore. He was probably sulking or busy with something. We have known each other for so long. There is nothing that cannot be worked out. It is hard to explain things clearly over the phone. When we meet later, everything will be cleared up." The assistant nodded. "Okay." The first rays of the morning sun peeked in from one side of the window. Henry picked up the coffee cup, felt it, then put it down again. It was cold. He slowly stood up, his mind starting to get more and more groggy. Sure enough, when you are busy, it is easy to lose track of time. He walked into the recording studio with the ribbon fluttering, flopped down on the bed, and fell asleep just like that. When he woke up again, it was already late afternoon, and he was woken up by the phone. Groggily, Henry fumbled for his phone and clicked to answer. "Henry, you come back here." The voice suddenly blasted in his ear. Henry sat up and held the phone a bit farther away. He rubbed his ears and slowly realized who was on the other end. It was Daniel, his father. He turned down the call volume, slowly got out of bed, and said, "Hello, no, I am not coming back." As if stung by that word, the volume on the other end increased instead of decreased. "Look at what you have done. Because of you, William is facing so much prejudice now. You know very well what kind of life he had before. Cannot you think more?" Henry casually tossed the phone onto the sofa and went to the kitchen to pour a glass of water. His head finally cleared up. He roughly guessed that the other party had only just found out about the online incident from others and thought his bad reputation was dragging William down. When he got back, the person on the other end had probably just finished speaking and took a breath. Henry still said the same thing. "I am not going back. There might not be any negative impact, but it is true that it brought some attention to William. The novel's description of him is quite accurate. He is just a disposable character, a cannon fodder." He slowly settled into the sofa and listened to the person talking. The person said that if he did not go back this time, he would never be allowed to enter the Song family's door again. "Yeah, okay." Henry's voice was so calm and natural that the other person did not realize right away what he had said. "Your room. What did you say?" "I said, okay." The call ended. Henry put down his phone, casually grabbed a piece of clothing from the closet and put it on, then put on his hat and mask and went out. It was almost evening now. More people were out for a stroll after dinner. Kids were hopping along in front, and parents were following behind, laughing and taking pictures with their phones. Having walked around here a few times, Henry roughly remembered the way. It got dark quickly these days, and the lights on both sides of the street had already come on. Henry stepped into the bank. The bank staff were startled at his appearance at first, and then became vigilant. Henry pulled down his mask and said, "Hello, I am Henry. I made an appointment for a transfer earlier." Clearly, he had not put much effort into dressing up. His hat made his hair messy, and there were dark circles under his eyes, showing obvious signs of staying up late. Even just standing there, he was still a natural attention-getter. They had quite an impression of this guy, both online and in real life. The staff at the counter checked the ledger, and then the bank manager came over and led Henry to the reception room. Benjamin lowered his head and started signing various documents. He had a poker face. The manager was a bit nervous. Looking at the amount on the paper, he resisted the urge to rub his hands. No wonder he is a wealthy guy. When signing his name, Henry did not hesitate at all. With the last stroke, he looked at the paper in his hand, at the amount, and at his signature, the home he would had for over a decade. His once gentle and steady father. Sometimes they could go months without contacting each other. It had been so long since he would heard his father talk to him earnestly and gently. He almost forgot how tall his dad seemed to him when he was little. All his previous memories and all his efforts had turned into a string of numbers. After Henry signed, the manager checked the documents one by one, then put them away. Henry got up and left. There were more people on the street. As he walked, he had not eaten for almost a day, yet he did not feel hungry. Time to go back. Henry turned around. The wholesale store owner. A highly recognizable voice came from the crowd. By the busy traffic, in the city lights, a figure made its way through the crowd and walked towards him. It was still that cool guy who looked handsome from every angle. Matthew approached. From Henry's angle, he just had to tilt his head slightly to meet the other's eyes. He said, "What a coincidence. So you are here on business too." The cool guy slightly averted his eyes from Henry's gaze and said, "Have you eaten? Want to grab a bite together? Orange is still at the hospital. After we eat, we can go pick it up." Henry asked, "Is there something wrong with Orange?" "It is a regular checkup," Matthew said. "It has been eager for you to come and play with it again for a long time." Henry let out a breath. Then his eyes and brows curved slightly as he asked, "How about having hot pot?" Matthew's eyes swept across the other's eyes and brows. "Sure." The two found a hot pot restaurant nearby. The decoration here was not as high-end as many other places, but there were a lot of people. Most of them were families or groups of friends having a get-together. You could feel the lively atmosphere from across the street. The two entered together. People who came here to eat hot pot usually chose to sit in the lobby. There was only one private room left, and the two of them could just fit in. Although they had eaten hot pot during the previous crew gathering, it felt completely different from now. Matthew had not eaten hot pot very often either. The two huddled together, discussing what to order. They made a random selection and finally put down the pen with satisfaction. First, the drinks were served. The waiter entered the private room with 2 bottles of strawberry milk. He paused when opening the door, then came closer. He hesitated for a moment, and Henry said in a timely manner, "They are for us. You are in the right place." After placing the strawberry milk on the table and seeing that the two showed no strange reactions, the waiter left relieved. Henry propped his chin up and watched Matthew poke open the strawberry milk without changing his expression. He reached out his hand, and with the other hand, he smoothly operated his phone to turn on the camera and said, "Cheers." Matthew could not help but laugh and followed the order. The 2 bottles of strawberry milk clinked in midair. Even if there are only 2 people, as long as they get along well, the atmosphere of having hot pot can still be really lively. This time, the 2 of them were really brave and ordered a pure spicy oil pot. When the waiter brought the pot, lit the fire, and served the dishes, and the smell of the hot pot wafted out, they realized that this restaurant seemed to serve authentic Mountain City hot pot. Before the dishes were served, Henry said confidently, "I can handle spicy food pretty well." Matthew looked at him without saying a word. After the dishes were served, Henry gulped down the strawberry milk, his eyes red, and asked the waiter who was adjusting the gas, "Is this really mild spicy?" He double-checked, but the waiter insisted that it was mild spicy. Finally, the waiter thoughtfully brought him a bowl of clear water. Henry seemed to understand, but did not really want to admit it. Matthew clenched his fist and pressed it against his lips to hide his smile. Henry stubbornly did not use the bowl of clear water to rinse any vegetables. In the end, a layer of red oil floated on the clear water. Henry did not rinse any vegetables, but he rinsed the meat, and all the meat was rinsed once. After that, he pushed the bowl of clear water aside, and it just happened to end up next to Matthew. Matthew moved the clear water in front of himself. Henry secretly gave a thumbs up. What a considerate cool guy today. After having the hot pot, the 2 of them had to go pick up Orange, who was eagerly waiting at the hospital. Well, not exactly eagerly. The chubby, fluffy Orange was surrounded by a crowd of people, looking extremely lively. Matthew went to sign, and the doctor handed Orange to Henry. Trapped in the cat carrier, Orange was desperate to get close to Henry. Its soft paws pressed against the bars, and its eyes looked pitiful. But this trick did not work on Henry. He just poked Orange's furry little paw and did not do anything more. When Matthew finished the procedures, the two left the hospital together. Matthew drove here this time. Once in the enclosed space, Orange could finally stick its head out and look around. Afraid that Orange would cause trouble, Henry took it and sat in the back seat. Matthew was driving in the front, while Henry was in the back seat, stroking Orange and taking pictures with his other hand. Now, more than half of his photo album was filled with pictures of Orange. Orange fussed around for a while and finally seemed to be tired. It lay on its back, sprawled out on his lap, sound asleep. It was quiet in the car, with only the occasional conversation between the two. Henry looked at the scenery passing by outside the window, feeling the soft touch under his hand, and his fingers unconsciously tapped. He hummed a short tune and slowly memorized the melody in his mind. Matthew glanced at the rearview mirror. Henry lowered his head, opened the notepad on his phone, and typed quickly. When he looked up, the smile on his lips had not faded yet. Matthew asked him, "Happy?" Henry nodded. "Happy." Today he had hot pot, got to hold Orange, and made progress at work. The car moved forward, and shifting patches of light and shadow brushed across Matthew. When a sudden burst of brightness appeared, Henry seemed to catch a faint smile at the corner of his friend's lips. They say that the less a person smiles, the more beautiful their smile is. Henry thought this statement made a lot of sense. The scenery on both sides gradually turned into a familiar sight. The car stopped in front of his house, and Henry gently placed the still sleeping Orange into the cat cage. He got out of the car, stood by the roadside, and waved to Matthew through the car window. Matthew sat in the car, watched him reach home, and did not leave until the lights in the house came on. After getting home, he put Orange in the cat bed and then took a shower. Matthew picked up his phone and habitually clicked into the Facebook page of AAAT Wholesale Mr. Egg. After changing to this account, the other guy seemed to have completely let himself go. The frequency of Facebook updates had increased quite a bit. He posted his daily life with photos today. There were 3 photos in total. One was of a toast, one was of a bubbling hot pot base, and the other was of Orange's cat head. His account was new, perhaps because he had followed the other person before. He had already accumulated a few thousand fans by now, and they were all quite active. The comment section was not crowded, but it was lively. Others were also sharing their dinners and cats. Matthew did not spend much time looking at the comments section. He clicked back into the photo, saved it to his album, then lowered his eyes and stared at the 2 bottles of strawberry milk touching each other. Henry got home, took a shower, and then went into the recording studio. Once he got an idea, the progress was rapid. He kept changing the sound sources, listening and switching at the same time. Finally, he was barely satisfied. When he checked the time, he found it was already 11:30 at night. Time to go to bed. His mind was still buzzing from work. Henry hesitated for just 2 seconds, then closed his laptop and got up to head to the master bedroom. With all the busyness these past few days, he would completely forgotten that he would signed a contract with a live streaming website before. The truth was, he would fallen on hard times. Almost all his money had been sent to Daniel. The rest had to be used to rent a recording studio and hire some professional teams. All in all, he was no different from when he first entered the industry. Making money from composing music took time. There was still a while to go before he would see any cash. Every little bit helps. Even so, he did not expect to make a fortune from live streaming. He just wanted to chat with people in the evening and sort out his day. After his previous experiences, he knew exactly how to do it, and his actions were much smoother. Late at night, the account that had not been logged into for days lit up again. It was nearly 12 at night, and surprisingly, there were a lot of night owls. There was no banana dog today. Henry thought for a moment, then lowered the camera to below his neck and clicked start. Even before the stream started, some people were waiting. After it went live, more and more people trickled in. Henry sat back, propping one leg up, and greeted, "Good evening." Henry was slowly looking for songs while replying to the comments, his voice soft and gentle. "I went out for hot pot with friends today. It was a lot of fun. Let's listen to some mellow songs today. The camera seems a bit wonky. It will not go up. He propped his head up with one elbow on the table and used his other hand to fiddle with the mouse. Clicking slowly, he spoke unhurriedly, and there were no other noises in the live streaming room. It was quiet but not awkward. The screen was not as bright as in other live streaming rooms, giving it a kind of indescribable, soothing feel. The popularity of the live streaming room was gradually rising. Maybe it is because of the contract, but the popularity is rising much faster today than before, and the chat messages are a lot more lively. Henry scrolled through and finally found the song he wanted to listen to. Even though they cannot see his face, the viewers in the live streaming room can tell from his body posture that he is very relaxed right now, and their own mood unconsciously slows down as well. Henry's voice is quite unique. It is a bit like the night wind in spring, a bit cool, yet with the softness that caresses everything. The combination of these two strange traits makes it impossible for people to look away. In order to see the lyrics clearly, Henry has temporarily turned off the chat messages and thus did not see a series of reward messages. The chat messages did not block Henry's view, but the suddenly popped up PK request did block the lyrics. Henry did not know what this was, but that did not stop him from clicking reject. Now there is nothing blocking his view. It was not until he reopened the chat messages that he realized what he had just rejected. PK costs money? Henry lowered his head and started looking up relevant information online. After about a minute or so, he looked up again and turned off the option to allow PK. Making money is not easy. Spend rationally. Yawning, he said, "You can start requesting the next song now." The songs requested by netizens were all over the place. Benjamin finally picked the one that appeared the most times. He kept broadcasting until 1 o'clock. He said goodbye, and then quietly ended the live stream, only getting stuck for a moment due to a reward at the end. Today, everyone had a good sleep. The next morning, Henry, with his messy hair, was still washing up when there came a knock on the door. Coming. Matthew was standing at the door, carrying a thermos box in one hand and holding some oranges in the other. The door swung open, and Henry, with his eyes looking like a dead fish's, a toothbrush stuck in his mouth, mumbled, "Come on in." Matthew guessed he meant, "Come in." Placing the thermos box on the table, Matthew asked, "Did you stay up late last night?" Henry came back after rinsing his mouth and nodded. He would received a message from Matthew in the middle of his live stream last night. The two had agreed that Matthew would come over this morning with oranges and steamed buns. He would set an alarm after they would fix the time, but in the end, he still could not get out of bed. Matthew opened the thermos box. A delicious smell wafted out instantly. The steamed buns had thin wrappers and big fillings, and they looked like they were full of rich soup. The steam billowed out, blurring Henry's eyes for a moment. Matthew asked him, "What is wrong?" Henry smiled, took the chopsticks, and said, "Nothing. It is just that I haven't had steamed buns in the morning for a long time. To be precise, it had been too long since he would had a Chinese-style breakfast. Since William came home, the Song family's habit of having Chinese food in the morning had completely changed, and it was all bread and milk in the morning. There was still bread and milk on the table. Benjamin was coming downstairs while tying his tie. The butler was standing downstairs, watching him walk straight towards the door. The butler asked, "Are not you having breakfast, young master?" Benjamin was about to nod when his eyes shifted, and he saw William sitting at the table. In the end, he sat down. He looked around, feeling that something was off. It seemed like something was missing. Benjamin asked the butler, "Where is Henry?" "Dad said he would be back in a few days." The butler hesitated for a moment, then shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Eating Xilongbeo gives you more energy to work. After briefly cuddling with Orange, Henry started working and Matthew left with Orange in his arms. For the next few days, Henry rarely stayed at home, often leaving early and returning late. The cool guy next door turned out to be a night owl. Every time Henry came back, both he and the cat were still awake, and Henry could drop by to pet and rub Orange. It seemed that Orange had figured out the time Henry came every night. Now it had learned to wait at the door in advance and pounce on him as soon as the door opened. The pouncing was soft and heavy, and every time Henry's arm felt like it was crying with happiness. Matthew was now actively improving his cooking skills. Every time Henry came, there was a different late-night snack waiting for him. It was so blissful, like a haven of comfort. Perhaps Henry's perseverance touched the little comic blogger. The blogger followed him at some point, and now they were mutual followers, going out to work in the morning, coming back to pet the cat and relax in the evening, and chatting with the viewers in the live streaming room. Time could pass quickly. When the work was completely done, Henry gave himself a few days off. On the first day, he slept like a log. He got up after noon and finally felt like he had caught up on all the sleep he would missed, but he felt a bit dizzy. After drinking some water and walking back to the bedroom barefoot, Henry glanced at his phone and saw a message from Matthew. Matthew said he had some work and needed to go out. In a flash, Henry immediately offered to take care of Orange. A few minutes later, when he opened the door, it was a strangely familiar scene again. Matthew was carrying a thermos box and a bag of what seemed to be cat supplies in one hand, and holding the cat in the other. He was wearing a black coat and looked well prepared. "You surely haven't eaten today. Eat the food while it is hot." Henry took the cat and the things, and secretly rubbed the little white paws. Then he waved at Matthew with a big smile. He watched the black business car drive away, then turned around and entered the room, making sure there were no gaps left in the windows. Henry put the cat named Orange down and let it stroll around the room on its own. Matthew had gone to work, and with no one to chat with today, Henry took a look around the room. Finally, he decided to turn on the computer and placed the thermos box in front of it. If he remembered correctly, he had been extremely busy in the last few days and had not gone live. While logging in, Henry casually clicked on the background and blinked in surprise. He found that his number of followers had increased significantly without him noticing, having already broken through the tens of thousands mark. He was quite pleased, but not overly so. Henry propped his chin and went back to look for the live streaming interface. He was not going to sing while eating today. He set the live streaming category to the chatting area and changed his usual title to No Singing, Just Eating and Chatting. Since this was an unusual daytime live stream, many people did not even notice, but quite a few people clicked in without hesitation and got a big surprise. Henry started thinking about opening the thermos box while scanning the bullet comments. Finally, he found the buckle. With a bit of force from both hands, there was a click, and the thermos box opened. The aroma of the food instantly wafted out, and Henry said, "Not singing today, just having a meal and chatting." As the steam rose, when his vision cleared again, what the viewers saw were pan-fried buns decorated with green coriander and dotted with little oil droplets. Henry did not eat right away. He weighed the thermos box in his hand, feeling that the weight was a bit off. Imitating Matthew's usual actions, he pressed the buckle at the bottom again and took out the layer with the pan-fried buns. Sure enough, there was something else underneath. It was pork rib soup, which looked quite delicious. Next was a plate of green vegetables, and after that, there was rice. This was clearly a single-person meal with a proper combination of meat and vegetables for one person's appetite. It was not particularly luxurious, but it was obvious that a lot of thought had been put into it. So there is more than one layer. Does soy milk have a girlfriend? Keep an open mind. It could even be a boyfriend. It is not a girlfriend, and there is no boyfriend either, just a friend who happens to live next door. Henry took out the chopsticks and spoon from the bottom of the thermos box and ate a shengjianbo. "This tastes good." He gave a thumbs up. All the viewers could see was the thermos box and the hand holding the chopsticks. Even without seeing his face, they could sense how delicious it was through the screen. "Come on, soy milk still will not show his face. We are all friends here. Do not be so standoffish." After eating a shengjianbo, Henry picked up the spoon and started drinking the pork rib soup while chatting. "This is really good." Matthew's cooking has gotten even better. While chatting with the viewers, he felt a furry touch on his foot. Henry looked down and saw Chengzi sitting neatly beside his feet. It must have finished patrolling its territory and gotten bored, so it came to play with him. Those big eyes clearly showed a longing to be picked up. Henry bent down to pick it up. The viewers were quick to react and immediately realized this was a good chance to see his face. They instantly widened their eyes. "I saw the hat. How could someone wear a hat even at home? What is with that long brim? Who are they trying to hide from? Kitty. What an adorable cat. How can there be such a furry cat?" Holding Chengzi in his arms, Henry laughed twice and retorted firmly, "Is not it normal to wear a hat at home? This is my friend's cat. I am just taking care of it for him temporarily." While Henry was eating, Orange was rolling around in his arms, his furry paws constantly trying to tug at his sleeve. From the perspective of the viewers, all they could see were two orange ears constantly moving, disappearing every now and then. "Jealous of me?" Henry paused. "Each has its own advantages. Maybe I am jealous of your lives too. Who knows?" Then he smiled. "But I really do like my current life, having a job he loved and a friend who was free of any prejudice." Looking at the constantly scrolling Donmu, he swallowed the food in his mouth and said, "You cannot give away friends. I really like my friend." In the reception room, the man with a worrying amount of hair turned his phone around and handed it to Matthew. "Take a look. What do you think of this plan?" Matthew took the phone. Just as he saw a table and was about to scroll down, he seemed to touch something on the side, and a small screen popped up. It was hard to tell what it was. All in all, there were just a few dishes on the screen. Matthew recognized it at a glance. After all, it was something he made with his own hands. "Look at the second page. This is what the crew said." The man got up and came over. As soon as he looked over, he saw the small window in the upper right corner, and half of his soul almost left his body. The other half followed suit after seeing Matthew's expression. Matthew had a poker face, and the man felt extremely embarrassed. Finally, after a brief silence, Matthew spoke. He said, "What is this?" The man immediately replied, "You know, when a man reaches middle age, the pressure is huge. Can you send it to me?" It was a question, and quite polite at that. The man was still trying to come up with an explanation. When he realized what Matthew had said, he paused first, then double-checked that the other guy really did not have any extra expressions. After that, he said tentatively, "I will send it to you after it is done." Matthew nodded. It seems like this was just a little hiccup. The discussion did not last long. After everything was confirmed, Matthew's face was clearly showing his aversion to group dinners. In the end, everyone went back to their own homes and there was no group dinner. As the man left, he mindlessly scrolled through his phone multiple times. Eventually, he decided to send the streamer's link to Matthew. The phone rang once, and Matthew picked it up. No soy milk. He had not even clicked in, but it was already obvious. No Soy Milk had already ended the live stream earlier. Matthew flipped through briefly and found the latest recorded broadcast. The scenery on both sides was quickly passing by, and the phone placed aside would occasionally make a sound. When the car slowly came to a stop, the phone happened to play a line. "I cannot give it to my friends. I really like my friends." The hand holding the steering wheel tightened. Matthew unbuttoned one shirt button, took off his mask, and got out of the car. The light in front of Henry's door was still on, a warm yellow color that made the surrounding scenery seem a bit warmer. Before he even knocked, the door was already open. He was wearing a thin sweatshirt and holding oranges in his hands. Just like when he saw Matthew off, he waved his hand. The night wind kept blowing. Matthew stepped forward, then entered the house and left the door ajar. He asked, "How did you know I was back?" Henry said, "I could hear the sound." He would learn to tell if someone was coming home by listening to the sound of cars since he was a kid. Plus, this was a villa area with few people, and even fewer passed by their place. At this time, it was highly likely that it was Matthew coming back. Stuffing the oranges into Matthew's arms, Henry asked, "Have you eaten?" Matthew thought briefly and then answered truthfully, "No." "Well, that is perfect." Henry grabbed a pair of slippers for Matthew and said, "I am going to make noodles tonight. I learned how to do it on purpose before." Matthew put on the slippers and lowered his eyes, observing carefully. They were different from the previous slippers. They were pink, furry, with 2 little strawberries on them. Henry tied on his apron and said, "I am pretty good at making noodles." Although he usually seemed like he was just loafing around, he actually had a skill or two up his sleeve. Before, he would try to make a bowl of longevity noodles for Lucas's birthday, but Lucas had just glanced at them, did not eat, and then went to pick up William, who was said to be lost. Now, when he thought about it, he could only politely keep silent about that incredibly dramatic plot. Map apps are really advanced these days. Real-time navigation is a great thing, but there are always people who like to go back to basics. Those who are willing to go back to basics with someone are either stupid or truly willing to be stupid with that person. He should have seen it coming at that time. but his mind just was not clear. The past 20-odd years of his life were starting to seem a bit hazy, and he often felt like it was someone else's story and he was just an onlooker. The once intense emotions that were almost suffocating now did not stir up much feeling in him. Henry was not sure if it was because the situation had changed or if he himself had changed. He did not care and did not feel like looking into it. Now, he was just glad that he would learn a bit so he could still make something for Matthew. The kitchen light was a warm yellow. Henry thought it was not bright enough, so he turned on all the lights. The kitchen instantly became much brighter, illuminating his handsome features. Having not seen Matthew for a while, Orange, in a rare show of kindness, rolled a few times in Matthew's arms to show welcome. Then it got bored and started pawing at his sleeve. Finally, curled up in his hat, closed its eyes, and took a little nap. Matthew held Orange in his arms. His eyes swept across the kitchen, and then he looked away. Then he took another look, and looked again. This time, Henry was not bluffing. At least, he looked the part, exuding the confidence and calm of a master. Henry turned and asked, "Should the noodles be put in cold water or hot water?" There was a moment of silence. Henry forced a smile. "It has been so long that I have forgotten the specific details." Matthew said, "Put the noodles in boiling water." Henry immediately agreed, looking serious and nodding vigorously. "That is exactly what I think," he said. Having gotten a definite answer, he turned around again to deal with the noodles. His back still exuded the calmness and pride unique to an old hand. Matthew silently drank a glass of water to fill his stomach. Well, something was better than nothing. The agent had just sent a message. He lowered his head to reply, and from time to time, he glanced at Henry, who was still busy in the kitchen. Time really passed surprisingly fast. After replying to 2 more messages and looking up, he could already smell an irresistible aroma. Henry seemed to have finished making the noodles. He tried to carry the bowl over before it realized, but failed. All his thoughts were written all over his face. Anyone who knew him a little could understand. "Damn it," the bowl noticed. Matthew stood up and said, "Let me do it." Henry turned around and refused. "Sit down," he said. Today was a firm Henry. Matthew then quietly sat down, his tall frame and serious expression making him look like a large man sitting perfectly still. Henry was completely satisfied. The noodles were brought to the table, and the aroma wafted over. It was simple noodles. There was a perfectly fried golden egg on top, with scallions and coriander, and some vegetable leaves underneath. It looked unexpectedly good. For Henry, who usually manages to have 2 normal meals a day, making 2 bowls like this should have emptied the fridge. The dining table was not very big. The 2 of them sat face to face, with the 2 bowls of noodles opposite each other. It looked quite nice. Henry was very satisfied with his work. He took out his phone and took 2 pictures, then put it down contentedly. Matthew also rarely took a picture. Henry looked up at him. Matthew understood what he meant and said, "This is to commemorate the first time you have cooked for me." Henry nodded. "Yeah, it is worth commemorating." The noodles looked delicious and tasted good too. It had been cold all day, and they were just right to warm the stomach. With a warm feeling in his stomach, Henry's expression became even more relaxed. His eyes, which usually had a smile in them, seemed to shine even brighter, making it impossible to look away. After the meal, there were fruits. Henry moved to the living room and brought the oranges to the couch as well. The 2 sat side by side on the couch. Henry excitedly opened Facebook and solemnly announced to the world that he had cooked some really delicious noodles today. After posting on Facebook, Henry did not check it again. He was looking through Matthew's photo album. There were quite a few things in Matthew's album, but only a few photos, making it seem rather empty. Henry noticed that the first photo in Matthew's album was the one he took of him when they went shopping before. It looked quite nice. He opened his eyes, shook Matthew's hand, and said, "It is an honor." Matthew had already fully understood Henry's way of thinking and replied, "The honor is mine." The latest one was the photo they took just now. Henry was surprised. "It looks better than mine." After that, he continued to politely watch as Facebook was stuck loading. Henry reached out to grab an orange and started peeling it slowly. Just as he took a bite, his phone pinged with a notification. He knew that sound. It was the notification that a followed blogger had a new update. He stuffed the peeled orange into Matthew's hand and picked up his phone. Then he saw that Matthew had liked it and even replied with a comment, "It is really delicious." Henry could not hold back and burst out laughing. It was a really short sentence, but he could more or less imagine how hard the guy sitting next to him had struggled to find the like button among all those little emojis just now. He gave a like to the hardworking movie Emperor Chin, probably because of Matthew's Facebook post. In just such a short time, the originally ordinary daily share suddenly got a huge surge in likes, and the phone kept dinging. He turned off the background notification sound, and only then did the world quiet down. They chatted for a while longer. When Henry saw that it was getting late, he stuffed a few more oranges into Matthew's hands and saw him out the door. After closing the door, as he walked to the bedroom door, Henry stopped again. He was still full of energy and did not feel like sleeping at all. He went back to the living room, slowly sank into the sofa, picked up his phone, and wanted to see if there were any fun places in the nearby cities. Just as he opened a certain travel app, he received several WeChat messages. The first message he checked was from Matthew. Matthew asked him if he wanted to go out and have a look tomorrow. In the neighboring city, it was said that there were a lot of tourist attractions there. That really hit the spot for him. Henry agreed right away. The two chatted for a while longer, and finally the conversation ended when Orange woke up and started making a ruckus. After chatting with Matthew, Henry then exited to check the other unread messages. It was Noah. He said he was in City B now and asked if Henry had time to meet up tomorrow if he was nearby, as there were still some things that needed to be discussed. Henry refused, saying that he was far away from City B and could not make it. They had cooperated several times before, and communication via WeChat and phone had been smooth, so there was no need to do anything extra. After typing the last character, he seemed to finally remember something. He went back to take a look at the location Noah had sent, then switched the chat box to check the place Matthew had mentioned. They were actually in the same city. It was quite a coincidence, to say the least, but it is no big deal. The city is huge, and they do not know each other. There is no way they will run into each other. Noah expressed his regret. The conversation ended. Henry glanced at the time, thought about what time he had to get up tomorrow, and finally gave up the idea of playing a game. He chose to go to bed instead. He had a dreamless night. Early the next morning, when the alarm went off, Henry reached out and slapped it off without hesitation. The room was filled with sunlight. The person lying in bed sat up in a start, as if jolted back to life. He casually put on an undershirt, got up to brush his teeth and wash up, then put on his outerwear. His hand, which was about to pick up his usual coat, stopped. Then it changed direction and he took down a pink sweatshirt instead. When he went out, Matthew was already waiting. He was standing by the car, tall and long-legged, dressed almost the same as usual. The only difference was the clothes on his body. It was a loose pink sweatshirt, which matched his perpetually cold, icy face quite well. Pink really suits a cool guy. Henry trotted over, looked up with a big smile and asked, "Hey, handsome, can we go out and have some fun together?" Those light-colored pupils were even more dazzling in the sunlight. Matthew opened the car door and replied cooperatively, "Sure, please." When going out with someone, Henry seldom played with his phone. While Matthew was driving, he sat in the passenger seat, enjoying the scenery and chatting with Matthew from time to time. When Matthew was looking ahead and driving, Henry would look at him, looking at him unabashedly, and then praised, "You look good." It was the neighboring city, but it was quite close to home, not much farther than the distance to the center of their own city. After driving around the downtown area for over 10 minutes to find a parking spot, the two finally got out of the car. They had decided on their itinerary the night before. Henry was looking at the map, trying to figure out how to get to the first planned attraction. He was studying it intently, looking ready to set off at any moment. Matthew gently tapped his hat and said, "You haven't had breakfast yet. Have breakfast first." The hat felt unexpectedly soft. Without much force, his hand seemed to sink into it easily. Henry looked up, and his glasses, perched on his nose, slid down a little. In order to enjoy more of the scenery today, he had even put on the glasses he did not usually wear. He was well equipped. Henry smiled and said, "Okay." There happened to be a commercial street nearby, with lots of breakfast places. As soon as Henry looked over, he was immediately attracted. The first thing he bought was small glutinous rice balls, which were packed in a small box. He ate one himself, thought it was delicious, and then skewered one for Matthew. Both of them took off their masks temporarily, but they were still wearing hats, pulled down low. In such a crowded street, no one would bother to look closely at what a stranger looked like. The crowd instead became a shield for the two of them. Matthew was tall, so Henry had to raise his hand a little higher to feed him accurately. After eating a few small glutinous rice balls, Henry's eyes were still scanning the street, looking for anything interesting. Just as he popped a glutinous rice ball into his mouth, Henry happened to see a pan-fried bun shop. Matthew saw it too. The moment he saw it, he looked down at Henry and their eyes met. He got it. The two walked towards the pan-fried bun shop together. Pulling his hat down a bit more, Matthew glanced at the box of small glutinous rice balls in Henry's hand and said to the clerk, "A small portion of pan-fried buns." What a handsome guy's voice. The clerk looked up. The first thing she saw were two identical pink hoodies. Both of them were wearing hats. One was buried in eating and his face could not be seen, while the other had his mask on tightly, and one could only barely tell that he was probably a handsome guy. She pondered for a second, then had an epiphany. In the end, the box she gave for the steamed buns was a cute pink one, which happened to match the color of their clothes. When the two were about to disappear into the crowd, and since there were no customers at the moment, she picked up her phone and took a picture. This morning, Henry and Matthew visited two scenic spots. Henry's photo album had quite a few new pictures added, and Matthew's album also had a lot more photos. After strolling around the wetland park, it was finally time for lunch. The place had been decided long before, and they just needed to show up on time. The two looked around yesterday and finally settled on a barbecue restaurant. The reason was simple. It was said to be delicious and there were private rooms available. The two did not drive. They took the bus. The buses in this city were one of the local features, and Henry was quite interested, but his enthusiasm wore off after standing in a crowded bus for one stop. Standing by the bus stop, Henry put one hand on Matthew's shoulder. Looking completely fed up, Matthew said, "Let's take a taxi." Henry nodded. The two reached an agreement successfully and hailed a cab. The barbecue restaurant was in a mall some distance away, on the second floor, and it was easy to find. They entered the restaurant and had their meal. Everything went smoothly. The barbecue was delicious, and the store owner was nice. They even got a little surprise, two small key pendants, a pig and a little dinosaur. Only at the end, when they were checking out, did a little accident occur. The cashier at the checkout counter glanced at them, then with a smile on her face, said, "Couples get a 20% discount on their meals. Welcome to come again." Henry just could not figure out where on earth he and Matthew seemed like a couple even after they would walked out of the store. He was reflecting on it while Matthew remained silent. Then Matthew glanced downstairs and asked, "Wanna have some ice cream?" Henry replied, "Sure." The topic was successfully diverted. "I am full, but it is a bit greasy." A man in a middle-aged man's exclusive coat raised his hand and asked, "Who is in favor of buying some fruit tea?" The other guys all raised their hands. Noah, sitting in the middle, absent-mindedly glanced at his phone and did not raise his hand. "Okay, the minority obeys the majority. Let's buy some fruit tea and then go back to the recording studio." The guys quickly stood up and headed towards the milk tea shop upstairs. The task of dealing with the unpleasant soy milk was finally over, and now the pressure was on them. They had come here specifically to record music, having worked non-stop since early morning, so they treated themselves to something delicious as a reward. But just having a meal definitely was not enough. There was an ice cream shop next to the milk tea shop. The guys took a look and started wondering whether to have fruit tea or ice cream. Noah was not in a particularly good mood today. He did not join them in the banter, took a few steps back, and leaned against the railing. There was someone next to him, wearing pink, who seemed equally listless and was hanging on the railing. He just took a glance and then looked away. He shifted his gaze and saw a huge SpongeBob in the display cabinet of the opposite store. As if remembering something, he picked up his phone, took a picture, and then lowered his head to type. The decision to have ice cream meant there were quite a few people in line. Matthew queued up while Henry stood aside. The mall was in a circular corridor shape with a railing around it. Henry leaned against the railing, looking down at the photos he would taken today. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Noah. He had sent Henry a photo. In the photo was a huge SpongeBob SquarePants doll, sitting in a cabinet, standing in stark contrast to the many small dolls beside it. The picture had been cropped, so the surrounding environment was not visible. All that could be seen was that big chunk of yellow. It was kind of cute. Noah did not expect an immediate reply. After sending the message, he was about to put his phone away when he heard the phone of the person standing next to him ring. This is a bit strange. Let me take another look. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the other person raise their hand to type. The other person probably did not type much. They just tapped the screen twice. Then the phone in his own hand vibrated. A strange mix of emotions welled up inside him, a bit of confusion, a bit of disbelief, and some inexplicable joy. He hesitated for a moment, then turned his head straight to look. All he could see was the other person's mask on their face and the glasses perched on their nose. The brim of their hat was pulled down low, covering their eyes and eyebrows. This was Soy Milk, no doubt about it. He is definitely lying. He is right here so close. Just as he was about to step forward, the person across from him moved. They turned around, waved slightly at someone, their slender fingers making a circle in the air, and then they disappeared from sight. Another person came into view. He was very tall, standing out in the crowd. He was also wearing a pink hoodie and holding 2 ice creams in his hands. There was a strong sense of disharmony, yet somehow it seemed oddly fitting. Taking the ice cream, Henry's happiness could not be hidden by the mask and glasses. The two left together. "What would you like?" Just as he was spacing out, someone slapped him on the back and said, "After much deliberation, we have decided to go for both." Noah slowly pushed the hand away and did not respond. After having a meal and getting more energetic, Henry and Matthew visited a few more places in the afternoon. Finally, they went to a rather well-known music square in City B. It was already approaching evening. In the distance, the crimson sunset glow was rolling, stretching all the way here and then turning orange-toned, reflecting above the sky. There were quite a few people in the square. The streetlights were already on, but it was hard to make out each other's features in the dim yellow light. Many people around found a spot to sit down and were practicing their tunes on their own. Occasionally, someone would clap and take pictures. The night breeze was slightly cool, but their hoodies were warm enough. Besides, they had been moving around all the time, so they did not feel cold at all. Henry squinted slightly and instead felt a bit refreshed. He had not experienced such a feeling for a long time. In the middle of the square was a white pavilion, with a piano placed inside, standing there all alone. Next to it, someone who seemed to be a staff member was looking around and asking, "Is there anyone who can play the piano and wants to give it a try?" Henry turned to look at Matthew and said, "I can play the piano a little. Wanna hear it?" He said, "If you want to hear it, I will play it for you." His voice came over through the wind, a bit muted, sounding softer. Matthew looked at him and then nodded. Henry pushed up his glasses and said, "Wait for me." After saying that, he trotted away. Matthew watched as he walked towards the staff member standing by the pavilion, then stopped at a short distance and talked with the person for a while. The staff member seemed to smile and motioned with his hand that Henry could go over. Matthew walked forward a short distance. Getting closer, he kept looking at Henry intently. When he came to his senses, there were already quite a few people standing around. Most of these were just curious travelers and locals out for a stroll, always drawn to wherever there was some excitement. Henry was still adjusting the piano. His movements were smooth, each one purposeful, without a single wasted motion. This did not seem like the "a little bit" he would mentioned earlier. The others were waiting too. A small crowd had gathered around. Henry noticed, but did not seem to care much. His relaxed attitude remained unchanged. He glanced in Matthew's direction, then looked away. Henry started playing Mazurek. First, some people thought the pink sweatshirt and baseball cap looked a bit out of place with the piano, but those thoughts vanished as soon as the music started. The staff member nearby widened his eyes a little. The staff was surprised, and the other onlookers were amazed. They were not experts, but they could tell it sounded good. It was a genuine, instinctive feeling. The red glow in the distance had spread closer. The man sitting by the piano and the piano itself were bathed in orange red, creating a warm and passionate scene. Some people around were holding up their phones to take pictures or record videos, but because of the crowd, they had to strain to hold their phones up, trying to get a clear shot over people's heads. Matthew picked up his phone. He was tall and in a good position, so no one could block him. The image on his phone was clear and steady. As the crimson clouds gradually dissipated, the piano music stopped. Henry stood up and turned to walk towards Matthew. Suddenly, applause burst out. Henry took a step back. Then, as if he would come to his senses, he bent slightly as a way of expressing thanks. After that, he said, "Thank you to the staff." It had been a long time since he would been applauded like this. For a moment, he actually felt a bit unaccustomed. Although he was not used to it, his actions still flowed smoothly. This was ingrained in his bones. No matter what, he could not forget it or change it. Henry slipped away so quickly that the staff only had time to reply with a, "You are welcome." Before they could say anything else, he had already blended into the crowd and disappeared from sight, pulling Matthew to a less crowded place. Henry briefly took off his mask, exhaled, and then tilted his head up and asked, "Did it sound good?" Matthew looked at the other's eyes shining under the light and said, "It did." There were no extra, exaggerated compliments, just two simple words, but they were said seriously, clearly not out of perfunctory. Henry smiled and said, "If you want to hear it in the future, just tell me. I know quite a few things." Matthew nodded. The travel route had been arranged long before they set off. After a day of wandering, they were back at the starting point. The parking lot where they had parked their car at the beginning was nearby, just a short walk away. On the way back, Henry still sat in the passenger seat. The sky had already darkened, and the light inside the car was turned on, a dull yellow. After a day of playing, they had been highly excited. Once they relaxed, tiredness hit. Finally, with a tilt of his head, Henry fell asleep right then and there. His hand lost its strength, and with a soft thud, his phone slipped and landed on the mat at his feet. Glancing at the rearview mirror, Matthew turned on the turn signal and then pulled over. He unbuckled his seatbelt, bent over across the gearshift lever, and picked up the fallen phone. The phone was set to stay lit, and the moment he picked it up, he could clearly see the screen. Henry had been looking at the photos taken today. There were a lot of photos, some of him, some of Matthew, some of the two of them together, and also many of the scenery. Matthew suddenly thought that Henry had a lot of landscape photos on that Facebook account he would already deactivated, but not a single group photo with friends or anything like that. In his impression, Henry always loved documenting and sharing. Matthew turned off the phone screen, put the phone away, buckled up his seatbelt, and restarted the car. The car slowed down, driving smoothly all the way until they reached home. Matthew patted Henry and said, "We are here." It was quiet in the car. Matthew's voice was soft, echoing in Henry's ears like a surround sound effect. Henry opened his eyes. His gaze was unfocused at first. Then he blinked and gradually came to his senses. He took the phone Matthew handed him, slowly unbuckled his seatbelt, waved to the other man, and said, "I had a great time today. Goodbye." "Goodbye." Henry yawned as he opened the door, then went into the kitchen and took a sip of water. After getting out of the car and feeling the breeze, and then drinking cold water, his drowsiness had completely disappeared. He took a shower, changed his clothes, then lay down on the sofa and habitually opened Facebook. As soon as he logged into Facebook, it recommended a local hot topic to him. There was also a note indicating that the topic's popularity was skyrocketing. Bee City Music Square. A romantic sunset date awaits you. It was quite artsy, the kind he would usually just ignore, but the words, Bee City Music Square, at the beginning somehow caught his attention. In the end, Henry still clicked on it. It was a blogger who had posted several videos in one go this evening. Judging from the background, they were all shot at Bee City's Music Square. He found himself in the topmost video. He did not notice much else, but Henry was fully aware that the color of his clothes was really eye-catching. There were a whole bunch of comments following the video. Henry did not read them all, only the first few sentences that kept mentioning the color pink. He briefly thought about the group photo he had just wanted to post, and then fell silent. Every single one of them had a touch of pink. The hand that was about to post on Facebook was successfully held back. Better read some manga instead. In the dimly lit bar with neon lights, Men and women on the dance floor were twisting their bodies, and the atmosphere had completely heated up. Making his way through the crowd, Lucas found the booth in the corner, took the glass handed to him by a friend, loosened his tie, and took a sip. It was filled with water. His Adam's apple bobbed. The man dressed in trendy clothes looked at the suit jacket hanging on Lucas's arm and clicked his tongue in admiration. Corporate elite. Lucas did not pay attention to that comment and said, "At least put some drink in it." The others all laughed. Unlike previous gatherings with a large group of people, the ones present this time were all friends, and the atmosphere was relaxed, mainly because if Lucas was coming, it had to be this way. Not a single outsider was allowed. Owen, who had handed the water, said, "You just got out of the hospital. Drink more water." The others praised, "You started working right after getting out of the hospital. If your company does not make money, who else's will?" Lucas scoffed. The lights in the bar flickered on and off. For a moment, they illuminated his tired eyes and brows. Others said Lucas was a workaholic, and he really was. He started working right after getting out of the hospital and even worked overtime every day, which was quite different from the others who just idled around the company occasionally. A few people quietly gathered around and asked in a low voice, "I heard that William from the Song family came to see you when you were in the hospital?" Lucas's brows furrowed slightly for a moment. Then he nodded. "He did. Let's be real, bro," Owen said. "William is not as good-looking as Henry, but he has a nice personality and he cares about you. You work every day. Would not it be nice to have someone to relax and talk to?" Lucas did not nod, just took a sip of water. "It is not what you guys think." Seeing his attitude, the others exchanged a look, then did not hide their surprise at all. "When Henry was chasing you before, were you really thinking of dating him?" Henry was a celebrity, but not the type to show off. He did not go around blabbing about chasing someone, but those who were close to Lucas could easily tell. To be honest, if it were not for Henry's notorious bad character in the circle, if he were chasing them, they might not even need to be chased and would have thrown themselves at him long ago. But the problem was his bad character. They did not think Lucas was someone who only cared about looks. From the start, they did not think Henry could succeed. Lucas did not say a word. His attitude was a bit strange. "Dude, Lucas, you cannot. Come on, think about who he is." Then there was a brief silence. Lucas put down the water cup in his hand and said, "I know who he is." Someone next to him said, "Your relationship with him is neither close nor distant. You haven't known each other long and you are not that close. Do not jump to conclusions." As soon as he said this, he saw Lucas look up at him. Or maybe he was not looking at him. The other's pupils were a little unfocused, without a fixed point, as if he was spacing out. Lucas was indeed spacing out. That sentence just now had stabbed straight into his mind. They thought he and Henry had not known each other for long, but actually, they would known each other since they were kids. Why did they think he and Henry had not known each other for long? Lucas started thinking back slowly. It seemed to be like this. Since starting work, he and Henry rarely got to meet. It was not because they were busy, but something else. But he could not remember exactly what it was. No, that was not right. It seemed that even earlier, as far back as high school, their relationship was not what it used to be. What was it like back then? He did his own thing, and Henry was with that classmate whose face he could not remember every day. There were more things that seemed to have been forgotten by himself. Lucas only thought about it a little more, and his head started to hurt. Was it a car accident after effect? Lucas did not plan to think too much about it. The people next to him did not notice either. They just continued chatting about the topic and remembered that in a few days, it would be Henry's dad Daniel's birthday. Henry's situation has caused quite a stir. Heard Mr. Daniel asked him to come back, but he did not respond. We are not sure if he will show up for Mr. Daniel's birthday this time. The others were discussing. Lucas said, "He will come back." He knew very well how much Henry valued Daniel and Benjamin. No matter how much they argued, he would come back when it was time. Then they could have a good talk and get everything straight. They had not had a proper conversation for too long. The others looked at him, wanting to say something, but finally held back. A party where people only drank water was bound not to last long. The others knew Lucas had to work the next day, so they did not keep him long. After chatting with him, they let him go. The place where he lived was not too far from here. For the convenience of work, Lucas bought a house nearby and usually came back here after work. There was no one in the room. It was dark, except for the light pollution unique to the city that illuminated the floor near the French windows. Lucas turned on his phone to check the date, then turned on the light, poured a glass of water, and casually picked up the photo frame that had fallen on the table. The room was completely quiet. Birthday. The French windows were wide open, and the cool night wind rushed straight into the room, carrying away the soft laughter. Really? I do not remember. Henry was slumped in the sofa, listening to the other person speaking, his expression indifferent. No, I am not coming back. The voice on the other end got louder. Henry lowered his eyes and moved the phone a little farther away. After the other person finished speaking and there was a moment of silence, he said, "Benjamin, I know what you are thinking," weariness already showing between his brows. Henry said, "After all these years of hard work, I am tired too," he said. "Wish your family for a happy life." Henry was not unaware. He had always been very clear. He had always known that Benjamin, the brother who his mother had said was always looking forward to his birth when they were kids, hated him to the core and thought his mother's death was related to him. He had defended himself, tried hard, and still attempted to communicate despite the cold looks, believing that one day Benjamin would change his mind. That short, wonderful childhood had taught him to be positive, but no one could stay positive for a lifetime just because of those few years. After putting in the effort, there should be a result, even if that result was failure. The person on the other end of the phone probably still wanted to say something, but Henry thought further communication was meaningless, so he hung up the phone directly. The cold wind outside was still blowing straight into the room. He put down his phone, pushed his hair back, stared at the dim ceiling, keeping his eyes wide open until they started to get teary from the strain, then slowly blinked. "I cannot sleep. I might as well go write some songs." The lights in the recording studio stayed on all night. The floor was covered with overlapping sheets of A4 paper. Some were filled with writing, while others had nothing but some meaningless scribbles. Henry slowly stood up. His vision went dark for a second or two, but then he was fine again. He went to the kitchen for a drink of water, then just stood there, as if he would lost his purpose, motionless. "I haven't seen Orange for a while. I should go check on it. I wonder if it is doing okay." After staying up all night, Henry realized his mind was starting to get muddled. All sorts of strange thoughts were popping up, but at the same time, he felt completely clear. It was a strange, contradictory feeling. He was a doer. He did whatever came to his mind. Without his phone or a coat, he just walked out the door and headed next door. Knock, knock, knock. Henry knocked 3 times, then leaned his forehead against the door, took a breath, and waited for Matthew to open it. Footsteps approached, and then the door opened. The moment the door opened, Henry was still leaning on it. He did not move, almost lost his balance, but then felt himself being steadied by something. Matthew held Henry with one hand, glanced at his thin clothes, looked around, then closed the door. After entering the house and putting on slippers on his own, Henry said, "I came to play with Orange. Orange is in the living room. I will go get you a piece of clothing." Matthew said, looked at Henry again, then added, "You know what, I will take you to find it." Henry nodded. Finally, he saw the orange cat he would been longing for some unknown reason. This time, the orange cat did not roll around wildly in his arms, but kept meowing at him. Henry held the cat's little furry paw, and his eyes and brows softened a bit. After that, he seemed to hear a little noise. He turned his head and saw Matthew coming downstairs, holding a piece of clothing in his hand. It was a black coat. "I do not have any new clothes here. This is one of mine. It has been washed. You can wear it for now." Henry took the clothes and then put them on slowly. The coat was a size too big, and the sleeves were long. When he put it on, only the tips of his fingers were visible. Henry looked at the overly long sleeves, said nothing, and did not make any other move. Matthew squatted down and rolled up his sleeves twice. The rolled-up sleeves were just a little below his wrist. After he finished, he did not leave. Instead, he reached out and touched Henry's forehead. Henry neither resisted nor spoke. He just looked at him like that. Matthew lowered his eyes. His expression did not change much, and he just asked, "Have you had breakfast?" Henry said he had not. Matthew stood up. You play first. I will go cook some porridge. Henry nodded, rubbing the orange cat's head. Maybe it was the exercise during this period that had greatly improved Matthew's abilities. Henry felt that it had not been long before Matthew had already put the porridge on the table to cool for a while, ready to be eaten. Henry stood up slowly, holding the orange cat. There were corns in the porridge. It was sweet and still warm. One bite made him feel much more relaxed. While Henry was eating, Matthew went to do the dishes and also started preparing lunch for today. When he turned around again, Henry had already fallen asleep on the table. He buried his head in his arms, his messy strands of hair sticking out, and dark circles under his eyes were clearly visible. Clearly, he had not slept a wink last night. Matthew picked up Orange, who was slowly wagging her tail on Henry's lap, then brought over a cup of hot water, fetched some fever-reducing medicine from the first aid kit, and gently patted Henry. Wake up. You have a fever. Take the medicine and then go back to sleep. Half asleep and half awake when woken up, Henry only opened his eyes halfway, with tears welling up in them. It was not clear if he really understood what Matthew said, but anyway, he took the medicine, drank some water, and then went back to lying on the table to sleep. This time, he was really sound asleep. Matthew looked down and rolled up his sleeves. When he woke up, his eyes were open, but his mind was still groggy. Henry turned over like a dead fish and then continued to sleep. Halfway through his sleep, his mind finally woke up. Henry opened his eyes. It was a room that seemed both strange and a bit familiar. After briefly thinking back, he slowly sat up and saw a black coat placed on the bedside table. There was a brief moment of silence. In a way, he thought he was pretty impressive. He was almost feverish to the point of being delirious, yet he managed to drag his half-conscious body here. He even played with Orange for a while. He touched his forehead, and since it did not feel too hot, he sat up, put on the black coat beside him, and then got out of bed. My throat is really dry and it does not feel good. I want some water. As soon as I got to the kitchen, I heard voices coming from the living room. I took a look and saw that it was Matthew on the phone. Figuring it was not nice to eavesdrop on someone's phone call, Henry yawned and decided to go back, drink some water, and then lie down for a bit. But just as he moved, Matthew spoke up. The water on the table is cold. Drink the water in the thermos. It is warm. If you want to sleep, go back and sleep after you have had some water. Henry quietly pulled back the foot that was heading towards the entrance, obediently drank the water, and then went back to his room and crashed. Little book. Were you just talking to someone? Isabella's voice rang out from the phone. You have someone else at home? Every taciturn person of the younger generation has an overly lively older generation. Matthew was the kind of person who had Isabella, a mother known for her lively personality. Matthew ignored how she addressed him and firmly said, before she could speak again, a friend, but not too firmly. Isabella already felt she knew her son well and did not press him directly. She simply asked with concern, oh, it is a friend. Although I haven't heard that you have friends there yet. Is your friend okay? You seem so cautious. Is there something wrong? If there is a problem, you have to take good care of them. You should cherish your own friends. You know, every word she said was about the friend, yet none of them seemed to be just about a friend. In the end, Matthew chose to stay silent and let her talk. After saying what she wanted to say, Isabella happily ended the call with a smile and added, no more talk now. Go take care of your friend. The phone call ended. Matthew rubbed his brows, already imagining how the other person would make up stories to Jack after hanging up. After hanging up, Isabella burst into laughter and tossed her phone into her bag. Her well-kept face was lit up with a wide smile. She had been about to speak to the person beside her, but then suddenly remembered, oh no. Forgot to tell Xiao Shu we are going to visit the orange grove in a few days. Jack, who was sitting next to her, did not have time to give his opinion when she continued on her own. It is okay. It is not the first or second time we have dropped by to see Chengzi unannounced. Jack said amiably, there is a possibility that you could contact him on WeChat. Isabella pretended not to hear, then added with genuine concern, since Daniel's birthday is coming up soon, it would be a good chance to check in on Emma's two children. The topic changed quickly, but Jack could keep up with it perfectly. He knew she was genuinely worried about those two kids. She had been thinking about them ever since she went abroad. Without saying much, he just said, "They must be doing fine." Henry finally had a special lunch dinner for Patience. They were all the typical dishes for Patience, and they were delicious. Anyway, it was much better than the frozen food stew he made himself. Maybe it was because of the warm and healthy food in his stomach, or perhaps just because of that one fever-reducing pill plus the sleep from the whole morning and half of the afternoon. Henry had now fully regained his energy and was bouncing around. The energetic Henry volunteered to wash the dishes with Matthew. After that, it was playtime with Changzi. After playing, he planned to go home. When he reached the entrance, he had taken off half of his slippers. Henry habitually reached for his pocket. The goodbye that was about to come out was swallowed back. Matthew looked at his expression and asked, "Forgot your keys? You know me so well." Henry nodded, smiling stiffly, "And I also left my phone behind." When he went out, he not only left his keys and phone behind, but also seemed to have left his wits at home. He just brought himself and nothing else. Changzi came over and pestered him again, meowing nonstop. It was a real cute voice cat. Matthew said, "Sleep here tonight." Henry put his half-taken-off slippers back on, picked up Orange, and went back to the living room with the fluffy cat in his arms. Henry still felt like something was missing. What was missing? Matthew handed over his phone. "Want to read some webcomics?" "Yeah, webcomics." Henry took the phone, and it was conveniently on the search interface. He skillfully typed in the name of the webcomic blogger, opened the latest webcomic, and generously shared the screen with Matthew. The webcomic was as confusing and hilarious as ever. Henry laughed so hard that he leaned backward, and his head hit Matthew's shoulder behind him. His head hit the shoulder at a subtle angle, and it fit just right when he rested it there. It was quite comfortable. For just a second, Henry paused mid-laugh, and Matthew still had no expression on his face as he said, "Go ahead, it is fine." So Henry did not hold back and continued to enjoy. After reading the webcomic, while his mind was inevitably battered, he could not help laughing. His fingers, completely out of his brain's control, typed out a series of habitual laughing emojis, 6-inch ha-has, accurate data with no error. The moment he sent them, the little red dot in the upper right corner of the phone started flashing at an incredibly fast rate. This was not his account. Henry turned to look at Matthew. He said, "You might as well kill me." The image on the phone was clear, clearly showing the crime. No matter how you looked at it, it just did not seem right. He could tell, and the fans could tell even more. Mr. Egg chose to stay humble and left everything up to Mr. Matthew's judgment. Matthew kinda wanted to laugh, but did not actually laugh out loud. He said, "It is okay. You can reply as you like." To protect Matthew's reputation, Henry quickly explained and replied to the comment asking if he was Mr. Egg. "It is me. I went out and forgot my phone. So this happened." Henry fell silent again. It always felt like the more he explained, the worse it got. Matthew said, "This is my own account. It does not matter if you keep chatting with them. I am going to add some water to Orange." He knew Henry had a habit of chatting with people in the comment section every day. Unlike some others, his account belonged only to himself, not to the company or the studio. As long as it did not touch on principled issues, he could use it however he wanted. Henry knew he always told the truth, so he immediately stroked Orange in his arms and let out a sigh of relief. He was not unfamiliar with accounts that would get a flood of messages as soon as he posted something. Mr. Egg, who was always surfing the internet, was back online again. Although Matthew had said he could chat freely, in fact, Henry did not chat for long before putting down his phone. Although he had slept for the whole morning and afternoon, he took some medicine after dinner tonight, and now the medicine was starting to take effect. The person who had been lively before started to blink sleepily again. Matthew came back after changing the water for Orange and saw the person on the sofa had completely fallen down. Only a tuft of hair was sticking out a little bit from the sofa, standing there stubbornly, indicating there was still someone there. So he turned around, found a new toothbrush and towel from the cabinet, then woke Henry up a little bit and told him to go brush his teeth and wash his face. Henry did as he was told, drifted to wash his face like a wandering soul, and then drifted to the bed and lay down peacefully. Matthew closed the door for him, not letting Orange, who was eager to get in outside, enter. Then he went back to the living room and picked up his phone. He saw Henry's previous reply. The next day, Henry woke up full of energy. This room has great lighting. The screen window softens the light, and when you open your eyes, the room is filled with sunlight. Henry opened the door, walked out of the room, and went downstairs while rubbing his messy hair. There was already a sweet smell downstairs. It was not overpowering, but it was quite noticeable. Matthew was wearing a light gray wool sweater today. It was very homey and toned down his cold demeanor a bit. The two had breakfast together. Then Matthew found a locksmith and finally got the door of the next door room opened. Henry could finally go home. Matthew followed him into the house. The house was not exactly messy, nor was it really tidy. There were loads of A4 papers everywhere, as if he just grabbed them whenever he needed them and left them wherever. Seeing Matthew's eyes sweep over the A4 papers on the sofa and the table, Henry slowly clenched his fist and hit his palm. Then, as if remembering something, he asked, "Haven't I taken you to my recording studio?" Matthew replied with an and said, "No, you haven't." Henry opened the fridge, took out strawberry milk, stuffed it into Matthew's hand, waved at him and said, "Come on, I will show you." The door of the recording studio was always closed. Henry opened it, then his expression froze, and he slowly closed the door again. He said, "Give me half a minute." After saying that, he opened and closed the door at a speed beyond what one would expect. Henry, who had slipped into the room, let out a breath. The papers that had been piled up on the floor the night before were still there, and the half-drunk coffee was still on top of them. He quickly stacked them up casually and put them aside, placed the coffee on the table in the corner, took a quick look around, then got up and opened the door. When Matthew entered the room, what he saw was a relatively tidy room and a pile of papers in the corner. There was still half a cup of coffee on the table near the papers. It must have been left over from a late night. Henry seemed to be hiding something, yet at the same time, it felt like he had not really hidden anything at all. The lights in the room were so bright that the equipment seemed to be glowing. There were musical instruments on one side of the room, from guitars to cellos. Henry stood by and said, "Just need a piano now. With a bit more saving, I should be able to buy one." He had bought these instruments gradually over the years and just moved them here when he relocated. But a piano was a different story. His mother had left him a piano, the one he would been using all these years, so he had not bought a new one. Now, if he wanted to buy one, he would still need to save for a while. Matthew looked down and asked him, "Can you write songs?" "A little bit." Henry held his fingers up, showing an almost invisible gap. "Just as so. Not too bad. I will write one for you when I am free." Matthew looked at the faint smile on Henry's face and nodded. "Okay." After seeing Matthew off, Henry felt a bit guilty because he had been stood up outside the door yesterday and missed a day of live streaming, so he started the live stream earlier today. He defined today's live stream as a chat session. Before he knew it, there were a lot more viewers than before. The bullet screen messages were scrolling so fast that they were hard to catch. "No, there are no cats today. Do you think my clothes look good today?" Henry looked down at his clothes. Oh no, they were Matthew's clothes. He would forgotten to take them off. "This is the same style as Mr. Matthew," saying it with a fan's excited tone. "Is there a possibility that they are actually his clothes?" Henry nodded repeatedly. "Yeah, it is the same style. I really like him. He is so handsome." The topic gradually shifted to Matthew. As a fake fan, Henry quickly tried to use his topic-avoiding trick. Before he could even start his trick, the viewers changed the topic on their own. "You guys listen." Henry took out his phone, unlocked it, opened the music, and said, "I want to have a listen too." It probably had not been more than a few minutes since the song was released, and Return Journey was already ranked first on the search list, with a small flame icon next to it. The prelude of Return Journey was full of sponsors. The lyrics interface scrolled so fast that all he could clearly see from beginning to end was the original singer and the songwriter. The rest was just a blur. Henry listened from start to finish with no obvious change in expression. He just slightly curved his eyes at the end. Not bad. His not bad was already at a level that others would consider crazy. The comment section was still refreshing like crazy. Henry only took a couple of glances and then exited. After that, he received a message from Noah. Noah said he had sent a message yesterday and asked if Henry had seen it. Henry raised his hand to reply, simply explaining that his phone had run out of battery and shut down yesterday. Having collaborated several times before, he knew what Noah was messaging for. Before Noah could say anything, he sent a message. "It is really nice." The moment he sent the message, the other side called. Henry answered reflexively, "Soy Milk, have you listened to the song I released?" The voice on the other side was clear, with a bit of nervousness and more excitement, like a little boy about to confess. In a flash, very quickly, Henry muted the microphone in the live streaming room. It is just a dozen steps away. Next door, the computer screen on the desk still shows the live streaming interface, but there is no sound anymore. The other viewers in the live streaming room are still unaware of what is going on. Rows of question marks are floating up and down. Only Matthew lowers his head, picks up his phone, and starts searching. Noah, male, young and talented, single, unmarried, and without any gossip. Matthew holds the phone screen in front of Chengzi, who is playing with toys in his arms, and asks in a low voice, "Do you like him or me?" Chengzi pats the phone with one paw, his big innocent eyes showing the innocence of a cat. Noah called and seemed to say something, but also seemed to say nothing. At least Henry did not think he had said anything important. The two just chatted briefly and then hung up the phone. When he unmuted the microphone again, Henry glanced at the screen full of question marks and said, "It is nothing. A friend just called me." He propped his chin and logged into his music account on the computer, saying, "He also called to praise Return Journey. He said this song is really nice and asked me to listen to it." He said this without even blushing. "Soy Milk. Wanna hear it? Sing it. This is the only request in my life. Please, I am craving Return Journey. Soy Milk. Come on. Sing it." Then come a series of tips. The screen is colorful, and for a moment, it is hard to tell who sent what. Two small banners appear on it. Other tips keep coming, but they cannot cover the small banners. "Thanks for the tips. Please consume rationally." Blinded by the colorful screen, Henry blinks his eyes. After he feels a bit more comfortable, he looks at the computer screen again. He does not think much about the tips. He does not know how much each gift costs. Usually, he judges by how fancy they look. If he has the time, he thanks each person one by one. If not, he thanks them all together. Return Journey is still at the top of the search list and has also appeared on the hot song list below. Judging by this trend, it should move up further. Okay, I am going to look at the lyrics. Turn off the Danmaku for now. In fact, Henry did not really need to look at the lyrics. He just wanted to give his eyes a break. As the intro started playing, he was not looking at the screen at all. The consequence of turning off the Danmaku was that he did not notice the sudden surge in the number of viewers in the live streaming room and the double Danmaku. That little sign of something big was nipped in the bud. By the time Henry turned the Danmaku back on, the live streaming room was back to being harmonious, with everyone uniformly posting, "Congratulations to the top donor." The top donor? He glanced at the top left corner of the live streaming room and found that there was indeed a small mark there. Usually, the rankings ranged from a dozen or so to several places, but he did not seem to have seen the first place before. He paused for a minute. When in doubt, he turned to Baidu. Finally, Henry understood. The ranking in the live streaming room depends solely on the amount of donations and the number of online viewers, with donations usually being the major factor. Got it? Someone must have given a large donation just now, so the ranking went up. He opened the donation leaderboard for the first time. The top donor was named Orange, and the string of numbers following it far exceeded those of the second-ranked donor. The name of the account owner did not seem to belong to an older person. He jotted down the other person's account number for now. Then Henry put down his phone and continued chatting. Even though the popularity was rising steadily, he still ended the live stream on time as usual. After ending the live stream, he did not log out immediately. Instead, following his previous memory, he found the previous top donor, Orange, and sent a private message. He told the other person to think twice. If they were a minor, they should contact the platform directly to apply for a refund. If they were an adult, They should think it over carefully because making money is not easy. He did not have much money on him now, but he was not so short of money that he had to rely on donations to get by. The other person replied quickly and their attitude was firm. No need to refund. Since the other party was so firm, Henry stopped trying to persuade. After saying thanks, he logged off, took a shower, and went straight to bed. His phone kept ringing in the middle of his sleep, so he turned on the Do Not Disturb mode and then fell asleep comfortably. The Song family residence. It was already late at night, but the living room was still brightly lit. Daniel's birthday dinner is the day after tomorrow. The preparations could have been left to others, but Benjamin did not want to entrust it to them. In the end, he decided to handle it himself. Everything had been arranged pretty well, but the only variable was Henry. No matter how bad Henry's reputation was outside, he should still show up at his father's birthday party. No one had ever considered whether he would show up or not. They, including Daniel and all the servants, thought Henry would come back. But this time it seemed different. Specifically, they could not get in touch with Henry, and they did not even know where he was, since their last conversation ended with Henry's sarcasm. Benjamin did not consider it a blessing but a heart-piercing mockery. After that, he never reached out to Henry, and Henry did not contact him either. This was the first time Henry did not bow his head and admit his fault. Benjamin always felt that something had deviated from the original track, but he did not understand what it was and was not interested in figuring it out. He just felt annoyed. Unlike dealing with company affairs, where he could calm down and think no matter how complicated the problems were, he could not do the same now. Besides the sound of paper turning, footsteps were heard in the room. Oliver walked into the living room, met Benjamin's gaze, shook his head, and said gently, "The second young master should be asleep. When we called, it said the other party was on the phone. He either set Do Not Disturb or put us on the blacklist." They knew the second young master's daily routine. Staying up late was normal for him, so it was unlikely that he had turned on the Do Not Disturb mode at this time. There was only one option left, but he did not dare to say this. "Oliver, did Henry say anything to you the day he left?" Almost instantly, Oliver remembered those cold eyes and that casual, "Take care." After a moment, he lowered his head and said, "Nothing special." Benjamin frowned, glanced at the time, and then said, "It is getting late, Oliver. You go to bed first." Oliver looked at his furrowed brows and finally left quietly. Only the second young master dared to step forward when the eldest young master was irritated. Including the young master William, none of them dared to. In the empty room, there was only the sound of paper rustling. The servants of the Song family were guessing whether the second young master would come back, and so was the outside world. People in the circle were quietly paying attention. Then a rumor spread that, on the day before the birthday, Henry still had not shown up at the Song family. Isabella and Jack arrived at the Song family residence the day before Daniel's birthday. It happened to be Sunday, and everyone was at home resting. They gave the gifts to Oliver and then sat down in the living room. There were quite a few people standing and sitting in the large living room. Isabella sat beside Jack, while Daniel was seated with a gentle-faced woman, and Benjamin joined William on one side of the room. Daniel introduced to them that the woman was Charlotte, and the one on the side was William. Isabella maintained a gentle smile throughout, nodding with a quiet grace after each introduction. The servants in the house were refilling tea and laying out snacks. The scene was lively yet a bit awkward. More than 10 years ago, the Cheen family's homestead was still here. Later they moved away. Jack and the other person came this time as former friendly neighbors. Their relationship was neither close nor distant. The reason the two families were close in the past was because Isabella and Daniel's former wife, Emma, had been good friends for many years. Now that Daniel has remarried and his son is already this big, there is an odd feeling about it all. So Benjamin has already started managing the company. He is really young and promising. Isabella smiled warmly and said, "Back when you were little, you used to say you would earn money to support your younger brother when you grew up. Now you have actually made it happen." Thinking back on those days, her smile became even more genuine. Back then, Henry got along really well with Little Book. He said he would take care of Henry when they grew up, and you were not at all happy about that. When they were kids, Matthew did not like playing with other children. He preferred reading books and planting flowers alone. But Henry was extroverted and full of the spirit of adventure. He managed to turn Matthew into a friend. The two of them would squat together every day, fiddling with flowers and plants. At that time, Matthew said he would buy a house with a big garden to support Henry and make enough money so he could plant flowers every day. Benjamin, who came to call his younger brother home for dinner, happened to hear this. The two kids almost fought over the ownership of the younger brother. Benjamin averted his eyes. William, sitting off to the side, lowered his head slightly. A sense of unwarranted panic welled up inside him again. He had never participated in the things these people were talking about. Because he had not participated, he was even more afraid. He did not like things that were beyond his control. It felt like there was a barrier between them, as if they were from another world. After praising Benjamin, Isabella turned to William, unsure of what to say about his strengths. So she complimented him on being good-looking and pleasant to look at. William twitched the corners of his mouth, forcing a smile. It was a standard smile. Everything seemed to be in order, until Isabella glanced around, then asked, "Where is Henry? Is he still working?" They had been abroad for years, and had just returned to the country not long ago. They had not had time to learn about the online ups and downs. Naturally, they did not understand the stiffness on these people's faces now. They might not get it, but they could guess something was up. When Isabella walked in, she immediately noticed that the flowers in the garden were no longer the ones Emma used to love. The family photo on the wall was gone, and the house's decor had changed significantly. Well, that seemed pretty normal. After all these years, it was normal for things to change. But there should not be one person missing from this family. Benjamin said in a timely manner, "He is at work." Maybe to change the subject, Daniel mentioned that there was a tea room at the end of the second floor and invited them to go there and have a seat. Isabella looked up, giving Daniel and Benjamin another careful glance. The group sat in the living room for a while, then got up and went upstairs. As they passed by a certain room, the door was not shut tight and slowly creaked open. It was a very bright room, bright, but also quite empty. There were some unknown things in it, and nothing else. The sunlight filled the room and shone on a pile of odds and ends. Isabella noticed William subtly step forward 2 paces, just enough to block the gap in the door. She pursed her lips downward. Even though it had been over a decade, she still remembered that a long time ago, Emma, with a big pregnant belly, had pulled her over and pointed at this room, saying, "This is what Lao Cheng and I prepared for our little one. Is not it nice?" At that time, Emma's eyes were gentle. She was smiling happily, and her eyes were full of anticipation for the baby in her belly. Even later, when Emma was frail and sick, when Yimin came to push her wheelchair for a walk in the yard, she would still squint her eyes and look at that window, saying that her little baby was playing the piano inside. Throughout the rest of it, Isabella remained silent. Jack was chatting with Daniel, while the others sat aside, sipping their tea. Then the two of them left. Bang! The car door shut, and Isabella's eyes instantly welled up. She thought that after more than a decade, when she came here again, her emotions would not fluctuate much. But seeing that all the traces of her friend in this house, big or small, had been erased, she just could not calm down. After Daniel remarried, they had no reason or standing to visit anymore, nor could they see the 2 children. She always thought that even with a new family, Daniel would still treat Emma's children well. This time when she returned to the country, they happened to run into Daniel holding a birthday party, so they finally got the chance to come and hope to see the 2 kids. But this was the result. The stiff expression of the person across when Henry was mentioned. The room that was supposed to be specially reserved for Henry easily turned into a storage place with no signs of life. And William's cover-up. Everything had its clues. Isabella leaned against the window, speaking softly, "I wonder where Henry is now, and how he is doing." Jack beside her did not say anything extra. He just patted her back and said, "Do not worry, he must be doing fine. After we see our son, let's look and see if we can get in touch with Henry." Even though the children had grown up, he knew Isabella still treated them like kids, just as she did with Matthew, and just as she continued to do with the 2 children from the Song family. Jack looked up and said to the driver in front, "To the airport. There was nothing to do today, so Henry came to Matthew's house for a stroll again. Orange had been jumping around all night and was now sound asleep. Henry took the opportunity to rub its 2 pink paw pads and then left satisfied. Without Orange to play with, he thought about the frozen food stew he made last night. Then, after some serious thought, he decided to ask Matthew for advice and learn some cooking skills. Matthew happened to be planning to make some small bread today, and Henry volunteered to help. Henry tied on an apron, then turned around, grinned brightly, and asked, "So, do not I look handsome?" The sunlight pouring in shone into his light-colored pupils, which were gently quivering. It felt as if something had tickled his heart. Matthew did not say anything for a moment. Seeing that Matthew did not respond, Henry, the self-proclaimed handsome guy, sighed. "Did not they say that a man who can cook is the most handsome?" Matthew walked up behind him, tightened the apron for him a bit more, and said, "You look good." Henry was ridiculously easy to please. He broke into a smile right away upon hearing this. The kitchen was big enough to easily accommodate 2 people. Henry was assigned the task of getting the ingredients they needed and placing them on the table. It was simple and easy to do. He took a look at Matthew's fridge and let out an amazed gasp like someone who had never seen the world. Anyway, it was completely different from his own. After taking out the required materials, when he looked at Matthew again, his figure somehow seemed even more imposing. Turns out a man who can cook really is handsome. As a teacher, Matthew could be said to be extremely conscientious. He taught very meticulously, explaining clearly every step, from the quantity of ingredients to the procedures. As Henry followed him, he had the feeling that he could bake an incredibly delicious little cake any second now. While the dough was still fermenting, Matthew took him to do other preparatory work. He was sipping on the strawberry milk he brought from home, and casually handed one to Matthew too. The 2 of them sipped on their bottles of strawberry milk and chatted leisurely. Everything was going smoothly in their conversation, and Matthew already thought Henry was capable enough to handle things on his own. So when his phone in the living room rang, he confidently left the task of transporting the flour to Henry. Henry clenched his fist and said, "I will not let you down." The job of transporting the flour was not really difficult. As long as one was careful, there would not usually be any mistakes. But as the saying goes, if there is no unexpected situation, something unexpected usually happens. Henry was nervously holding a spoonful of flour in his hand when he saw a fluffy, orange-yellow lump appear at the other end of the table. A small, round cat's head popped up. It was extremely cute and looked innocent. The cute cat rushed over. It was acting without restraint, heedless of anything, and with a carefree air. It stepped on the flour with one paw. In an instant, everything in sight turned white, as if flowers were being scattered from the sky. A thick haze rose up, like a level 10 smog. Both the man and the cat fell into a brief silence. Before the cat named Orange could do more damage, Henry was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He grabbed the cat that was trying to escape and caught the culprit, holding the fluffy white cat in his arms. He looked at the flour scattered everywhere and felt confused for the first time. The sound of footsteps was getting closer. Henry turned his head and met the gaze of Matthew, who was coming back after answering the phone. Both the man and the cat stared straight at him with identical expressions. There was another moment of silence. Matthew took the still struggling Orange from Henry's hands. His voice was somehow a bit lower than usual as he said, "Your coat got dirty. I will go get you a spare one to make do with." Orange made a mistake, so no fish treats for it today. He clearly had seen through everything. Henry replied reflexively with an "okay," then added, "Do not deduct the dried fish snacks." Though Matthew went to get the clothes, the more Henry thought about it, the more something seemed off. Acting faster than he could think, he directly stepped forward and grabbed Matthew. The other man turned around. His handsome features stood out, his lips curved slightly, and there was obvious amusement in his eyes. Well, he was clearly trying not to laugh. As if having thought of something, Henry quickly rushed to the bathroom and stared at himself in the mirror. There was just a bit of flour on his face, nothing else. He reasonably suspected that Matthew just had a low laugh threshold. He was still looking at himself in the mirror when Matthew, with his low laugh threshold, came back with the coat. Before the two could say anything, there came a knock on the door. Matthew handed the coat to Henry and said, "It might be the property management. You change first. I will go open the door." Henry nodded and first took off the apron. it was just a moment later. Thinking the property management had left, Henry walked towards the kitchen while rolling up the overly long sleeves and said, "Matthew, your clothes are really huge." He looked up and met the gazes of 3 people at the entrance. Henry's hand that was rolling up the sleeve froze in midair. Maybe it was his illusion, but he always felt one of the gazes was especially intense. Isabella was almost clutching her mouth in surprise. She wanted to take a few more glances at the young man standing there, but was afraid that if she stared too much, he would think she was strange. So she could only keep casting glances at her own son, who looked decent, and squeezed the hand that was looped around Jack's arm. Who would have thought? "My son has grown up and learned to lie. There is someone at home, and he has been keeping it from us." "Little book." Isabella cleared her throat, saying, "Will not you introduce him to us?" She was still pretending to be gentle and dignified. Matthew's heart skipped a beat when he heard this address, and he immediately looked at Henry. Henry's eyes were curved in a smile. He did not seem to be up to any good. He paused for a moment, then said, "These are my parents." Henry nodded, the smile on his face not fading. "Hello, Uncle." "Hello, Auntie." This was the first time Isabella had ever felt so pleased being called Auntie. Jack also nodded with a faint smile. He looked familiar, well-behaved and generous. "A nice kid." Matthew introduced to them, "This is Henry," who, before, she had been afraid to look too much for fear of scaring Henry. But now she did not have time to think about that. She stared straight over. His features were gentle. When he smiled, the coldness and sharpness at the corners of his eyes completely disappeared. This face gradually overlapped with the one in her memory. He looked a lot like Emma. This was not just a bit familiar. She completely threw the dignified manner she had painstakingly put on before to the back of her mind. She kicked off her high-heeled shoes with one foot and put on the slippers Matthew had just placed there, then walked towards Henry. "So it is Henry." Isabella gently held Henry's arm, her expression filled with concern. "You have gotten so thin," she asked. "Do you still remember your auntie? You used to often come to me to be carried when you were little." Henry was a bit hesitant. He had some impression, but not much. As they talked, it seemed he remembered there was such a person when he was a child, but the face was blurry and the scenes were unclear. Contrary to knowing the plot of the novel, since waking up, he found that he was gradually forgetting the things before. Those past events he had always cherished, or those dull and painful ones, were all fading away slowly. This did not scare him. What surprised him was that after clearly realizing this, he did not have any special feelings. It was like the mood when looking at the weather forecast in the morning and seeing whether it was sunny or rainy. Meeting Isabella's gaze, Henry finally said, "I have a memory." It was vague, not real, but it did exist. In all these years since his mother passed away, this was the first time someone looked at him with such eyes. There was no disgust or loathing, no sarcasm or jealousy. There was concern, worry, surprise, and more emotions that he could not analyze. Isabella simply took his hand and sat down with him without hesitation. Seeing the apron on Henry, Isabella frowned at Matthew, clearly disapproving. Why should he be running around in the kitchen like that? She completely ignored the same style apron on her own son. Matthew said, "You guys chat first. I am going to go bake a cake." Henry raised his hand first and said, "I will go too." The cupcakes he would been longing for had not been baked yet, so he could not leave the battlefield. In the end, the two of them went to the kitchen together, cleaned up the scattered flour, and everything was back on track. Henry stood beside Matthew, kneading the dough. Then he waved his hand slightly and motioned for Matthew to bend down a bit. Matthew bent down slightly and turned his head, asking, "What is up?" Henry could not stop smiling and whispered, "Matthew." Matthew paused, thinking as he expected. "Did we meet when we were kids?" Henry kept staring at him, his persistence in a strange place. Then he responded, "Yeah." His voice was deep and magnetic, and in the end, Henry could not help but want to rub his ears. "Why cannot I remember?" He lowered his head and did not see the other's slightly reddened ear tips. The kitchen was open plan, and the whole view could be seen from the living room. Isabella and Jack were sitting in the living room. The TV was on, but neither of them was paying attention to it. Isabella leaned closer to Jack and said, "Our little book must be going through something." She just did not expect the person involved was Henry. Jack said, "This is pretty good. He said he wanted to take care of Henry when they were kids, and now it has come true." Isabella agreed, her earrings glinting slightly. "It is really good. Leaving Henry with Xiao Shu makes us feel at ease," Jack said. "Still, Xiao Shu is so quiet. I wonder if Henry will get along with him." People outside thought Matthew had no scandals and might be single for life. In fact, as his parents, they had also been wondering if their son had ever developed romantic feelings. Isabella did not share that concern. "Do you find them kind of boring like this?" In the kitchen, Henry looked up at Matthew, and the two were chatting in whispers. There was no sense of reluctance or awkwardness. They were still as earnest and casual as when they were fussing with the flowers and plants in the yard before. Isabella could not help but think of how the two of them used to be as little kids, her heart melting at the sight. Finally, the small cake was successfully baked and came out of the oven fresh. Henry wiped the non-existent sweat and took a photo immediately. Today, the four of them ate the small cake together. Isabella was really good at giving compliments, praising every aspect, from the shape and color to the taste, leaving no doubt about her genuine effort. Henry smiled. He did not expect his baked small cake to be so popular. Laughter came from the usually quiet house from time to time. After eating the small cake, Matthew was sent to clean up the kitchen, while Henry stayed to chat with the two. Isabella asked about his recent situation, hesitating before deciding not to ask why he was not with the Song family, perhaps trying to change the subject, or maybe getting straight to the point. Isabella said, "Are you settling in all right here?" Henry naturally took it as asking how he was getting along since he moved here. "It is great. I am used to it. It is quiet here, and I can come over to play with Matthew." Isabella caught onto the key phrase, "Come over to play with little book?" "Yes," Henry said. "I live next door." Isabella let out a soft laugh. "So you live next door? That is convenient. Easy to stay in touch." She miscalculated. She had thought Henry lived here. Turns out he just came over to play occasionally. Well, that made a big difference in their relationship. Her plan to become part of the family took a huge step back. Matthew, who had just come back from doing the dishes, was suddenly stared at for no apparent reason. Isabella was easygoing and lively, and by early afternoon she had already become completely comfortable with Henry, even successfully connecting with him on Facebook. Even though she had not been in China for a long time, she was still up to date with things online. She quickly retrieved her old Facebook account from her younger days and was using it more smoothly than Henry. When Henry suddenly remembered he still had a task to finish and decided to leave, Isabella put down her comic book and said, "Come over for dinner tonight, okay?" Henry nodded and waved. The sun was starting to set, shining on his soft hair, making the smile on his face look even warmer. When Henry got home, he turned on the lights, fired up his computer, poured himself a glass of cold water, and then sat there for hours. Isabella really meant it when she said to go eat again, and she called him right after the meal was fully served. The dishes tonight were pretty much the same as usual, just a larger portion. Otherwise, it was still a sumptuous meal. There were 4 people at the table. Henry did not reach for the chopsticks much, but his bowl was never empty. He was also very proper, not piling up too much food. Isabella was smiling brightly. All in all, it was a very filling meal. Matthew turned his head to glance at Henry's chubby cheek, smiled, and then looked away. The dinner was all served, but there were only 2 people at the table. William sat there in silence. Charlotte gently asked Oliver, who had just come downstairs, "Where are Mr. and Benjamin?" Oliver said, "The master is in the study. He still has some things to attend to and said you all should start eating." He shook his head and continued, "The eldest young master might be working overtime at the company." The dishes on the table were rich, but since they would been waiting for a while, they were starting to get cold. Charlotte said, "Well, let's start eating then." William said, "Okay." The meal was overly quiet. Charlotte was a mild-mannered person with few words. She occasionally asked William about his work, but since she did not quite understand, it was usually just a question-and-answer exchange, and then there would be no further conversation. The lights were bright, and the room was completely quiet. The sound of the glass hitting the table rang out, surprisingly loud in the empty office. The coffee was all gone, and Benjamin rubbed his temples. It was his day off today. There was supposed to be nothing to do, but he just could not calm down at home. In the end, he could only come to the company to deal with things that were originally scheduled for later. It was completely dark outside. He glanced at the time. Better wait a bit longer. The sound of the keyboard being tapped rang out again in the quiet office. But this quietness was soon broken. The sound of the phone rang, non-stop. Only a few people would call at this time. He answered the phone and then put it aside. The person on the other end was not at all who he thought it would be. Hello, this is the Jingdu 1st District Police Station. Are you a family member of Henry? The hand that was typing froze. Then the phone placed on the table was picked up. Benjamin grabbed his suit jacket and walked outside, saying, "Yes, what is the matter, sir? There is no need to be nervous." The voice on the other end seemed to be trying to soothe him. "It is not that something has happened to Mr. Song. Nervous?" Him? The hand holding the jacket loosened a bit. Benjamin turned to look at the computer that had not had time to be shut down, then said, "I am not nervous." "Okay, you are not nervous." The other end readily agreed. "Here's the thing, Mr. Song rescued a drowning citizen 2 months ago. Now the citizen has woken up and wants to thank him, but cannot get in touch with Mr. Song. I wonder if you know if Mr. Song is available recently? Rescue a drowning citizen?" The fingers resting on the table unconsciously tapped lightly. Benjamin looked at the brightly lit scene outside the window and said, "Please elaborate." The lights in the office went out, and lights in the building garage came on. Benjamin sat in the back seat, listening to the phone. The driver sat in the front, concentrating on driving, occasionally glancing in the rearview mirror. He saw Benjamin with a poker-faced expression, responding now and then. It is about half an hour from the company to the Song family residence. When the car was halfway there, Benjamin lowered his eyes and said, "I am not sure about his current situation at the moment. I will let him know if I get in touch." The other end paused for a moment, as if not expecting that even a family member could not get in touch with him. But they did not show it. After expressing their gratitude, they hung up the phone. The car fell into silence. Benjamin sat in the same position for a while, then opened the car window. The cold wind hit his face, cooling his slightly overheated brain a bit. The police said that 2 months ago, during filming, an actor who could not swim accidentally fell into the river. The river was flowing rapidly, and Henry, who was the closest at that time, jumped in. The actor was finally rescued, but his head hit a rock and he was unconscious until now. There were also several police officers handling this matter at that time. The person involved wants to express their gratitude and plans to send a pennant at the police station. Benjamin knew about this, but it was a different version. This is also the most widely spread version among the public. The drowning actor did not get along with Henry. The two had an argument before this scene. An online person claiming to be a crew member said he saw Henry push the other person, not expecting to push him directly into the water. So Henry got into the water to save him for fear of an accident. There is no basis for this claim, but considering Henry's usual behavior and the circumstances at the time, it seemed quite plausible. A lot of people believed this rumor, including the members of the Song family. Benjamin closed his eyes and pretended to doze off, staying quiet throughout the journey. When they arrived home, Oliver opened the door. He took the coat from the other person's hand and asked, "Has the young master had dinner?" "No," Benjamin asked. "Where is Dad?" Oliver said, "He is in the study on the 2nd floor." Benjamin went straight upstairs. Daniel was still in the study. He was not working anymore and was reading a book in his hand. Seeing Benjamin's figure, he looked up and said, "You are back." After that, he immediately turned his eyes to the chair on the side and said, "Have a seat first." Benjamin did not sit. He said, "I just got a call from the police station." Daniel put down the book and looked up at him. This was his son. He had grown so tall without him noticing, and was already able to handle things independently. Even when saying something like this, he could still keep a straight face. Maybe there were still some changes. Benjamin calmly told the story briefly in a composed tone. 2 people were in the room, facing each other. Daniel said, "Why did not he tell me?" He was not asking Benjamin, but rather asking himself. Clearly, Henry had been framed, but why did not he tell them? Why not explain to the outside world? If only he was willing to speak up, he could have sorted this out. For the Song family, suppressing such a rumor was no big deal. It was not. So he was actually going to save someone. But why did not he tell me? Benjamin felt his head start to ache again. Dad, maybe there are other reasons. Maybe it was because of a lack of trust. Their lack of trust in Henry, and Henry's lack of trust in them. He said, the day Henry was admitted to the hospital called me. They said Henry had a minor head injury, and his body had also been injured to varying degrees. What did he say at that time? He asked the doctor if the injuries were serious. After the doctor said they were not serious, the conversation ended. They would gotten the news even before the doctor called. Someone told them that Henry had tried to harm others, but ended up hurting himself, and that he was in the hospital. After that, they did not even consider going to the hospital to see Henry. They stopped his credit card and ended his filming for the crew on his behalf. This was both a warning and a punishment for his increasingly outrageous behavior that sullied the Song family's reputation. Henry should have learned about this from the doctor after he woke up, but he did not say anything. After waking up, he still went home, though he left right after coming back. They thought the other party should have some reflection, but they never expected things to end up in a situation where it is even difficult to get in touch now. Watching Daniel's hand tapping lightly on the book, with an expression that was hard to read, Benjamin said, Dad, do not think too much. He is probably still angry. He will not ignore your birthday. He might come back in a few days. When that happens, just talk things out clearly. Daniel neither agreed nor disagreed, but he did not have any other options. The minute hand of the clock on the wall was slowly turning. Seeing that it was getting late, Benjamin said, Dad, go to bed early. Daniel nodded. Both of them were very confused right now. There were still so many messy things to think about, and they both needed to calm down. The door closed, and Daniel picked up the book he had held in his hand before again, but he did not open it for a long time. Then, as if realizing that he would not open this book again, he finally put the book back in its original place and picked up his phone. He did not usually touch his phone, especially after Henry started acting, and at night, the hands of the clock were slowly moving. Click! The hour hand and the minute hand coincided, making a soft sound. The room was still quiet, and the phone did not make any sound. Oliver outside the room knocked on the door, reminding him that it was time to rest. Daniel put the book he had taken out back on the bookshelf and tidied up the small pine on the table. In the middle of the night, all the sounds quieted down. Even the sound of the leaves shaking outside the window could be clearly heard. Footsteps were heard outside the door again. Probably someone else came to remind him that he should go to sleep. Daniel turned off the lights and was about to open the door. Just as his hand grasped the doorknob, the ringtone of his not-so-big mobile phone rang. The lights that had just been turned off came on again. Daniel said towards the door, I will take a call. I will go to bed in a while. There was silence outside the door first. Then Charlotte's gentle voice came. Okay. The sound of footsteps faded away. Charlotte walked to the end of the corridor and stopped. William was standing not far away, watching her expression change. One could guess who the caller was. The one who would call exactly at this time was Henry, and only Henry. Daniel thought the same, until a somewhat hoarse, middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. Finally, he glanced at the note and finally realized who was calling. It was the bank. The person on the other end said he had a sum of money coming in. Since the amount was huge, they needed to confirm it with him in person. The amount was indeed very large. The other end said, This is the payment sent to you by Mr. Henry. The specific information will be sent to you later. The call ended. After the call was hung up, as the other end had said just now, the specific information was sent. It was a long string of numbers. Without counting carefully, it was impossible to tell exactly how many digits there were. This string of numbers was not an integer. It was precise to the unit's digit and did not seem to have any special meaning. Then the other side sent over a file. Daniel closed his eyes, then sat down and started looking at it slowly. There were strings of numbers following each item, some large, some small. Some things that seemed difficult to calculate were forcefully turned into strings of numbers by the other side using a calculation program. Living expenses, food, accommodation, companionship, educational investment, and even the time spent together. The other side listed them all out one by one and turned them into strings of numbers, making them part of this long string of digits. Maybe to make it more straightforward for him to understand, there was an entrance link to a program at the end of this string of data, with a series of parameters in parentheses. It meant that if he was not sure, he could calculate it himself. It was a really long file. Daniel had been looking at it carefully at first, but then he started flipping through it faster and faster. He was flipping through it quickly, but the progress bar seemed to barely move. The file was arranged in chronological order, with each segment covering 5 years. The content for the first 5-year period took up the least space. Maybe the other side had forgotten what exactly happened back then and just put up bits and pieces of what they remembered, whether it was getting a piano teacher or them buying him a bright little red flower sticker when he got home. There were not many things in this part, and they were all jumbled up, but this 5-year period almost accounted for 1/3 of the total amount. Time passed slowly. Daniel, who had said he would go to sleep right after answering a phone call when it was just past midnight, was still in the study. It was not until his head started hurting more and more that he finally got up and left the study. His phone was left in the study, left alone, in the pitch-black room. Only the computer was shining with a faint blue light. The phone vibrated. Henry looked down and saw a text message from the bank. He picked up the phone. The faint light of the phone illuminated his indifferent eyes. Perhaps these eyes had warmth, but they were too numb for anyone to detect even a trace of warmth. He looked at the date and time on the phone, and his voice was soft and hoarse as he said, "Dad, this is the last time I wish you a happy birthday. Delete this text message." Yes, it seemed that this last bit of connection was broken right then and there. It seemed like they were even with each other. Henry slowly curled up and buried his face in his arms. That night, Daniel had a dream. He dreamed that when he was a kid, Henry had dragged him to the yard to see the little flowers he had planted. It was a few years after his wife had passed away. The little flowers were blue. He said it was the color his mom liked. He remembered that little Henry had been smiling happily at that time, and he had smiled too. Later, the rustling sound of the bedsheet being tossed came, and Daniel woke up with a start and sat up from his dream. He remembered what had happened later. At that time, the newly hired maid rushed over and plucked the little flower right out. The green stem of the little blue flower snapped in two, drooping limply as its petals fluttered down. The maid said, "The young master is allergic to this flower. We cannot plant it any more from now on." He followed the maid's gaze and saw William standing timidly in a corner in front of the house, looking at him. What did he say at that time? He seemed to have said, "Well, then do not plant it anymore." Right at this moment, he seemed to understand why the newly hired maid dared to scold Henry, but looking into William's timid eyes, he thought this was the right thing to do. It should be plucked. He forgot what happened after that, but he would occasionally recall Henry's expression at that time, surprised, confused, and at a loss. After waking up, Henry made himself a cup of coffee right away. He was not a pampered young master. He did not need freshly ground high-end coffee beans. A cup of instant coffee would do. Cold water is the fastest way to wake up, but he drank too much cold water last night, so he could not drink it today. He casually grabbed the paper placed by the window, pressed it down with a water glass, then went to find a pen and started scribbling right there on the balcony. The balcony was big and spacious. This was the fastest way for him to sort out his thoughts. Some meaningless formulas, equations, or musical notes. Anything would do as long as he could write them down. He had that dream about what happened before again last night. Since waking up in the hospital last time, he rarely dreamed about those things. It was still about the time he once felt the most miserable. The carefully found little flowers were plucked. His father gave tacit approval. The maid was righteous, and the other servants gave cold stares. He ran out of the Song family residence, only to find that he seemed to have no friends left. Compared to the once extroverted and pain-resistant leader of the kids, they preferred the seemingly fragile and innocent William. He walked in a certain direction out of reflex, crying and shouting as he did. He should have been shouting someone's name, but that name had become blurred. Finally, he walked up to a mansion. It was a large mansion, but its gates were tightly shut. For himself at that time, seeing that tightly closed gate seemed like a huge blow. From a third-person perspective, Henry watched himself climb up a tree beside the courtyard wall, then climb along the tree to the top of the courtyard wall. His movements were skillful. The courtyard wall was not too high, but it was scary enough for a child's figure. He saw himself jump straight down without hesitation. But this time, no one caught him. From below came the voice of Clipcat. Henry leaned over the balcony and looked down, spotting Matthew taking his cat for a walk. Or rather, Changzi was walking itself unilaterally. It had a rope tied to it, and the other end of the rope was on a post. It could run around the post within a certain range, and Matthew was just watching it. Matthew, Henry called him. Matthew looked up and saw Henry nimbly sit on the balcony. He was not wearing shoes or socks, and his 2 feet were just hanging in the air. The wind blew his hair up, and his voice was a bit scattered. He was sitting on the second-floor balcony, smiling brightly. "Come and catch me?" He was thin and frail, as if the wind could blow him off at any moment. Matthew's pupils suddenly constricted. He leaned against the pillar with one hand, rolled over the railing, and with the howling wind in his ears, he came running at an unimaginable speed. "Henry, sit there and do not move." Henry's hands that were propping on the balcony gradually let go, and his body leaned forward. Cold sweat trickled down Matthew's side. Just before falling, Henry stopped again, holding onto the balcony with one hand, and the wind blew his messy hair forward. He just remembered that Matthew had said his leg was injured before. Then he could not jump. Seeing that he finally stopped the downward momentum, Matthew still did not dare to relax and asked, "Can you move?" Many people cannot move because of fear at such a height, and he was afraid the other would be the same. Henry nodded. "Yes, I can." "Then you slowly." Matthew's words were cut off as Henry had already nimbly turned around and descended from the small platform on the railing. His movements were fast, recklessly fast, his heart pounding violently in his chest. Matthew took a breath and said, "I came to find you. Can you come down and open the door first?" "Come down the stairs." Henry then turned around, watching his figure disappear above the balcony. Matthew still did not dare to leave a single step until he heard the sound of the door opening. Then he ran towards the door again. Henry stood at the door in a simple white t-shirt and loose pajama pants. Watching Matthew running towards him, he squinted slightly, waved his hand, and gave a little smile. In a flash, really quickly, he was suddenly enveloped in a somewhat stuffy embrace. He could even hear the other person's heart pounding like crazy. So fast, his eyes, which had been droopy, slowly widened, and his eyelashes rubbed against his coat, making a faint sound. He could feel the tremors in the other person's chest. Matthew said, "It is okay now." What was okay now? Henry wanted to ask, but then thought it might not be the right time to speak. Matthew was nervous, and he could sense it. It seemed as if all the muscles in his body were tensed up. What was he nervous about? Matthew placed one hand on the back of his head, his fingers sinking deep into the soft hair. "As long as you are okay." His voice was not as steady as usual. Henry blinked slowly. The fingers of the hand that had been hanging straight by his side twitched slightly. He awkwardly returned the hug, wrapping his arms around Matthew. The smile that had been on his face disappeared. After a long while, a muffled and hoarse apology came out. "I am sorry." Henry slowly tightened his grip on Matthew's clothes and said, "Sorry." He was not afraid of falling, but Matthew was. There were others worrying about him too. His heart still had not calmed down. Matthew slowly let go of Henry. He lowered his head and said hoarsely, "Go back and put on a coat. Then come to my place for breakfast." Henry did not dare to refuse. He ran back, casually grabbed a piece of clothing and put it on. Matthew just stood at the door waiting for him. Then he closed the door and they left together. Isabella and the other person came and left quickly. They said they were going to meet an old friend and had already left this morning. Henry sat at the dining table, watching Matthew fry an egg. Matthew always seemed to be like this. He did not ask for reasons or pry. He always silently handled things well after they happened and treated things as usual. It was the same when he had a fever all night before, and it was the same this time. Henry propped his chin up, twirled the spoon in his hand once, and called out, "Matthew." Matthew turned his head and said, Henry said, "I cut off relations with my dad." His voice had little inflection, as if he was stating a trivial matter. Matthew looked at him, then turned his head and placed the fried egg on the wontons in clear soup, and brought it to him, until Henry thought he would not get an answer. Matthew bent down. His large palm paused briefly on Henry's head, and said, "You are very brave. You did a great job." Henry looked up and saw him throw something into the trash can. Matthew explained, "There was something on your head." Henry smiled, casually ruffled his hair a couple of times, then lowered his head and started eating. After swallowing a wonton, Henry looked at Matthew, who sat down across from him, and said, "I also think I did a great job." He continued, "You are great too. Your cooking is delicious. You are a nice person, and you are good looking." He said it very seriously. Matthew's heart skipped a beat and he looked at Henry. Henry clenched his fist and said, "We must be friends for life." Matthew rubbed his forehead and said, "Eat." Henry obediently ate, watching the other person gradually eat until there was almost nothing left in the bowl. Matthew got up and went outside, then brought in the cat named Orange that was still outside. After wiping its 4 paws clean, he patted the cat's head and said, "The person you like is here again," whether it understood or not. Anyway, as soon as Orange got down from his arms, it ran straight in Henry's direction. The cannonball was launched successfully, stuck to by Orange. Henry could not leave at all, having eaten a warm breakfast. Sitting on the sofa and holding the cat that kept acting coquettishly, he was unexpectedly in a good mood. He remembered the animated movie that netizens had recommended to him in the comment section a few days ago and got interested, so the two of them and the cat sat in front of the sofa, enjoying the sunlight filling the room, and watched an animated movie. Orange lay on its back between the two of them, with 1 paw on each person, its big round eyes staring seriously at the TV. Here, time was peaceful, but on the internet, it was a tempest. Today, there was nothing particularly special at first. On the hot search were things like the price increase of a certain vegetable, William going home to celebrate his father's birthday, and some other miscellaneous things. In short, everything was peaceful. But this peace was broken at 10 of the clock in the morning. A popular young actor who had been silent for nearly 2 months suddenly posted on Weibo, clearly explaining the cause and effect of a matter that had already been considered settled. It is about the incident of Henry being accused of harming others, which was widely discussed online before. The so-called victim, Changua, woke up recently. He originally wanted to express his gratitude, but once he got online, he found that the public opinion had been completely misled. A bunch of unsubstantiated staff members jumped out to prove that it was true. It seemed somewhat real, and there was an outcry on the internet. His agent also got involved and tacitly approved of this statement, creating a victim persona for himself. This would have been all benefits and no harm to him. But Changua just was not happy about it. Later, relying on his status as the son of the company's boss, he directly obtained the account password of his own account, which had been operated by the team, and posted on Facebook. He clearly explained the whole story. As long as someone could read, they could understand it. This caused a huge stir. Henry's past activities gradually faded after his account was closed, maintaining a decent level of discussion but nowhere near the attention he received while still working, only briefly resurfacing when there were updates in Departure, where his name once again drew more buzz than anyone else except Matthew. Now it is back on the hot search, firmly sitting in the first place. There was a lot of surprise and disbelief on the internet, but there were only a few genuine apologies, which were completely drowned out by more comments. After all, they still could not fully believe this matter. The public opinion fermented even more in the afternoon. The dinner party was already being prepared, and people were coming one after another. Daniel was inside the house, while Benjamin and William were outside greeting guests. The most common question Benjamin heard today was, "How is Henry? Is he okay?" Usually, people who stood here would attract all kinds of looks, but this time, the person who was not here somehow became the center of discussion. Maybe it was because of the previous rumor that Henry would not come back for this birthday party, or maybe it was because of today's hot search. Anyway, there were a lot more condolences today. Whether it was genuine concern or just a desire to watch the excitement, there was no need to distinguish. William, who was standing aside, had a stiff smile on his face. Then he said he did not feel well and went to his room to rest. Lucas also came. He came alone. and Benjamin greeted him. Benjamin said, "William is not feeling well," and went to his room to rest. He also thought he had come to find William. Lucas nodded slightly, then glanced around and asked, "Where is Henry?" Benjamin got a headache whenever he heard this name today. "Thanks for asking. Henry's got something going on and will not be back until later." He had repeated this sentence many times already. Lucas was surprised. Not back yet. Henry never missed Daniel's birthday. He always cared a lot about these things. Not just Daniel, but also Benjamin and himself. He would never be absent. Something just felt off. It was like something had gone off the original track. After greeting Benjamin, he found a corner, bowed his head, took out his phone and made a call. Less than 2 seconds after dialing, there was a busy tone, saying the other party was on the line and asking him to call later. Lucas called again. There was still a busy tone. He suddenly remembered something, put away his phone, looked around the room, and found someone he knew. He would forgotten this number was blocked. He took his friend's phone and dialed the number again. Waiting patiently, "The number you have dialed is currently in use." He hung up the phone and returned it to his friend. The friend put away the phone, looking utterly astonished, and asked, "Who were you calling? You have got the number memorized so well." Lucas did not say a word, having spent the whole morning and afternoon catching up on this series of animated movies. Henry stared at the little dinosaur on the screen, remaining silent. He did not speak, but the eagerness was written all over his face. As if trying to hide something, Henry stroked the oranges in his arms, then instinctively reached into his pocket for his phone, only to find it was not there. "Damn it, I forgot my phone again." Not only the phone, but he seemed to have forgotten something else too. "I should have turned off the do not disturb mode last night, right? Not too sure, but I think I did." Before he could think too much, Matthew already understood him completely and handed over his phone. Henry took it with a big smile. He was already quite familiar with Matthew's phone and skillfully opened the shopping app. Matthew got up to get some water. Henry quickly searched, looking very focused. He really had a clear goal. After getting the water and coming back, seeing a series of green dinosaur pajamas, Matthew decided to keep quiet. Henry was really excited, looking in high spirits, and asked, Quick, this one looks great." The pajamas Henry had his eye on were obviously very fluffy, with a hood, and the edge of the hood had short, blunt white dinosaur teeth. Matthew glanced at Henry's profile, his eyebrows twitching slightly. "Yeah," Matthew said, "it looks nice. It looks like it would be a perfect fit." Henry eyed him, double-checking. "You like it?" Matthew nodded. "Yeah, good then." Henry broke into a smile right away. "Quick, tell me your height and weight." Matthew sat up a bit straighter and took another look at the garment. He said, "Maybe this one suits you better." Henry stroked his chin, thought it over, and then made a decision. "Then I will buy 2. After placing an order for 2 dinosaur-printed pajamas, he thought today was a perfect day. He had fried rice made with Matthew for dinner. After that, Henry patted the orange, assuming it is a pet or an object named Orange, then happily went home. Fortunately, the key was right in his pocket this time, so he did not have to stay at Matthew's place again. Standing at the door, watching Henry leave, Matthew suddenly called out and reminded, "It is cold at night. You can close the window a bit." Henry turned his head. The night wind ruffled his hair, covering his eyelids. He smiled and replied, "Okay." After saying that, his figure disappeared from sight immediately. Then it turned into a vague shadow, appearing beside the street lamp at the other end, his steps light and brisk. Then his figure vanished again. Not until the lights in the neighboring house came on, from the first floor to the second floor, and the large French window closed, with a faint sound in the quiet space, did Matthew withdraw his gaze. When he got home and turned on the lights, Henry grabbed his phone right away. By the time he got it, the phone's battery was in a critical state, showing a red indicator. With the little battery left, he glanced at his phone and found a bunch of calls blocked today. There were both familiar and unfamiliar numbers, as if they would caught wind of something. He would been through this kind of situation plenty before and had enough experience. Somebody must have put him on the hot search again. Scandals come in all sorts of crazy forms. All it takes is one photo, and the rest is made up. All those entertainment reporters care about is traffic and money, and Henry knows that. He had no idea what new tricks these people were up to, rehashing old news. He had not checked Facebook today and did not care to know. Standing there on the stairs, he fell into a momentary silence. His thoughts had been all over the place these past 2 days. Whenever that happened, he would head to the recording studio, and now his work progress was way ahead. If he was not working, he would either have nothing to do or have to go live stream, but he had no plans to do that today. Usually, he could chat easily, but not today. He wanted to give himself some space to think. He ruffled his hair, then picked up his phone and turned off Do Not Disturb. The phone immediately vibrated and a few messages popped up. They were from 2 people. One was the owner of the music store. The owner said that someone had inquired about the piano he would reserved a few days ago and seemed eager to buy it. His reservation period was almost up, so he was asked to consider it. Thinking about the piano's price and then his recent earnings, Henry's fingers twitched, and finally he replied. He asked the music store owner to wait until the reservation period ended. Based on his current workload, he should not be short of money, but the problem was the slow payment. From the moment he started conceiving a song to its official release, took way too long. He could not wait that long. Henry let out a breath, aimlessly swiped his phone a couple of times, then scrolled back up and glanced at another message. It was a message from the small comic author, Eat Some Grass, probably because his spirit of clocking in 6 hahas every day, rain or shine, had touched the other person. After they became noble mutual followers, he successfully added the other person's WeChat not long ago. Eat Some Grass was not a full-time comic artist. He had his own job and would draw small comics during his free time. The 2 of them would occasionally make an appointment to play games. He sent a message over, saying that today's small comic would be postponed, and they should play games first. He asked if Henry wanted to join. Henry lowered his head and replied with a, "Sure." The survival game that Eat Some Grass invited him to play was very popular online. When Eat Some Grass mentioned it to him, Henry learned about it, then gave it a try. He could play it, but was not addicted. He would only play it when he had nothing to do and just wanted to move his fingers. All in all, it was a good tool to change his mood. Henry put on his headphones, slightly lowered his eyes to adjust the earpiece, and then a voice came through the headphones. "Good evening." It was a rather nice voice, a bit stuffy, as if the person had a cold, but surprisingly full of energy. He opened the game and said, "Good evening, Mr. Egg. Which map do you want to play today?" The person on the other side laughed obsequiously. "I will go wherever Mr. Egg goes." Ouch. After just a few games, he had completely fallen for Henry and had become his fan instead. Eat Some Grass was indeed the first one to play the game, but he was really bad at it. The reason he did not have a big gaming addiction before was that he was often defeated, and the gaming experience was extremely poor. Now that he had suddenly latched onto someone who was also new but somehow amazing, he was gradually falling in love with this game. The game was still loading. Henry propped his chin and looked at the screen, casually asking, "Your voice is so stuffy. Not feeling well?" "Sort of." The other person's tone was strangely calm. "I suddenly got a job that we cannot handle. The higher-ups told us to find senior R&D personnel ourselves, and there is a time limit. I admit I was a bit anxious, and I did not expect to get blisters on my mouth because of it." Now, every time he says a couple more words, he has to suck in air with a hissing sound. Henry did not detect even a hint of urgency in his words. He asked, "So, did you find anyone?" Since he is still here playing games, he probably hasn't. "Of course not," Chij Chow said matter-of-factly. "I am throwing in the towel. Senior R&D people are all in big companies. Even if we offer a high salary, those guys do not have the time to take on side jobs. Ouch. What is more, this is City B. It is already good enough to find someone in such a short time," he said. "Having such an impatient boss is a blessing for me." He was quite content with giving up. Not being able to find someone means their work is ineffective, but the blame will not fall entirely on them. At most, they will just get their performance bonus deducted. It is better than working oneself to death. Tapping the table gently with his pale fingertips, Henry looked up at the computer screen and asked, "How much are you offering?" Chij Chow mentioned a figure. Henry responded with a sound, and then there was no more to say. With someone leading him to play, Chai Chow was having a happy time today. As he followed Henry, carefully watching the surroundings and giggling, he said, "Mr. Egg's reaction speed is really fast. It is a pity not to use him to deal with the impatient boss." The impatient boss had completely become his affectionate term for his superior. Henry did not respond to that. The evening was not really that long. After a few rounds of games, it was already past midnight before they realized it. Henry stopped at the right time and said, "It is getting late. Time to sleep." Eating some grass, he forgot about the blister on his lip. He smacked his lips, then hissed in pain. Finally, he said, "Yeah, otherwise I might drop dead." Henry agreed and reminded, "Otherwise, there will be no more manga to read." The guy eating grass started hissing again, and that was the end of the conversation. After quitting the game, Henry did not turn off the computer. He bent one leg and quickly scanned the words on his phone, then compared them with what was on the computer one by one. Early the next morning, Matthew walked to the window, picked up Orange, who was trying to paw at the plants on the windowsill. Looking down, he happened to see Henry, fully dressed, going out the door. He was wearing that pink hoodie from before, still fully covered up. This was clearly out of the ordinary. At least Matthew had never seen Henry before 9 of the clock, except for yesterday. As soon as Henry got in the car, he yawned. It was rare for him to get up so early, and it was indeed a bit hard to get used to. The taxi driver was printing the receipt and asked him where he was going. To Chunghwan Technology, Gate 1. Figuring the journey would be long, Henry pulled down the brim of his hat and went straight to sleep after answering. But he did not sleep for long. When he was half asleep, the driver slowly stopped the car and said, "We are here," pushing up his slipping glasses. Henry paid and then got out of the car. It was only after he got out that he realized it was sunny today, and the sun was unexpectedly strong. Henry stood at the bottom of the building, his vision blurring a bit. He was not fully awake. It was the morning rush hour, and this was the CBD. All the people coming and going around were neatly dressed and stylish white-collar and pink-collar workers. Henry felt that standing on the road in a pink hoodie was really eye-catching, so he walked to the side of the road where no one was passing by and stood there. He had not intended to dress like this originally, but he would grossly overestimated the number of his coats. When he opened the wardrobe, it was just empty. It is no longer the time when the previous partner stuffed him with so many clothes that his wardrobe was bursting. He looked up, squinting his eyes to glance around, then lowered his head and sent a message. Before long, maybe less than 5 minutes, a person came out of the nearby building. It was a man in a suit. His hair was well-groomed, and there was not a single wrinkle on his shirt or suit. At first glance, he seemed quite imposing as he walked over, looking every bit like a social elite. Henry did not comment. The man walked up to him and asked, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Henry?" Henry looked at him. "Hello, I already introduced myself during our phone call. I am Ezra, an employee at LoopTech, and I am the main point of contact for this project." As he spoke, he subtly looked at Henry, taking a couple of secret glances. The other guy was wearing a hat and a mask, so his face could not be seen clearly, but judging from the outline, he should not be bad-looking. Ezra thought it was probably just a coincidence of names. He led Henry towards the building where Chunghwan Technology was located. External personnel need to register when entering the building, so Henry filled out the information at the counter. Leaving his phone on silent aside, Ezra stood a short distance away, phone in hand, his expression serious and focused, as if deeply engaged in an important matter. The phone beside him vibrated. Henry casually glanced sideways and saw a message from Eat Some Grass. "A savior has come today. My performance assessment is saved." The figure did not reply to the message from Chigako. After completing the registration, he turned his attention toward Ezra. By then, the other person had already put away his phone and still looked like a social elite. He said, "Then I will take you to the meeting room on the 7th floor. We can discuss the project in detail later." Henry followed him into the elevator. There were quite a few people in the elevator, with masks and hats. Their heads were kept warm. He held back the urge to yawn and stood there bored. In the not-so-spacious elevator, many people secretly looked at Henry. There was no other reason. His outfit really stood out among the people in formal suits, giving them the illusion of working in an entertainment company. The light pink hat looked thick and soft. They guessed it might feel great to the touch. Others were glancing at Henry, and Ezra was watching too. Although Henry was like a godsend, when Chun Chun saw his outfit, his heart still could not help but skip a beat. If it were not for the boss, who had seen Henry's resume and personally decided on this matter, Chun Chun would have been really worried. The elevator chimed, and the numbers stopped at. Ezra guided Henry out of the lift. The elevator closed again. The meeting room was right next to the large office. It was already work time. At a glance, you could see employees secretly having breakfast at their workstations. Now that there was no one around, Henry finally had the chance to yawn after holding it in all the way. He was really sleepy. The lounge was empty, and Ezra placed the documents he had just taken onto the table before asking, "Would you like something to drink?" Henry wanted to have a meal, preferably the wontons made by Matthew. He said, "Black coffee." Ezra poured him a cup of black coffee. It was not exactly delicious, but it could refresh him, anticipating that there might be a long-winded business banter later. He took the initiative and directly jumped to the topic of the project. To some extent, he was even more impatient than the boss, who was like the king of urgency in a hurry to graze. Ezra was happy to save himself the trouble. Leaning down to grab the file folder on the table and open it, Henry took off his hat and mask, and casually ruffled his hair that had been a bit messed up by the hat. Ezra grabbed the file and turned around. His first glimpse was Henry's light-colored eyes in the sunlight. Henry's pupils were a very gentle color, but he had little expression on his face, looking calm and indifferent, completely different from the image he presented in public before, or rather, different from the image in the public's impression. Ezra's hand trembled slightly as he held the documents. This was not just the same name, it was clearly the same person. From a former celebrity to a senior RD in less than a second, this transformation of identity was a bit too quick. Henry was still looking at him, with no particularly strong emotions in his eyes, just a faint look of confusion. He had already given his resume before, although it was indeed a rather simple one. There should have been a photo on it. Chun Chun should not have had such an expression upon seeing him. What was Ezra surprised about? For the first time, the two of them were on the same wavelength. Ezra said, "The resume was rushed. It went straight to Samuel's hands. I did not get a chance to see it." Henry immediately wanted to put his mask back on, but managed to hold back in the end. Ezra handed over a contract with a mix of emotions, saying, "I already sent the digital copy to your email yesterday. I just need you to sign and confirm it now." Henry took the contract and went through each page carefully, confirming it matched last night's version. With an added confidentiality agreement from their recent discussion, he noticed what looked like the signature of Ezra's urgent royal boss, then finally signed at the end. Ezra glanced at the signature, his expression shifting slightly, different from what he had imagined. It was a very nice-looking signature, could not be described as beautiful. Smooth and imposing might be a more fitting description. He looked up and glanced at the other man again. He was truly quite different. He would been in society for years, switched between several industries, and met quite a few celebrities. It was easy to see the hedonism, the opulence, and the pride unique to that circle in those celebrities. Once they soar to the top, many wear their restlessness on their faces. In such an environment, few can be so composed. Ezra opened another folder, took out the contents inside, and then handed a blue temporary access badge to Henry. He said, "You do not need to wear it, just use it when you enter or leave the company, so you do not have to register every time." Henry took the work ID and casually stuffed it into his pocket. One good thing about the sweatshirt was that it had big pockets, and you could put anything in them. Ezra handed him the remaining documents and then quietly waited for him to go through them. Henry read the documents very quickly, so fast that it almost seemed like he was not even reading them. Before Ezra could think of anything, Henry looked up and asked, "Can I write and draw on these documents?" Ezra nodded. "This is your set of documents. You are free to handle them as you see fit." He was about to hand Henry a pen when he saw Henry take one out of his pocket. He had the habit of scribbling when thinking and did not plan to change it. Ezra noticed that once Henry picked up the pen, he started reading faster, occasionally circling something and jotting down a quick note. So he really was reading. After flipping through the entire set of materials, Henry had a clear idea. This should be easy to handle. Seeing that Henry had put away his pen, Ezra spoke up. I will give you the front-end developer's contact info and others as well. Would it be alright to add me on WeChat? Henry did not reply immediately. He thought back for a moment. Last night, in order to rank up, Chij Chow had said, and not just once, things like, Mr. Egg, you are my god. I do not even want to be a corporate slave. I will quit tomorrow, and forget it, I am done with this cack. He himself did not really care. He was used to just sending 6-inch ha-has every day, but looking at the serious-faced social elite in a suit in front of him, he somehow felt that maybe the breakdown of a social elite could happen in an instant. Noticing Henry's hesitation, Ezra asked, Is there anything that is bothering you? Henry hesitated. I do not have any. I am just afraid you do. Ezra let out a sigh of relief. Good, then. Should I clean or do you want to? Henry glanced at him and then lowered his head. Ezra felt that look carried more emotion than words could express. Then his phone vibrated. Mr. Egg. Congratulations. Ezra slowly looked up, meeting Henry's gaze. He then slowly lowered his head, first blinked in a daze, and finally realized what was going on. He covered his face in pain. The breakdown of an adult is something no one else can understand. Even when an adult on the verge of a breakdown is at the mental critical point, they still have to play the role of a corporate slave well. After signing the contract and looking through the documents, he was going to send Henry downstairs. Henry put on his hat and mask, just as he did when he came. The only difference was that Henry seemed in a good mood, while Ezra felt like a ghost. Henry understood and did not say an extra word. After all, that little eating grass comic was really outlandish. It did not seem like something from this dimension at all, but now it had suddenly been exposed, like a bolt from the blue. He needed some time to calm down. Maybe happiness is balanced. Ezra sank into the quiet confusion of adulthood, while Henry climbed into a taxi and waved cheerfully. His mood completely changed from the heavy feeling he had when arriving earlier, as if going to work was a funeral. Just as the driver stepped on the gas, the phone in Henry's pocket vibrated. He took it out and had a look. Eating grass. Take me to play games tonight. His mood recovered pretty quickly. Without replying yes or no, Henry said, Do not slack off at work. The other side sent a crying cat emoji. Henry stared at the cat emoji, not moving his eyes for a long time. Then he came to his senses, swiped through the list and found Matthew. He sent a message and the other side replied instantly. He asked if it was convenient to make a video call. Matthew did not reply, but a video call came through directly. After putting on the earphones, he answered the call, and a magnified cat emoji filled the entire screen. All he could see was fluff. Matthew's voice seemed to come from behind the phone, clear and magnetic, hitting his eardrums directly. Missing orange? Henry's eyes slowly widened, and he gave a thumbs up. Matthew, you get me. Matthew understood him, and orange was also very active, its paws constantly reaching towards the screen, meowing as if it wanted to pounce on him but could not get through, getting even more anxious and meowing louder. Henry propped his chin with one hand, his eyes curved, and poked the screen, saying, You little flirtatious cat. Orange did not understand what voice faking meant, but that did not stop its meows from getting even more coquettish. Matthew picked up the cat, lifted the camera lens, and asked, Wanna come have breakfast? The congee was just cooked a little while ago. Sure. I am on my way back. Henry let out a huh and said, Why did you cook breakfast so late today? Matthew said he overslept. That was understandable. Henry got it. He waved his hand slightly again and said to Orange, who was still meowing, I will come play with you later, okay? Even though he knew the cat could not understand, he still enjoyed doing it. He was about to chat some more, but then he glanced at the battery level. Henry immediately announced that he was hanging up the phone. His phone had not been charged much yesterday before he unplugged it, and making a video call just now made the situation even worse. The driver saw him take off his headphones, then looked at the sweatshirt he was wearing and said, It is going to get colder in a few days. You should wear more then. Henry paused for a moment, then nodded. Okay. Thanks, Uncle. Fortunately, the phone lasted until he got home. Henry was thinking about Orange, so instead of going back to his own place, he went straight to Matthew's house. It was another wonderful morning of having breakfast while cuddling with the cat. The craft paper document bag was on the table. Matthew saw it but did not ask any questions. Henry snuggled with Orange for a while and then left, instead of starting to work right away. The first thing he did when he got home was to check out his wardrobe. When he was getting his coat this morning, he found a huge problem. He had few autumn clothes, and his winter clothes. 0. If the house cleaning did not throw out his stuff, most of his winter clothes should be neatly in the Song family's wardrobe, never worn or even looked at. The brand would send clothes for the current season, whatever they had, as long as he could wear one of them once or twice. Charlotte had also bought him clothes. When she was picking things for William, she would grab a couple of items for him too. Whether they fit or not did not matter, as long as she bought them. Up until last winter, he would been wearing a few coats that he would had for years. There was no special meaning. It was just that those were among the few clothes that Daniel had bought for him personally. Henry closed the wardrobe. This year, it is time to buy clothes for himself. After hesitating between going to a physical store and buying online, Henry decided to take it easy. Buy online then, although it might be a bit slower and he would be cold for a few days. It is not a big deal. Just as he was thinking this, the phone rang. He picked it up casually and Matthew's voice came through. "Wanna go shopping?" Matthew really knew the right timing. Henry perked up. Sure. He had not changed his clothes yet, so he could just go out directly. Work was naturally postponed. He put on a mask and went out again. Matthew was waiting for him by the road. It was the familiar passenger seat again. This time, they went to a different mall. It was a weekday. There were not too many people in the mall, but not too few either. Henry casually pressed down on his baseball cap and looked down at the mall's floor plan. He turned his head and asked Matthew, "What do you want to buy?" Matthew said he wanted to buy clothes. Henry immediately straightened his back. He grinned, with an obvious and mischievous look. "What a coincidence, me too." Matthew glanced at the pink sweatshirt on the other guy. He probably knew what Henry was thinking. The clothing stores were concentrated on the third floor. Henry was already full of enthusiasm, practically walking on air. Winter had arrived, but in this southern city, it got cold slowly. In a few days, there would be a big temperature drop. Could go from fairly cool to freezing cold overnight. The clothing stores knew what was up. The winter clothes had been fully stocked, everything from underwear to outerwear, top to bottom. The salesperson had a good eye. When the two entered, their eyes lit up, and they eagerly recommended clothes. Henry felt a bit disappointed. His eyes scanned the rows of clothes. Why is not there any pink? He had completely forgotten that he was supposed to buy clothes for himself, and was solely focused on getting a couple of different ones for Matthew. Matthew's lips curved slightly, almost imperceptibly. "That is really too bad." Henry turned to look at him, patted his arm, and then, after a moment's thought, patted it again. "You seem really happy about being disappointed." The salesperson stood aside, turned their head, and tried to hold back their laughter. Since there was no pink, they had to pick other clothes. Henry was serious about finding clothes for Matthew. Matthew had been following him around, but then he stopped when he saw a cream-colored coat. He asked the salesperson to get a suitable size and looked at Henry. "Just get the same size as his." Henry did not notice his gaze. He ruffled the hair that was not covered by his hat and was earnestly looking for clothes. The pink sleeves made his skin look even fairer. The salesperson brought the clothes and handed them to Matthew. Matthew took the clothes, then stepped forward and asked Henry, "Do you like this one?" Henry turned around and saw a cream-colored coat. It was really eye-catching and nice. "Never mind like or dislike. It is good enough that Aunt Wei buys it for you. Do not just go by your own taste. This one of yours does not look steady. Change to another one." Some scattered fragments flashed through Henry's mind. He kept a straight face and smiled with his eyes curved. "I like it." Matthew turned his head. "Then this is the one." The salesperson did not react at first, then quickly took the clothes and said, "Okay." Such beautiful eyes. When he smiled, it seemed as if his whole being was filled with oneself, and one would simply fall head over heels. Henry smiled and turned his gaze back, then took a milky white coat from the rack and held it up against Matthew. He looked over, his eyes full of anticipation. Matthew could not help laughing. "I like it." Henry then happily gave the clothes to the salesperson. The salesperson also happily took it. They got their clothes, and the salesperson got a commission. Everyone has a bright future. After that, they visited a few more stores, and the two of them ended up with clothes filling the back seat of the car. Before leaving, Henry took one last look and immediately noticed the scarf hanging around the mannequin's neck. It was bright red, looking really eye-catching and passionate. Henry looked up at Matthew. Matthew lowered his head and met his gaze. In the end, Matthew added one more scarf to his collection. On the way back, Henry casually typed codes and built frameworks in his phone's memo, humming songs from time to time. He clearly seemed to be in a very good mood. Matthew glanced at him and then said, "I will not be home tomorrow. There is an interview for departure." Henry finally looked up from his phone and asked, "Is the departure review done this quickly?" Before Matthew could answer, he touched his chin and said, "Well, that makes sense." Departure was a flagship film supported by higher-ups, and with smooth progress every step of the way. This pace was perfectly normal. After Matthew said that, he then remembered that he had received a call before. He had just woken up when he faintly heard about departure. Someone asked something, he refused, then immediately fell back into deep sleep. That should have been what the call was about. Matthew said, "There are wrapped dumplings in the fridge. You just need to boil them when the time comes. Do not forget to eat." Henry turned his head to look at him. The car slowly stopped. Matthew pulled the handbrake, took out a key, and handed it to Henry. "Eat less frozen food." Henry looked down at the key. The key was originally small, and it looked even smaller in Matthew's big hand. The hand holding the phone paused. He took the key and then smiled. "Okay." The key still carried a searing warmth, which he slipped into his pocket. Matthew's cool fingertips brushed across his palm. He retracted his hand and subtly wiggled his fingers. Henry opened the car door and got out. Matthew unbuckled his seatbelt and followed suit, grabbing the shopping bags from the back seat and taking them straight to Henry's place. Henry stood at the door, watching Matthew leave. When Matthew looked back, Henry smiled and waved. After closing the door, Henry took 2 steps forward, then backed up and took the key out of his pocket, placing it where he usually kept his keys. The 2 keys side by side were not just similar. They were identical. Henry stroked his chin and thought for a moment. He remembered the little dinosaur and pig keychains the barbecue place had given them when he and Matthew had eaten there. He rummaged through the cabinet and found them, one for each key. Now he could tell them apart. Henry hung up the clothes he would bought today, took a shower, then opened a bottle of strawberry milk, went back to his bedroom, and turned on his computer. As the computer booted up, he transferred the data from his memo to it. Sitting cross-legged in the chair, he sipped through a straw and started typing on the keyboard. Luckily, he would been learning constantly, so he was not completely lost. Building a framework was not too complicated for him. It just took some time. After chatting briefly with the front-end team, he put down his phone and focused back on the computer screen. After finishing a bottle of strawberry milk, he had a cup of coffee to keep himself going. Henry packaged the completed part, made a copy, and then continued. When he focused on doing something, he completely blocked out external distractions, including the passage of time and the changing of the sky. He was just a bit hungry. Lately, he would been crashing at Matthew's place for meals quite often. He was almost getting used to having dinner on time in the evenings. It took him a few hours to build a basic framework prototype, a few more to refine it, and then probably another 3 to 4 hours to make it stable. He got up and went downstairs, grabbing some bread he would bought earlier from the fridge while walking back, then gave Ezra a quick update on the progress. The other guy replied instantly, "Wanna play games?" It is obvious he is a seasoned worker. As soon as he gets off work, he automatically tunes out anything work-related and forgets all about project tasks. Henry sat back in his chair, glanced at the time, and was about to reply when his phone started jingling. In just a split second, he was added to a small group of 4. When they followed each other on Facebook before, Henry and Isabella added each other on WeChat as well. It was Isabella who pulled him into the group. The other 2 people in the group were Matthew and Jack. Then the system showed that Isabella changed the group name to A Loving Family. The noise just now was made by Isabella. She asked if they had time right now. There was something really important that needed everyone to discuss together. If it was convenient, they could start a video call. Henry quickly switched back to Ezra's chat and replied, "Busy right now." Then he switched to "a loving family" and said it was convenient. Matthew was forced to say it was convenient. Anyway, the video call was directly connected. The phone froze for a moment, and then Isabella and Jack's faces appeared. The lights were bright behind them. They must be having fun somewhere. Matthew's view was kind of strange. The phone seemed to be placed randomly somewhere, and only his forehead and the ceiling could be seen. Henry was the first one to be called out. Isabella's face fell at once. "Why do not you turn on the light at night? It is bad for your eyes." Henry got up to turn on the light. As soon as he turned on the light, something else was revealed. Looking at the slice of bread still in his hand, Matthew, who had been silent, was criticized. "Did you skip cooking again tonight, leaving Henry to eat bread?" Matthew's voice came from above. "I was chatting about work for too long. I am cooking now." If you listened carefully, you could indeed hear the sound of stir-frying from his side. Henry did not comment on Isabella's way of addressing him, since they started chatting on WeChat for a few messages. The way she referred to him had changed from Henry to Henry. Well, as long as she is happy with it. After explaining the reason, Isabella temporarily let Matthew off the hook and got to the point. "Look at where we are now." She turned the phone camera, and rows of clothes immediately filled the view. "We just saw a store that seems pretty good," Isabella added. "Henry just moved here, so he probably does not have many clothes. Same with little books. We should definitely get 2 outfits that are not black this time." This was the very important thing. Having enough to eat and warm clothes to wear was indeed quite important. Henry immediately said that he had already bought clothes today. Then he added, "Matthew can vouch for it." Matthew probably could not hear because of the loud stir-frying sound. Henry had a pang of conscience and immediately tried to help him out, saying, "He also bought 2 pieces of clothes today, one white and one dark blue." But it did not work. Not only did he fail to help Matthew, but he himself could not get away either. Isabella waved her hand. "What you bought is what you bought. What we buy is what we buy." She said it matter-of-factly. "As parents, we have to buy you 2 pieces of clothing in winter." Henry blinked and his fingers twitched slightly. "This is a tradition in our family." Matthew, rarely agreeing with Isabella, should have finished his work. He picked up his phone, looked at the screen, and said gently, "The dishes are ready. Come and have a meal." Henry stared at the screen and slowly swallowed the cold bread that he had put in the fridge and eaten earlier. Henry put down the bread in his hand, got up, and walked while looking at his phone. Isabella was still showing them clothes. She had good taste, and the clothes she picked were all nice. She asked their opinions one by one. She seemed full of energy. This selection was likely to go on for a long time. Matthew brought the food to the table. Seeing that Henry was almost at the door, he went to open it. The figures of the 2 people appeared in the same frame together. The food was already on the table, and the smell of it was wafting through the room. Henry picked up the trotting over orange, rubbed it, and sat down at the dining table. The 2 people were on a video call, facing each other, and their voices echoed. Finally, Henry hung up the phone, and the 2 sat together, eating while watching Isabella and Jack make their selections. Isabella picked clothes without any order. Whenever she saw a piece that she thought was suitable for the 2 of them, she would ask directly. Henry watched while eating. When she asked if a certain piece of clothing was suitable for Matthew, he nodded repeatedly, saying good, good, good non-stop, reaching an agreement with Isabella in a certain aspect. When he smiled, his eyes and eyebrows curved, softening his natural coldness and making people's mood unconsciously improve. Matthew saw that he was chatting more and more heatedly with Isabella, so he patted his hat and said, "Eat." Henry replied, "Okay, okay, okay." After replying, he took 2 mouthfuls of rice and started chatting with Isabella again. But this time he did not forget to eat while chatting. After browsing one store, Henry originally thought it was over, but Matthew beside him remained calm, neither hanging up the phone nor showing a sense of relief. He sensed something was off. Sure enough, Isabella moved on to the next store. Jack and Matthew did not show the slightest change in their expressions. Clearly, they were already used to this kind of thing happening. Matthew bought clothes unexpectedly fast, reaching the quantity Isabella had expected. So that was it for him. And then it was Henry's turn. Whenever Isabella saw something she liked, she would ask. This time, the roles were reversed. Matthew became the one saying, "They all look good, and they all suit you." He was not being perfunctory. He genuinely thought every piece Isabella picked out suited Henry perfectly. So Isabella just closed her eyes and bought them. The clothes they bought today exceeded their original expectations. But the more she shopped, the more excited Isabella got. Then she asked Henry, "Is there anything else you want? Tell Auntie, and Auntie will help you pick." Henry originally thought he had bought more than enough and was going to say no, but seeing Isabella's excited face, he thought hard for a moment and said, "Something black." He blinked, his long lashes prominent, and said, "Everyone has a dream of being a cool guy." Matthew smiled. Isabella also laughed and actually walked towards the area where black clothes were hung, saying, "Then Auntie will see what a cool guy should wear." In the end, Henry achieved his dream of being a cool guy and successfully got a black coat. Looking at the pile of clothes at the checkout counter, Isabella waved goodbye cheerfully. "Fill in the delivery address as yours later. Do not forget to pick them up. I will hang on to Henry's book Mom Duties for now." Henry also waved his hand and said, "Goodbye." After hanging up, Isabella excitedly patted her cheeks and turned to Jack beside her, saying, "Did you hear that? Did you hear it?" Henry responded just now. Jack smiled and patted her on the shoulder. After the phone call ended, Henry still had a smile on his face. He gave Matthew a thumbs up and said, "Delicious. If it is delicious, eat more." Matthew emphasized again, "Make sure to have your meals tomorrow." Henry nodded repeatedly. Sure. For some reason, the TV channel seemed to have changed, and the cat named Orange in his arms meowed 3 times in response. Little Clip started rolling around in his arms again. He quickly finished his meal, then picked up Orange and went to the living room to play. Orange was full of energy tonight and wanted to play with him, but Henry remembered the unfinished work. He gave the fluffy cat's head a big kiss, then handed Orange back to Matthew. Matthew stood at the door, holding Orange, watching him leave. When the lights in the next door house came on, he finally looked away. Having a full stomach gave him more energy to work. After returning, Henry woke up his computer that was in sleep mode, then went downstairs to make a cup of coffee and came back upstairs. The room was pitch black, and the only source of light was the faint blue glow from the computer. Henry sat in front of the computer for a while, then got up and turned on the light. The room was instantly filled with light. When he sat down again, just as his fingers touched the keyboard, his phone suddenly rang twice. He did not plan to pay attention at first, but thinking it might be work-related news, he took a look. It was a message from Ezra, related to work but only slightly. "Can you really take on this job? If I had known you were going to take it, I should have given you a heads up. There is a reason this project pays well." Several senior R&D guys asked about it, but later said they could not do it. Henry guessed that he must have played games for a while, got scolded by his teammates, and was too scared to play anymore, so he came to chat with him. He replied briefly, "It can be done. The structure and interfaces the project needs to build are complex, but it is not completely chaotic. As long as you find an entry point, everything will be fine. If you cannot find the entry point, it will be hard to start. Maybe it can be done, but it will take a lot of time and cannot be completed within the required time frame. That is probably why other R&D guys do not want to take it on. But for him, this entry point is not too hard to find. So are you free now? I keep getting bullied without you around." Henry got it completely. The other guy was just bored, making small talk. If he could persuade Henry to play games with him, that would be even better. "If you have got nothing to do, go draw some little comics." Little comics were the last resort. After saying that, Ezra did not speak again. He was probably wallowing in adult sorrow again, not receiving any more messages. Henry went back to the main interface and casually turned on the Do Not Disturb mode. A stream of letters and numbers kept appearing and moving up in his light-colored pupils until his eyes got too dry, and then he blinked. That night, perhaps in the early morning of the next day, Henry could not remember when he fell asleep. All he knew was that when he woke up in the morning, the sun was shining straight onto the bedside. The sun was nice today, but the weather was not very warm. The temperature had dropped a few degrees compared to yesterday. He walked barefoot on the floor and finally found his slippers by the desk. With droopy eyelids, he went downstairs to wash up. The moment his fingertips touched the fridge door, his mind cleared for a second, and he finally remembered what Matthew had told him yesterday. He put his hand back in his pocket, turned around, grabbed the keys at the entrance, put on his coat, and went straight out. Matthew had cooked porridge when he got up this morning and said that Henry could heat it up and have some to fill his stomach when he woke up. It was 10 in the morning, which could still count as morning. Anyway, he had to have a sip to show respect and not waste it. It is 10 in the morning, and the studio is bustling with people, a hive of activity. The main crew and cast of Departure were all in place. The lighting and camera teams were still adjusting their angles. A few key members were chatting casually while the rest of the cast went about their individual tasks. In the lounge, Matthew is looking at his phone, which shows no signs of activity. There is little expression on his face. The assistant beside him cannot gauge his mood and just quietly goes about his own business, not daring to make a sound. The door of the lounge opens, and the agent walks in, saying, "They are still getting ready. It will probably take about 20 minutes. He glances at the stack of scripts by Matthew's hand and asks, "So, anything catch your eye?" Matthew finally looks away from his phone and says, "No." When he says no, it means he will not take any of these. He is not going to choose the best from a bad lot. Having worked together for so many years, the agent understands him and does not try to persuade him further, just saying, "Well, let's wait a bit longer then." Matthew has a discerning eye for scripts. He will not agree easily just because it is a big production or has a famous director or screenwriter. In recent years, he has taken on even fewer roles, at most one a year, no more. The agent opens his mouth, about to say something, but then realizes there really is not much to say. So he just sits down, opens his thermos, takes a sip of his health-preserving tea, and sighs, "Winter's here again." The agent has completely turned into a middle-aged man. He has been so busy with his career these past few years that he rarely pays attention to his health. It is no secret that he has constantly got cold hands and feet and is rather weak. Now that he has made some money, he is finally starting to take his health seriously. His main manifestation of this is that he never leaves his thermos behind and is constantly cramming health tips every day. Just as he swallows the health-preserving tea in his mouth, the agent hears someone call his name. He looks up from his thermos and meets Matthew's gaze. Matthew asks him, "Can this tea cure cold hands and feet?" No one expected him to keep quiet and then suddenly ask this question. The others in the lounge look at him in surprise, mainly because this question really does not seem to fit a cool guy like him. He does not seem like the type to have cold hands and feet either. Well, cannot be said to be a cure, but it can improve the situation a bit. The agent asked, "What, are you going to start taking care of your health too?" Matthew said, "I am asking for a friend." Every time Matthew ran into Henry, his hands and feet were always icy cold. He was not born like this. When he was a kid, Henry was the most energetic among the kids in the neighborhood. It must be due to his long-term living and eating habits that he became like this. Logically, this kind of thing can be adjusted. The agent read out the ingredients one by one, and Matthew lowered his head and took notes carefully. His brows and eyes relaxed a bit. Maybe it was because he rarely spoke up on his own initiative, or maybe it was because his expression was not as cold as before, not that of a pure cool guy. The atmosphere in the lounge changed subtly. The stylist was packing up his small bag and said, "If you want to treat cold hands and feet, traditional Chinese medicine works the fastest. The traditional Chinese medicine hospital in City C is really good. A relative of mine gets traditional Chinese medicine prescriptions there." As people got to this age, the others who had been silent originally joined the conversation. The successful old-timer in the industry would worry about his body fat percentage and blood pressure, and the glamorous urban beauty would secretly think about health-preserving and preventing hair loss. In an instant, everyone in the lounge had a tacit understanding, and their revolutionary friendship was instantly enhanced. Matthew typed quickly to take notes, wrote down everything they said, checked them one by one, and after making sure there was no omission, he looked up and said seriously, "Thank you." It was the first time ever that the cool guy said thank you. His phone in his hand trembled. Matthew looked down and saw a message from Henry. It was a photo. Henry was wearing the coat Matthew bought for him yesterday, holding an orange in his arms and drinking porridge. His face did not look as pale as before in the rising mist, and he looked warm and comfortable. "The porridge is delicious." Matthew smiled, and his cold and stern eyes and brows instantly softened. He skillfully replied with a cat head emoji. The others were still chatting and laughing. The agent took a moment to glance at Matthew, who was looking down at his phone. He was shocked and could not believe it. He quickly thought of words in his mind, slowly approached Matthew, and just as he was about to speak after drafting what to say, someone knocked on the door. The staff opened the door and said that everything outside was ready. Matthew put away his phone and stood up. The words that had just reached the tip of his tongue were forced back. The agent thumped his chest and coughed twice. The interviews were divided into individual interviews and group interviews. First came the individual interviews, then the combined ones. For the individual interview, Matthew just sat there while the others chatted in whispers. The host in charge of the interview gently wiped the sweat from her hands, then, with a smile on her face, stepped into the camera. The questions she asked were all very routine, the kind that could be answered even if made up on the spot. Matthew answered the questions clearly and concisely, not saying a single extra word. He was the perfect example of how to answer. Being the perfect example meant being excellent, but also being official and proper, not going out of bounds, nor being surprising. Matthew had no extra expressions throughout. The host kept a faint smile on her face, trying to liven up the atmosphere with her micro-expressions so that the clips edited later would not be so awkward. "Okay, then we are moving on to the last question." The host let out an imperceptible sigh of relief and asked, "May I ask who is the actor you admire the most in the crew?" This question was a gimme. Just randomly mention a famous actor with a good reputation or an unknown but honest one, and this question could be wrapped up. But that is where the unexpected happened. The perfect answer template was no longer a template. Matthew's eyes finally showed a bit of change. He said, "It is Henry." This was the first time the others had heard this name from his mouth, and it seemed to be the first time he had pronounced this name seriously. Unlike his previous declarative tone, this name seemed to have been rolled around in his heart thousands of times before. When it came out, it carried a gentle tone, and his emotional change was quite obvious. But it was Henry, the Henry who used to have tens of millions of fans, with tens of millions of them being haters. The host maintained her expression and said, "May I ask the reason?" Unusually, Matthew was not as quick with his answers as he usually was. There were just too many reasons. It was hard for him to pick just one or two. The host was still waiting. Matthew was silent for a moment, then said, "You might have deeper feelings after watching the movie than I do." The host was eagerly hoping he would say more, but after that sentence, Matthew stopped talking and just sat there, clearly waiting for it to end. So the host announced the interview was over. The photographer gave a gesture indicating they could leave, and Matthew immediately got up. As he did, he took out his phone from his pocket. There were two unread messages. One was from a certain news outlet, the other from a certain official account. Matthew silently unfollowed the automatically followed official account and then chose to reject news pushes from that news outlet. He checked the time again and found it was only 11 of the clock. Henry had a late breakfast this morning, so he probably was not hungry yet. Better wait a bit longer. After having porridge in the morning, Henry went straight home and sat in front of the computer for hours. It was not until he went downstairs for a drink of water that he remembered Matthew seemed to have repeatedly told him something yesterday. His steps, about to go upstairs, halted. He abruptly turned and grabbed the keys by the door and went out. As he walked, he checked the time, feeling a bit guilty for no apparent reason. Matthew had sent a message at 12 asking if he would eaten, but he did not see it. Having lunch at 2 of the clock is not too late, is it? After the dumplings were cooked and fished out of the pot, Henry immediately took a photo and sent it. The other side must have been busy, as there was no immediate reply, as if getting a stay of execution. Henry let out a sigh of relief, picked up Orange, who came over to rub against him, and said seriously, You have got to put in a good word for me later." Orange could not put in a good word. All Orange could do was meow. After washing the dishes, Henry checked Orange's cat food and water, patted the little cat's head, and then left. Later that afternoon, the unedited version of the departure crew interview was released, quickly gaining massive attention. Once the trending topic appeared, it surged just like the previous one. What made it go viral was Matthew and the director's attitude towards Henry. Even with the heroic rescue in the past, Henry's online reputation still was not good. Ultimately, even if the person who fell into the water clarified things, the deep-seated impression in people's minds was hard to change. For many celebrities, getting involved with Henry was not a good thing. Being associated with him meant getting dragged into trouble. But Matthew and the director were so straightforward and bold. Matthew said he admired Henry, and the director was even more decisive. He said he thought only Henry could play this role that Henry had taken on. It was irreplaceable. The discussion continued to heat up, and finally, the focus shifted to the trailer that was to be released on time at 6 p.m. Everyone decided to wait and see how the trailer performed before ramping up their efforts. This was an ordinary day, an ordinary afternoon. Henry put down the coffee cup in his hand, moved his gaze away from the computer, and looked out of the window. It was already sunset. The sun had been shining brightly today, and even at sunset, it was still incredibly intense. The orange-colored clouds spread out. The red glow in the sky gradually turned from purple-red as it extended towards the vicinity. In soft shades, quiet yet full of presence, silently passionate, just like the day he woke up in the hospital. That day, he was sitting on the hospital bed, watching the clouds drift by and the sky gradually turn dark. The hospital room was not soundproof, and he could hear the faint chatter of other patients' families and the occasional cries and laughter from the adjacent rooms. All the joys, angers, sorrows, and partings of life were condensed within the walls of this hospital. The room he was in was completely quiet. The quiet environment was perfect for thinking. Think, then learn to let go, learn to accept, and learn to face reality. Just like in the novel's setting, he was indeed disliked. The clouds in the sky were barely moving, and at that moment, the passage of time seemed to have vanished. No one came, no one left, and no one cared. That was the first time he realized that time could pass so slowly when one was alone. Buzz! The vibration of his phone shattered the silence, pulling everything back to reality. Henry came to his senses and answered the call. It was Matthew calling. The background noise was quite loud, so he must not have returned yet. He asked, "Is there anything you want to eat tonight?" "There is a grocery store nearby, and I can pick something up." The smell of everyday life, along with the noisy background, suddenly rushed towards him. After a brief silence, Henry slowly leaned back in his chair, looked up at the ceiling that was already covered in shadow, and his hair fluttered backward. He smiled and said, "Seafood congee. I want to have seafood congee." There was a small garden under the window of the hospital room, and many patients liked to take a stroll there. As the red glow gradually faded away, under the bright lights, he saw a family sitting on a bench. A little boy in a striped hospital gown was holding the seafood congee handed to him by his parents, and his pale face was beaming with smiles. At that moment, he thought the congee must taste delicious. Matthew replied, "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Henry glanced out of the window again, then turned his gaze back, got up, and looked at the computer once more. At p.m., the trailer for Departure was officially released across all platforms. Departure had a clear theme. It told the true story of a naval team setting out to protect a massive cargo ship carrying life-saving medicine and safely deliver it to port. The sea is rough with huge waves, and at the end, there are the sea overlords eyeing greedily. Amid the rumbling gunfire and gunshots, some people are forever left at the bottomless seabed, and some are left in the direction closest to home. Henry plays Chun-Si, the person in charge of this batch of medicine, who suffers from an acute illness. There are not many shots of him in the trailer, but one shot is already enough. After his shot, there is Matthew with blood on his face, looking solemn, holding an antique wooden box in his hands. He said in a deep voice, "Return to port." The screen gradually turns black, and that is the end of the trailer. There are endless speculations online. Henry is sitting on the sofa, nuzzling with the cat Orange, stroking its chin. Matthew was gently stirring the porridge, then turned to him and asked, "There is a premiere event coming up. Grayson sent a message for me to ask if you are going?" Henry rubs the cat's paw, his eyes calm. "No, I am not going. He hasn't been surfing the internet much these days, since the webcomic Eat Some Grass hasn't been updated recently. He has no desire to log in to Facebook." Henry mainly uses his phone to check the time, call Matthew, and at most communicate with the front-end developers. In a few days, he has completely finished building the framework and sorting out each interface. After communicating with the front end, he directly packs the program into a USB drive, grabs the drive, puts on his coat, and heads out. The weather forecast says it will rain in 2 days, and after that, there will be a big temperature drop. But actually, the temperature has started to drop sharply these 2 days, and the coat he bought before comes in handy. He is wearing the coat Matthew picked for him. It is milky white, and when he puts it on, he looks warm all over. He put on his hat and mask, closed the door, and had just reached the entrance when he saw Matthew strolling around the yard with Orange in his arms. He waved at the other person, heard Orange meow twice, then turned and left. He was already quite familiar with the process of going to City B and did not need to follow the navigation step by step this time. The business district of Chenghuan Technology was a landmark. The drivers knew it well and it was easy to find. After getting off the car, he thought for a moment and then started walking in one direction. His memory was somewhat unpredictably good. For example, he could forget things that happened when he was a child and most of his high school memories, but he could remember this place he had only been to once. He arrived a bit earlier than last time and caught the peak traffic. The car was stuck in traffic for a long time. He left home early but arrived later than last time. It was truly winter now. Those stylish white-collar workers finally decided to put on thick coats, no longer just wearing suit pants and skirts. Henry no longer seemed so out of place walking among the crowd. There were about 10 minutes left before work started. People walking beside him unconsciously quickened their pace, and Henry had to follow suit. When he reached the entrance of Chenghuan Technology, there were quite a few employees rushing into the building. They still had the task of clocking in and could not be as leisurely as Henry. It was a bit disappointing not seeing Ezra among the people rushing to clock in. He fished out the access pass that he had rummaged for a while this morning. After getting it confirmed at the front desk, Henry glanced at the elevator that was almost too crowded to get on, and then at the empty staircase. He turned on his toes and slowly walked towards the staircase. There was no one in the staircase, so he could yawn to his heart's content. He had pulled an all-nighter to finish his work last night, got up after sleeping for less than 2 hours, and now he was only keeping his eyes open by sheer willpower. His eyelids were drooping, and his black-rimmed glasses slightly covered the dark circles under his eyes. Henry slowly climbed the stairs, seeing that the time for clocking in had passed. He got out on the nearest floor and took the elevator. His eyes blinked once, and when he opened them again, the elevator doors had slid open. The first thing he saw was Ezra, still dressed in his polished, professional style. He said in a high-sounding way, "I came here and waited as soon as you sent me a message. Be touched." Henry looked him up and down. "So this is the reason you would not even come out of the building to meet me?" Ezra let out a quiet chuckle. When he laughed, he had a simple-minded look on his face, and all his social elite aura was gone. He moved closer and said in an even softer voice, "The overcoat I am wearing today is not warm. I would surely freeze to death if I left the air-conditioned area. You do not want to stop reading those little comics, do you, sir?" He had now completely gotten over the previous shadow and could mention the little comics with ease. Henry smiled, pushed his glasses up, and took out the USB flash drive from his pocket and handed it to him. "I am here to report back." Taking the USB drive, Ezra looked impressed. "You actually did it," he said. "If I had known earlier, I would have come to you directly." He had worried so much that several strands of his hair had fallen out, and he even got 2 mouth ulcers. Henry yawned again and said, "Hurry up and take a look. If there is nothing wrong, I will go back and catch up on some sleep." Ezra then took him back to the meeting room they would used before. The waiting time was not too long. Henry did not want to sleep in someone else's company, so he casually found a match 3 game to try to stay awake. Ezra acted quickly. As soon as the other person gave him a signal, he put his phone away and stood up. As he passed by Ezra, even though he was feeling drowsy, he still could not help but remind him, "Do not forget to follow up with your urgent king about the payment." Ezra stayed put near his air conditioner, gave a brief reply, and watched Henry leave. After getting into the taxi, Henry closed his eyes. His phone by his hand vibrated. He forced himself to open his eyes and take a look. It was a money transfer message. When he got home, he fell onto the bed and went straight to sleep. His phone rang beside him, but he did not notice at all. When Henry opened his eyes again, it was getting dark. It was not the kind of darkness before rain, just the normal gradual onset of nightfall. Henry quickly sat up and grabbed the phone by his bedside to check the time. It was 6:12 in the afternoon. He had set an alarm before going to sleep, but his phone was on silent all year round, only vibrating and not waking him up. The reservation time for the piano ended at 6. Henry quickly put on his coat and got out of bed. He grabbed his phone and keys, putting on a mask as he walked. The light next door was not on. Matthew probably was not home either. After leaving the community, he hailed a taxi. Just as he was about to turn on his phone, he found that it had gone black, indicating low battery. He borrowed a USB charging cable from the driver and plugged it into the car's power supply, waiting for the phone to boot up. Halfway through the journey, the phone finally managed to turn on. He called the owner of the music store. The person on the other end answered slowly. The ringtone rang several times before they picked up. Henry asked if the reserved piano was still available. Having just woken up, his voice was still a bit hoarse. The other person was silent for a moment, then said slowly, "I sent you a message, but you did not reply. Someone came to buy it, so I had to sell it." The store owner knew that Henry really wanted this piano, but the reservation time had passed, and he could not get in touch with Henry. There were quite a few buyers who ran away without buying after the reservation time for such an expensive piano. He could not bear such a big risk, so he had to sell it when he could. "Yeah, okay." Henry lowered his eyes. "Still, thank you, boss." After hanging up the phone, he lowered his head and scrolled through WeChat. Seeing the message the boss had sent him, the boss said the reservation period was about to end and asked if he wanted the piano, so he would set it aside for him. He did not reply. He must have been sound asleep at that time, with no destination in mind. Watching the street scenes on both sides receding, he stopped the driver and said, "Just drop me off up ahead." The driver stopped. Henry pulled down the brim of his hat and got out of the car. The night wind blew. He would just gotten up not long ago, and his coat kept him warm. He did not feel too cold, but just did not know what to do. There was a taxi stand ahead. He stood there for a while and then continued walking forward. "I should go back," making the decision easily. Henry's expression remained unchanged, but he unconsciously touched his fingers. They were cold, not like the temperature of a human body. "Henry!" A person walked straight towards him from the front, waving as he walked. Ezra was still wearing his coat, appearing as polished and composed as ever. Some people nearby looked over. Henry just wanted to pretend not to know him. "What a coincidence. You are here too." Ezra reached out and gave him a playful nudge, saying, "Thanks to your great performance, I am treating myself to a drink tonight. Want to join me?" Although it was a question, his actions already had him leading Henry towards the other side. Henry just followed him. Ezra might look like a respectable guy on the outside, but when it came to anything else, he had nothing in common with one. When he said, "Go for a drink," he meant going to a bar, and he explained to Henry one by one which bar was a no-go, which one had a great atmosphere, and which one made good cocktails. He took him to the bar that was said to make good drinks. By now, it was already dark. There were unexpectedly a lot of people, including those who had just got off work and those who had been waiting to come for a drink at night. As soon as they entered the bar, the cold air vanished. The lights were dim and flickering, while inside it was bustling with activity. Ezra led Henry to a booth near the corner. This spot was secluded, with hardly any light reaching it, making it perfect for a former big-name star to hide. Henry usually did not drink, but now he could give it a try. Ezra asked him if he usually drank alcohol, and Henry said he did not, so Ezra ordered a drink that was supposedly low in strength. Maybe the low alcohol claim was true. After downing one glass, Henry did not feel any discomfort. It was a bit hot in there. He unzipped his coat, and the glass in his hand swayed, causing the pale yellow liquor to slosh around too. He said, "There was something I really wanted, but someone else bought it. Guess that explains why you seemed down earlier," Ezra said, understanding dawning. "It really is tough when something you have been wanting gets taken by someone else." Henry paused first, then shook his head. No. Sure enough, that was the normal reaction when a person learned that something they wanted was gone. No one would be as indifferent as him. Maybe he did not really want it that much. Ezra figured he was just putting up a front. Noticing the glass was empty, and asked, "Another round?" Henry said, "Sure." Ezra took a sip and said, "You might actually have a pretty good tolerance for alcohol." Henry nodded. "I think so too." He propped his elbow on the table and rested his chin in his hand. His eyelashes drooped slightly, and the corners of his eyes were long but not narrow. When he was not smiling, there was a hint of coldness. He was really good-looking. Ezra studied him for a moment, then patted his chest and said, "Thank goodness I am straight." For some reason, Henry laughed at that comment. He propped himself up on the table and slowly stood up, saying, "I am going to go to the restroom," and he was about to head off. Ezra reached out and grabbed him, saying, "Where is your mask?" There had been so much news about Henry online these days. Chun Chun did not dare let him get recognized in the bar. Henry turned around, then took out a mask from his pocket and put it on again. His movements were not as smooth as before. There was a strange sluggishness to them. Now everything seemed okay, and he could finally set off. Ezra told him to be quick and return soon. Henry did not reply. The dim light made it hard for Ezra to notice Henry's unfocused eyes and unsteady steps. It was not that Henry rarely drank. He had never touched alcohol at all. Henry followed the others and actually made it to the restroom. Instead of going in, he just stood in front of the sink, staring at the faucet, motionless. Someone passed by, put their hands under the faucet, and the sensor-activated faucet started running water. He bent down and mimicked, putting his hand under the faucet. The icy water rushed over his fingertips, bitterly cold. Henry tilted his head and watched the water flow through his fingers. Then someone came up from behind and asked him to move aside if he was done. Henry took 2 steps back and apologized earnestly. If it were not for his wobbly stance, just from his words, one could hardly tell he was drunk. The person washing their hands gave him a strange look, then turned to ask, "Hey, are you okay?" Before the person could finish, they saw another guy come over and just managed to catch the one who was about to fall straight down. It seemed there was nothing more for him to worry about. The person washing their hands turned their head and looked away. "Can you still stand?" Noah did not expect someone to fall straight towards him as soon as he entered the restroom. He caught him reflexively. Seeing the other did not answer, he asked in a low voice, "Can you hear me?" All he could smell at the tip of his nose was the faint aroma of the air freshener in the restroom and the even fainter scent of alcohol nearby. He did not seem to have drunk that much. Henry exhaled, tried to stand up straight, but as soon as he did, he swayed to the side and had to prop himself up against the wall to stay upright. He unconsciously put on his usual smile and said, "I can hear you. I can stand, thanks." After drinking, his voice was a bit hoarse, but his tone was still unique, clear and gentle. Noah paused. "Soy milk," Henry said. "Soy milk is not very tasty. Try drinking milk instead. Strawberry milk is the best. Matthew likes it too." Noah steadied the wobbly person again. He asked, "Are you alone? Did someone come with you?" Henry nodded. "Yeah, just have a bite of grass." Noah understood. So no one came with him. Holding Henry with one hand, Noah took out his phone with the other. With some difficulty, he dialed his agent's number. "I met a friend in the corridor. He is drunk. I will take him back first. You guys can..." "Yeah, no need. My phone's about to run out of battery. I am hanging up." After hanging up the phone, he focused on helping Henry walk outside. The person being supported was not quiet. He was still trying to chat with Noah, asking with a smile, "What is your name, friend?" Noah protected the person beside him from the oncoming people and said softly, "Noah." The lights flickered, shining on his handsome features. He asked, "What is your name?" Henry slowly reached out his hand and made a shushing gesture in front of his mouth through the mask. "No can do if I tell you, we are not friends anymore." He said this with a smile too. Noah changed the question. "Where do you live?" After drinking a bit more, Ezra finally realized something was off when Henry still had not returned. He looked down and sent a message to him. As a result, the sofa beside him lit up and something vibrated. Henry had gone to the bathroom without his phone. He thought a grown man like Henry probably would not get into trouble, but as he recalled the way his friend had been sitting just moments ago, Ezra's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly stood up with his phone in hand. He walked along the path to the bathroom, looking around, but did not see even a single person who resembled Henry. He entered the bathroom. He did not see anyone near the wash basin. Enduring the embarrassment, he knocked on each toilet door one by one, but still could not find where Henry was. A growing sense of unease filled Ezra's mind, and he immediately turned back, scanning the area carefully as he walked. When he reached the private booths again, they were still empty. Moving from nearest to farthest through the bright, bustling scene, Ezra kept searching while trying to reach out to people Henry might know, but the phone was locked, and there was not even an emergency contact. Still looking around, when his phone rang, he took a closer look and found it was Henry's phone. Excited, without caring who was on the other end, he answered immediately. As soon as the call connected, before he could say anything, the person on the other side spoke even faster. "Henry, it is me, Lucas. You have been out for so long. It is time to come back. William told me that you are not coming back because of that." "Sorry to interrupt." Ezra scanned the dance floor, the music nearby so loud he had to raise his voice. "I am a friend of Henry's. We are at the bar, and he seems to have disappeared. If you are around, could you help?" Before Ezra finished speaking, his eyes swept across the area near the exit and caught sight of two figures. One of them was wearing a hat and a white-looking shirt at first glance. The other one was also wearing a hat and dressed in a way that did not look like a good person. "Sorry. Forget what I said, bye." Quickly ending the call, Ezra pushed through the crowd and made his way to the exit. Fortunately, Henry was dead drunk, and the two of them were moving slowly, so Chun Chun easily caught up with them. Ezra placed a hand on the shoulder of the person seemingly taking Henry, speaking calmly but with his other hand already tensing as he said, "Hello, this is my friend. Please let him go." Hearing the faint voice in his ear, Henry turned his head and then exclaimed in surprise, "What the hell?" After hearing the explanation, Ezra finally understood what had happened. He took Henry from Noah's side and slipped the phone into his pocket. Suddenly, there was a big empty space in his arms, as if cold wind was blowing in. Noah's fingers twitched, realizing that he seemed to have no reason to stand there anymore. He stood there, looking like he still wanted to say something. Then the phone in his pocket rang. He answered it, said a couple of words to the person on the other end, and then had to leave. Henry even waved at him. Ezra finally realized it. Henry was not just a little drunk. He was completely out of it. He did not expect that the other guy could get drunk on something with a similar alcohol content to fruit wine. The crowd was too thick to talk standing there, so Ezra finally managed to persuade Henry back to their original booth, and they both took a seat, letting out a breath. The music in their ears was still deafening. Seeing that Henry even tried to reach out to stop the waiter for another drink, Chun Chun quickly slapped his hand down. Ezra adjusted the hat lower over Henry's head and leaned in, asking, "Is your place nearby? Is anyone waiting for you at home?" He had to send the other guy back quickly. If something went wrong, he would be in big trouble. Henry shook his head. "I do not have a home. It was someone else's home." Ezra paused, asking, "Where do you live now?" Henry said it was in the neighboring city. "You actually came all the way from another city here." Ezra's eyes widened slightly. Then he asked, "Do you have any friends nearby?" Before Henry could speak, he added, "If it is too far for them to come, you can come back with me today. I will show you my little comics. There are friends nearby," Henry said as he took out his phone. "I even forgot to tell him that I will not go for dinner tonight." He unlocked the phone, completely ignoring the unknown number at the top of the call log, and dialed skillfully. The phone rang less than twice and was answered. Henry propped his elbow on the table, squinted his eyes, and called out, "Hello, Matthew." The voice on the other end was still deep and pleasant. "Where are you now?" "Are you coming for dinner? I am out having fun. I will not come for dinner today." After saying this, Henry's finger moved, aiming at the hang-up button, and said, "If there is nothing else, I will hang up first." Ezra's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly grabbed the phone. "Wait. Do not hang up, wait. Where are you right now?" Their voices overlapped. Ezra paused, wondering if the other person had picked up on something. They were scarily perceptive. He told the person about Henry being drunk and their location. The other person said they would rush over right away and asked him to keep an eye on Henry. He seemed like a reliable guy. After hanging up, Ezra finally felt relieved knowing Henry was taken care of. He returned the phone to Henry. Henry glanced at the call log, seemed to remember something for a split second, then forgot about it. The waiting time was not too long, but it was a bit torturous. Specifically, Henry took out his phone and made him play Candy Crush, insisting on getting 3 stars for each level. If not, they had to replay, and this went on and on. To be fair, Candy Crush is not too difficult, but the problem was that Henry seemed to have an endless amount of free time. They would already reached the damned mid-late stages of the game, and each level was getting harder. He would never been so eager to receive a call from a man before. When Ezra received the call from the man who had phoned earlier, he finally felt a long-awaited sense of relief. He helped Henry stand up and slowly walked towards the exit. The exit of the bar led to a parking lot, and outside the parking lot, there was a temporary parking area. Supposedly, Henry's friend was waiting there, but as soon as they walked out of the door, he immediately saw a tall man walking towards them. He was tall with long legs, striding with a swagger, and even the hem of his clothes had a sharp curve. Ezra finally understood what it meant to feel overwhelmed by someone's presence. Henry, who was slumped to the side, waved at him. "Matthew." Matthew approached, and the handover of Henry was successfully completed. Matthew had a drunk in his arms, half supporting Henry as he turned to Ezra and said, "Henry's been a bit of trouble for you." "Not at all." Ezra waved it off. "We are all friends after all." After all, it was he who brought Henry here, so he could not shirk his responsibility. Matthew asked him, "Can I get your contact info? It will be easier to reach you if anything comes up later." Ezra immediately nodded. After they exchanged contact information, he walked the two of them to the roadside. He watched as Matthew strapped Henry into the passenger seat and fastened the seatbelt, then watched the two drive away. Henry was still waving goodbye to him. The car hit the road. Matthew rolled up the window and turned on the warm interior light. The drunk was still drunk even in the car. His eyes were shut tight, but he kept babbling non-stop. But a few minutes after they started driving, besides the chatter, a vibrating sound came from somewhere in the quiet car. Matthew finally traced the sound to Henry's pocket. There must be someone calling him, but Henry did not react at all. He did not seem to want to answer the phone, or rather, he did not even realize someone was calling him. He was still chatting away cheerfully. The car slowly pulled over to the side of the road. Matthew had to lean over and grab Henry's phone. Worried it was something important, he answered the call. "Hello." Henry cannot answer the phone right now. "What can I do for you?" A calm, magnetic male voice that should not have been on this call rang out. It was steady and natural, as if he were the one in charge. In the quiet office, Lucas looked at the dialed number again and confirmed it was Henry's. His relaxed hand gradually clenched. Lucas was very composed and said, "Put Henry on the phone." Matthew turned his head to glance at Henry, who had started singing an improvised Song of the Orange. "He is not really available right now. If it is urgent, use WeChat. I will tell him to check it as soon as possible. If it is not, please call again tomorrow." Thinking of the previous call, Lucas asked, "Is Henry drunk?" He said, "Please tell me the address. I will come pick him up. Thanks for taking care of him." His words were natural and fluent, as if this was how it should be. He really thought it should be like this. Matthew did not tell the address nor nod in agreement. He just said, "I can take good care of him. Do not worry about it." On the other end of the phone, Lucas's expression gradually turned cold. "You know me," he said. It was a statement. Matthew was holding the phone, not having had the chance to speak yet. After Henry finished singing the Orange song, he then asked Matthew how much longer it would be until they arrived, saying he was eager to get back and become sworn brothers with the Orange on the spot. He said helplessly, It will not be long before we can go home. Just hold on a bit." His gaze dropped. He touched Henry's cold hand and said, "Why is your coat open? Hurry, pull. I will do it for you in a moment." His attention briefly returned to the phone. "If there is nothing important, I will hang up now," he said. He asked if there was anything urgent, but then hung up the phone right after. Polite but not overly so. The busy tone came from the other side of the phone. Lucas slowly lowered his phone. "Go home." Which home? Besides his place and the Song family residence. Where else could Henry go? His fingers unconsciously tapped the screen as he remembered the gossip he would heard at the previous dinner party. Maybe it was not false after all. Matthew put the phone back into Henry's pocket, then bent down and adjusted the other's clothes. Henry sat there, his whole body sinking into the creamy white clothes. He tilted his head back, squinted his eyes, and let Matthew do what he was doing. The journey from City B to home is not short. The drunk passed out halfway, his head tilted to one side, under the warm-colored lights. He looked so cozy. He did not sleep soundly. His eyelashes kept fluttering now and then. There was another red light, so Matthew reached out and turned off the car lights. The windows were all closed, and the air conditioner was on, making the car warm. In the darkness, the lights outside the window seeped in. When the green light came on, Matthew turned his head, stepped on the gas, and shifted gears. It was quiet all the way. Then, just before they arrived, Henry opened his eyes as if he woke up right on cue. His eyelids were heavy. Squinting, he started groping around and asked, "Where is the orange? Where is my orange?" Matthew told him to put his hands in his pockets to warm them up and said, "The orange is at home. You will see it soon." So Henry was quiet for a short while. As soon as the car stopped, he sat up straight and was about to jump out, but was held back by the seatbelt. Matthew got out of the car, then opened the door and helped Henry unbuckle the seatbelt. Henry could jump out, but he could not stand steadily. In the end, Matthew had to help him out of the car. As soon as they entered the yard, he started calling for Orange from a distance. Subjectively, he was trying hard, but objectively, his voice was not very loud, just a little louder than normal talking. But somehow Orange heard him. Meows came from the house, one louder and more urgent than the last. Holding Henry with one hand and opening the door with the other, Matthew opened the door, and a cat instantly jumped out. Orange was still acting all cute and clingy. Henry wanted to play with Orange, but he could barely stand steadily. Matthew, the only sober one, was taking care of both the boy and the cat, and managed to close the door with some difficulty. They changed into slippers and went to the living room. Instead of sitting on the sofa, Henry plopped down directly on the carpet, and Orange was rolling around like crazy in his arms. Showing its belly, Matthew turned on the warm air conditioner. This time, instead of petting and stroking Orange, Henry placed the cat in front of him, trying to make the little feline sit still. "Matthew, come here quickly." He waved at Matthew, who was walking towards the kitchen to make a hangover soup, and said, "We are going to become sworn brothers." He called Matthew by his real name this time, showing how serious he was. Matthew then gave up making the hangover soup for the moment and walked over. Henry patted the spot next to him, and Matthew sat down as he was told. Henry looked dead serious, but with his messy hair after taking off his hat and his soft, floppy clothes, the solemnity was somewhat ruined. Matthew asked proactively, "Am I going to be the witness of this brother-making ceremony?" Henry shook his head. "No, we are all going to become sworn brothers together." Orange tried to come over and rub against them again, but he stopped it. It seemed that he was really determined this time. Matthew's eyes twitched slightly, but he still played along and asked, "So, what kind of sworn brothers are we going to be?" Henry thought carefully. "I want to be Orange's big brother, and then you will be Orange's dad." Matthew was silent for a moment. Fortunately, Henry realized the illogical relationship and frowned, saying, "No, this will not work. Our relationship will be all wrong." Matthew let out a slow sigh of relief. "Okay, then this way." Henry made a final decision. "I will be Orange's dad, and you will be Orange's daddy too." He turned to Matthew and asked, "You got a problem with that?" Matthew replied, "I do not have any objections." And so, the sworn brotherhood ceremony began. They were supposed to drink alcohol, but Henry realized that the kitten could not drink alcohol. so they switched to water instead. To be precise, he and Matthew drank strawberry milk, while Orange drank the water in its small basin. The kitten did not understand what these grown-ups were doing, but it still took a couple of symbolic sips of water. Anyway, that counted as the completion of the sworn brotherhood. Henry picked up Orange and earnestly called out to the kitten, "Good boy." Orange was not sure if it was being called, so it meowed hesitantly. After the sworn brotherhood was completed, Matthew asked Henry if he could leave for a moment. Henry did not say no. He just looked at Matthew seriously and then gave a soft, "Mum." Matthew did not dare to leave. The hangover soup would have to be dealt with later. Orange meowed a couple more times, rubbed against his trouser leg, and then went back into Henry's arms. Henry started humming his Song of Orange again. Matthew also sat on the carpet. Then, as if remembering something, he took Orange from Henry's arms, helped him stand up, and said, "I will show you something." Henry got interested and followed him. Matthew took him to an empty room on the first floor. Henry had wandered around there before and knew there was nothing in it except 2 windows and a cabinet. Matthew opened the door and then turned on the light. The light was warm white, and the room lit up the moment it was turned on. In the very middle of the room was a brown piano, glowing a warm, mellow light that made it impossible to ignore under the lamp. Henry, who had been looking a bit downcast, perked up a little. It just looked really familiar. The color, the style, the direction of the grain, it all looked incredibly familiar. It was exactly the same as the piano he would always wanted. Matthew said, "A housewarming gift, to make up for it. You were not home today, so I put it here first." The piano lid was opened. Henry's fingers touched the black and white keys. He looked down at the piano and suddenly smiled. It was not his usual smile. It was a faint one, but when their eyes met, you could clearly feel his joy. This emotion was more real than ever before. Matthew asked him, "Do you like it?" Henry nodded. If he did not want it, he would not have saved up money for this piano. He had not felt regret or disappointment when he knew the piano had been bought by someone else, but now his feelings were genuine. He was really happy. There was no need for a reason, and it was not just because of the piano. Happy Henry decided to play the Song of the Orange. Right then and there, Matthew was promoted to photographer, and his phone became his camera. Henry sat on the stool. The orange cat curled up on his lap, tucking its paws in and closing its eyes. Apart from the casual name, the Song of the Orange, objectively and subjectively speaking, the piano version of the Song of the Orange was actually very nice. The arrangement and the piano playing seemed ingrained in Henry. Whether he was so drunk that he could barely walk or not, he could always perform brilliantly, leaving no room for fault in either aspect. His hands had been cold, but they gradually warmed up after he entered the room, no longer so frozen that his movements were sluggish. His fingers were long. They had been red from the cold, but now they had returned to their normal color, standing out prominently against the black and white piano keys. Although he had never used this piano before, he played it with remarkable fluency. There was no other reason. He was just used to it from long-term practice. The piano that Emma gave him was identical to this one. He had used that very piano all his life, from childhood to adulthood. The piano was produced in limited quantities in the first place and had been completely discontinued before. There were even fewer of them in circulation on the market. Unexpectedly, it was Matthew who bought it in the end. After playing the Song of Orange, Henry walked over to Matthew, leaned over to look at his phone, checking out the photographer's finished shots. There was a subtle difference between the photographer's angle and the usual flat shot of the camera. It was hard to say exactly where the difference was, but somehow it just looked more comfortable, as if there was a built-in spotlight, keeping him at the center of attention all the time. Henry thought intently, hesitated for a moment, and then suddenly realized, so this is the master's perspective. Matthew let out a soft sigh and said, Henry grabbed his shoulder, breathed gently by his neck, and asked him, "Master, when are you going to post this video?" The master's body stiffened slightly. Matthew turned his head, his gaze sweeping across the other's long eyelashes and the outer corner of his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Not now. It still needs some editing. If it was posted tonight and the video got out on the internet, Henry probably would not go out for a month. Henry sighed in disappointment and rubbed the kitten's head. Matthew glanced at his droopy eyes. The other person was clearly excited, but also showed obvious signs of sleepiness. There were dark circles under their eyes, and they looked severely sleep-deprived. "I am going to make some soup," Matthew said, looking down. "Can you play with Orange on the sofa for a while?" Henry was very considerate. He nodded and said, "Sure." He lowered his head, rubbed Orange's white paws, and said softly, "Good boy, let's go play in the living room." The orange cat meowed. After safely escorting the man and the cat to the sofa, Matthew rolled up his sleeves and finally got to make the sober-up soup. In the open-style kitchen, one could see the entire living room from where they stood. He glanced over there from time to time. First, there were meows and voices in the living room, but then the sounds gradually got softer. By the time he scooped out the soup and was about to let it cool a bit, there was complete silence in the living room. He dried his hands, quietly approached the sofa, and then picked up Orange, who was nestled in Henry's arms, and put it in the cat's bed. Orange smacked its lips a couple of times but still did not wake up. The heating was still on, and Henry had not taken off his clothes. His face was a bit red from the warmth, and he did not seem to be sleeping well. Matthew brought the slightly cooled sober-up soup to the living room table and put it down. Then he bent down and gently patted Henry. The other person did not open their eyes, but their eyelashes fluttered repeatedly. They must have already woken up. Matthew patiently helped him up, picked up the sober-up soup, and held it to his lips. "Drink this sober-up soup, or you will have a headache when you wake up tomorrow." Henry was reluctant but surprisingly obedient. He opened his eyes a little and drank the soup with a slightly pained expression. As soon as he finished drinking, he slumped back down. Matthew, ever dutiful, rolled up his sleeves again, revealing his smoothly lined forearms. Henry was sound asleep and completely unaware of what was going on. Matthew, who had been busy all night, came down from the second floor. He looked at the living room table with 2 bottles of strawberry milk still on it and Orange's water drinking bowl under the table. His eyes softened. It was late at night, and the sounds of cleaning the kitchen were faint. In the distance, the sun leaped over the horizon, shining over high-rises and gentle slopes, and filtering through the window into the room. A lump bulged under the white quilt, then the lump twitched, and a black head emerged. Henry opened his eyes with some difficulty. The moment he opened his eyes, the room was filled with sunlight. Once bitten, twice shy. Seeing the familiar ceiling, Henry immediately realized where he was. Fragmented memories started to surface in his mind. Lying in bed, he began to recall what had happened. He spent the day with Ezra drinking, and then ran into Noah. Maybe it was him. He could not remember clearly. The later the memories were, the clearer they became. For just a few seconds of memory, Henry needed more than 10 minutes to calm himself down. He slowly closed his eyes. Hello world, goodbye world. But he was destined not to be able to say goodbye to this world. There was a gentle knock on the door. Henry sat up, then got out of bed and opened the door. Matthew was standing outside the door. He still had not taken off his apron and looked down at Henry, asking, "Do you want to sleep a little longer?" His attitude was so natural, as if he had completely forgotten what had happened last night. He was very considerate, but Henry himself remembered. He raised his dull, expressionless eyes. Then, feeling too embarrassed to look at the other person, he could only shift his gaze and said, "No, I am up. Have some congee this morning to soothe your stomach." Matthew said, "You go wash up first, and I will dish out the congee and let it cool down a bit." Seeing Henry nod, he was about to leave when he turned his gaze and noticed Henry's bare feet on the floor. "It is not good for your health to step on the floor barefoot. The slippers are right by the bed. Make sure to put them on." Henry nodded repeatedly like a pecking chicken and immediately walked to the bed to put on the slippers. The slippers were to his liking. He did not dislike them, but he had just gotten into the habit at home. No one had told him it was wrong, so he just got used to it. Matthew left, and Henry went back to the bed to put on his coat. Then he walked to the window and drew back the curtains and window screens. In an instant, the sunlight became even brighter. This room not only has good lighting, but also a great view outside the window. Looking out from here, you can see the distant mountains and the city. Up close, you can see the small park in the community and the little garden in the yard. This should be the best room in this house. Yet it is a guest room. Henry did not understand, and when he did not understand, he asked. When they were sitting at the dining table having breakfast together after washing up, he brought up this question. Matthew said, "It was reserved for you." Henry opened his eyes wide in surprise and exclaimed, "Matthew, you are so thoughtful." He did not believe it. Matthew smiled slightly but did not say much more. Orange came over, leisurely wagging its big tail and rubbing against Henry's leg. Henry picked up Orange and blurted out, "My big boy." As soon as he said this, he was stunned himself. He suddenly fell into a kind of mysterious state. Probably there is no one in the world who is more prone to self-revealing than him. Matthew turned his head slightly and finally could not help but smile. With his smile, the forced calm between the two could no longer hold. Henry's ears instantly turned red, and he wished he could bang his head on the ground. The topic had reached this point and there was no way to reverse it. Matthew said in a timely manner, "You would better drink less in the future." He added, "After you came back yesterday, I told your friends that you got home safely and they did not need to worry." Henry covered his face in pain. "I will never drink again." He really did not expect that his alcohol tolerance was so poor. Clearly, he saw others drink so much, bottle after bottle without any problem. But for him, one glass made him drunk. If you want to drink, you can drink in moderation. Meeting Henry's gaze, Matthew said, "If you want to drink, just come to me." Henry's alcohol tolerance was not suitable for going to bars, and Matthew did not trust the people in those places. After thinking it over, it was best to drink at home. Henry stroked the cat on his leg. After finishing breakfast and washing the dishes together, Henry, with an extremely ashamed feeling, held Matthew's phone and watched the video from last night. He looked so stupid on the screen, extremely stupid, but the tune was quite nice. After watching one video, Henry silently chose to send the video to himself. Then he turned to look at Matthew sitting aside and said, "Yesterday's piano." Matthew still said the same thing, "A housewarming gift." Their eyes met. Henry's light-colored pupils moved slightly. Then he narrowed his eyes and said, "Well, thanks then." His eyes were clear and bright, like a beam of light that easily pierced into people's hearts. Matthew's fingers twitched slightly. Henry had once told him that the colder-looking people were, the more beautiful they were when they smiled. He did not think this was a fallacy. Instead, he quite agreed with it, having got a piano without having to make a large expense. Henry had already started thinking about what to do with the money in his savings card. His consumer desire was not particularly high. Usually, he mostly bought some essential food, and occasionally bought clothes and some things needed for work. He did not have any special hobbies for other things. His thoughts wandered, and then he said, "How about building a huge cat nest for my son? Even as a cat, it should be a prince-like cat." Chengzi, who was playing with toys in the cat nest, Matthew took a sip of water, slowly turned the water cup in his hand for a circle, and then suggested, "How about renovating your house?" Henry followed his suggestion and thought about it. It seemed so. His house was indeed a bit too simple. At most, it could only be considered to have water, electricity, gas, and the internet installed. The kitchen could barely be used, and there was nothing more detailed. The more Henry thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. The recording studio, which was made by knocking through 2 rooms, had been renovated. The space inside was large, and he could sleep there at night without any problem. After carefully thinking about the things in the cabinet upstairs, Henry said, "Then I can move the cabinet downstairs later." And then, Matthew sat up a little straighter. His expression did not seem to change, and he said, "What I mean is, you can just move in and live with me." He listed them out clearly one by one. When renovating, there will be a lot of dust, and the smell of the paint is not good for the body either. This place is really close to you, so you can keep an eye on the progress directly. He added, "And Orange can keep you company." Every point he made really hit Henry right in the heart. Matthew said finally, "The weather's nice these 2 days. We can get someone to do a thorough cleaning of the house, and then move the necessary furniture here. If there is a movie premiere in a couple of days and I am not at home, I will not be able to help." Henry was surprised. So soon, he had guessed that Matthew was a doer, but he did not expect him to be this practical. It was so sudden that he was a bit caught off guard. Matthew asked him, "Do you want to quickly plan what the house will look like after renovation?" Henry said with a serious face, "I do." So the two of them successfully reached an agreement. Matthew said he happened to know some housekeeping and moving companies. The two discussed and immediately arranged the time. After the last call was hung up, Henry was still enthusiastically looking for renovation plans. Matthew stood up and said he was going to the bathroom. Crash! The cold water splashed on his face. Matthew leaned on the sink and looked up at himself in the mirror. Meow! The door was not closed tightly, and a furry orange figure squeezed in through the crack of the door and meowed at him. Matthew crouched down and stroked Orange under the chin. The cat let out a soft purr and closed its eyes. Matthew looked down and said hoarsely, "I am really greedy." The little cat did not understand what he was saying. It just came in to check its territory, and then left with its furry paws. After calming down, Matthew went back to the living room. Henry was still looking at his renovation plan. As soon as Matthew sat down, the phone in his hand rang. It was an unknown number. Matthew took a look and said, "This number called yesterday, and I answered it." He said his name was Lucas. Henry propped his chin up and directly hung up, and the action of blocking the number was particularly smooth. Matthew did not give any opinion. The renovation plan needed to be considered carefully. Henry played with Orange for a while longer, then went home. He thought it over and found that he would be free soon after finishing the loop-forming project, which was just right for the renovation. He thought he should not let himself be idle. He always had to find something to do. After walking around the house, Henry found that since he had not lived here for too long, he did not have too many personal belongings, so it would be easy to tidy up. This was the first time he had taken a good look at the house he bought. This was his own house. There were no servants secretly sizing people up, no too many rules, and no insincere greetings. It seemed that being alone was not so bad. Henry went up to the second floor. As he powered on his computer, he was looking at his phone. Noah sent him a WeChat message, asking how he was feeling now. He replied with "fine," and then added a word of thanks. After replying to the message, he looked up at the sky. He remembered that he would probably told Noah that the place he lived was far from City B. He would just refused to meet, and then they had an impromptu meetup at the bar. He was studying the shade of gray of the ceiling when his phone vibrated a few more times. It was still Noah. The Golden Melody Awards selection has ended. The results were announced today. The organizing committee should contact you soon. Will you go to the awards ceremony then? Noah also mentioned a song title. As the computer booted up, Henry typed while searching online. It was a song he would written a year ago. He did not expect it to be dug out and get an award this year. He composed a message and clicked send. "I cannot make it due to something." It seemed that the other side had also anticipated this outcome. The chat did not last long. After Henry sent the message, a browser push popped up automatically. The music industry's powerhouse duo has achieved great success again and may sweep all major music awards. Henry's expression remained unchanged. He still put down his phone and did not open it again. Or perhaps his expression did change. Henry's hand that was not holding the mouse unconsciously rubbed his arm. What a clickbait account. The person involved did not care and even felt a bit embarrassed. But the fans were like it was an early new year, spreading the news around. In the quiet room, Henry sat in the chair. A few sheets of A4 paper were randomly stacked by his hand, with messy musical notes on them. He had his headphones on, and the video that had just been sent over today was still playing. He paused it from time to time, scribbling and drawing on the papers beside him. He made some deletions and changes to the notes on several sheet music, and finally imported them into the computer. After saving the sheet music to the computer, Henry glanced at the time, then turned off the computer, grabbed his keys and went next door. Today he could finally join in making lunch. Although he just washed some vegetables and then watched on the sidelines, he still thought he would done a good job. In the afternoon, he and Matthew studied the decoration together, and Henry was simply amazed. Matthew sat next to him by the computer, watching Henry intently at the screen while unconsciously scribbling with a pen in his hand. Henry pulled up the floor plan of the house and started arranging the layout with the mouse in his hand. Matthew just listened to his plan. Finally, he circled a room on the second floor and said, "This room is for you." Matthew looked at him. Henry twirled the ballpoint pen in his left hand, smiled, and said, "If you ever have a fight with Orange, you can come here and hide out." Matthew replied, "Okay." The two planned for half the afternoon, and then Henry went out for a while. The next day, the movers arrived on time. Henry, wearing a mask, originally wanted to help, but as soon as he stood by the cabinet, the movers handed him a basket filled with some odds and ends. It was light and easy to carry. After carrying the not-too-big basket, he stood aside and eventually became the one in charge of taking care of Orange. Henry thought these guys probably had some misunderstandings about him, but it felt kind of strange to explain, so he kept silent and played with Orange, which had gained a couple of pounds. On the side, moving usually is a hassle, but since they lived next door to each other and Henry did not have much stuff, it was all done before noon. Matthew lives alone. Similar to Henry, there are many empty rooms in his house, more than enough to fit some furniture. Henry used to drop by frequently anyway, so he adapted well to the move and did not feel any different from usual. He was feeding Orange, the cat, its food and seizing the opportunity to comb its fur, while Matthew was taking care of some finishing up tasks. Henry was so focused on combing Orange's fur that he did not notice Matthew going out and coming back. Matthew came back carrying a lot of things and then started tidying up the house. The number of toothbrush cups in the bathroom changed from 1 to 2, with toothpaste and toothbrushes neatly arranged. The number of towels hanging on the rack also increased from 1 to 2. In a short time, he had neatly organized everything from top to bottom. Everything was in perfect order and his actions had a clear purpose. It was as if he had rehearsed this many times before. Orange is a long-haired cat. It is cute, but also quite a handful. There have been several incidents of cat hair flying everywhere. Henry was sitting on the blanket, continuing to comb the cat's fur. He got a bit tired from sitting, so he reached back to grab a cushion to make himself more comfortable. But the feel of it in his hand was a bit off. Well, not really off, just a bit too right. This was the cushion he had brought from his old place. He usually liked to put it in the corners of the sofa, where it was easy to reach. Matthew was the one who had organized these things when they were moved. Henry was surprised that he understood his habits so well. "Here, drink this. It is warm. It will soothe your throat." Matthew walked over and handed him a glass of water. Henry took the cup and his eyes widened slightly. It was a cup with a little dinosaur design. The handle was shaped like the little dinosaur's tail. He held the cup in his hands and silently decided to drink more hot water from now on. The first night he moved into Matthew's place, Henry did not even bother to unwind. He just plopped down on the bed and fell asleep right away. The next day, Matthew had a movie premiere, so he left early in the morning. Henry got up, had breakfast, refilled the cat feeder with enough cat food, then put on a mask and left. He was going to City B again this time, and he was heading to the same recording studio he would been to last time, from noon to afternoon, and then until it was pitch black outside. Henry left the recording studio. He sat down on a chair by the window in the corridor to get some air. He turned his head to look out of the window, took off his mask, and took a sip of coffee. Outside were the familiar city lights. They were bright, tiny, yet impossible to ignore. A group of people walked by, their steps messy and casual, all clustered around the person in the middle. Must be some singer who just finished recording and was off work. Henry threw his empty coffee cup into the trash can and put on his mask. It was time for him to leave work too. When he came out of the recording studio again, Henry left through a different exit. The city is never short of people at night, just that there are a lot fewer people in winter. By the time he came out of the recording studio, there were hardly any people on the street. Not many taxis passed by here. Relying on his memory, Henry walked along the road. He remembered that if he went through an alley over there, he would reach the taxi stand. It was late today, and with the cold weather, the alley that usually had quite a few passers-by was dimly lit and did not seem to have anyone around. Just as he stepped into the alley, a voice suddenly rang out, "Do not move. Leave your money." Henry turned his head. A man blocked the entrance of the alley. There was light there. His face was uncovered. He was wearing a padded coat, and he held a knife in his hand, but his voice was a bit shaky. Obviously, he just passed by and had this sudden idea. Henry lowered his head, wanting to take a look at his hands, but it was too dark to see, so he gave up. The man with the knife slowly approached. "Do not force me to do it. Hand over the money quickly." A sharp gust of wind sounded, followed by the sound of the small knife hitting the ground. Every time it rang, it made people's hearts skip a beat. The man, who did not even realize what was happening, fell to the ground. His hands were grabbed, and the pain made his bones ache. Henry bent down close to him and asked a question he had wanted to ask when he moved before. "Do I look like an easy target?" The man swallowed hard, too scared to speak. Click. Henry did not get an answer. Before the man could say anything, a figure appeared at the entrance of the alley. Without noticing, the man's phone dropped directly to the ground. The other person murmured, "Soy milk." The movement was so fast just now that the hat on his head did not keep up and fell to the side, making a soft, muffled sound. The man lying on the ground finally found his voice. He was about to cry out, but then a sharp pain shot through his hand. So he immediately stopped his cry of pain and instead pleaded in a low voice, "I am sorry. I was just kidding. I would not dare to stab anyone with a knife. I am not that brave." With his messy bangs and his face hidden in the darkness, Henry's expression was indistinguishable. Hearing the man's pleas, he did not ease up on his actions at all. Noah, who was standing at the entrance of the alley, finally came to his senses. He picked up his phone and quickly dialed a number. The light from the phone briefly illuminated the alley. Holding the phone, he briefly described what had happened and the location. As he spoke, his eyes could not help but glance into the alley. The light from the phone was very faint and fleeting, but he still saw a pair of blurred, clear and cold eyes. He never expected to encounter soy milk here. Under such circumstances, Noah had originally intended to go to the convenience store ahead to buy coffee, but then he heard some noise in the alley. As soon as he walked over, he heard that familiar voice. These eyes were also very familiar. They had been trending on the hot search for several days. Even if he had a bad memory, he should have remembered them by now. The departure trailer is not long, but it is packed with powerful scenes. Each frame has been widely shared on its own, and the one that is spread the most is Matthew and Henry's eyes. In the trailer, Chauncey was weak due to his poor health. The only 2 lines he had were spoken in a breathy voice, so Noah did not associate him with soy milk at all. He never would have thought that soy milk was Henry. The reasons for not meeting before and not revealing his name after getting drunk finally had an explanation now. The police arrived at the scene soon. The police lights came on. The red-blue light illuminated the alley, sweeping across the flickering eyes and brows. Henry bent down to pick up his hat, patted off the dust briefly, and then put it back on his head. Those eyes were once again hidden in the darkness under the brim of the hat. Standing beside Noah, Henry took out his phone, checked the time, and then sent a message to Matthew. It was 10:30 at night. Normally, he could get home a little after 11, but looking at the middle-aged man being taken into the police car, he knew he could not go back on time today. Matthew was at the premiere. He flew to City A this morning and could not come back tonight. Technically, he did not have to go back, and it did not really matter if he said anything. But after being influenced by the Harmonious Family group chat these days, he thought he should let Matthew know. Isabella would report where she was when she went out to play. Jack often told them what time he would be back. Matthew was the one who spoke the least. Usually, he would just mention a big location. This morning, he would only send City A, and there were no other messages since then. This kind of reporting seemed like making small talk for no good reason. Meaningless and unreasonable, but it felt kind of fun. Matthew did not reply right away. He must have been busy with something. Henry did not wait long. After sending the message, he put his phone away. After putting his phone away, he looked up and saw that Noah, who had been standing beside him, had left for a moment. When he came back, he was holding 2 cups of coffee and handed one to Henry. It was not a good time to refuse. Henry took it but did not drink it right away. He just held it to warm his hands. The 2 of them still had to go to the police station together to give an account of what had happened and record their information, so they got into the same car. Henry took off his mask and took a sip of coffee. Noah watched him out of the corner of his eye. Even though they had just experienced a rather thrilling knife-wielding robbery, which would have been very scary for many people, Henry did not seem to have much of an emotional reaction. His expression was calm throughout, and his hand holding the paper cup did not tremble at all. The soy milk on the internet and the real-life soy milk, as well as the online Henry and the real-life Henry, gave people completely different impressions. In his impression, soy milk had a strange sense of humor, was never short of creative inspiration, and was a bit lazy sometimes. When they talked on WeChat voice, soy milk would laugh from time to time at some strange things, but from the moment they met until now, the other person's mouth had not twitched upwards even once. Although he knew this was not an occasion to laugh, the other person's expression really had not changed much. Henry had a blank expression, not for any special reason. He was just thinking about things, and he would been thinking all the way. He was holding the coffee cup, completely unaware of the gaze from the person next to him. He was still thinking about the problem just now. Noah showed up at such a coincidental time. He had not even heard the man's answer yet. Did he really look like an easy target? When they got to the police station, there were interrogations, retellings of the incident, and then information recordings. By the time they emerged from the police station again, Henry was droopy-eyed and slowly yawned. He was kind of sleepy. "Is your place close to here?" Noah stood beside him and said, "I can give you a ride." As if he remembered something, he then changed his words and said, "I am a bit scared." Finally, Henry reacted. He opened his eyes a little wider and looked up at Noah, who was a head taller than him. The other guy looked thin, but not weak. He still remembered that Noah had mentioned during their chat that he worked out regularly, but none of that mattered. Henry automatically translated Noah's words as meaning that Noah thought he was very protective and manly. His back straightened up a bit instantly. The two were about to leave together when Henry suddenly remembered the tradition of the loving family group. He turned around, picked up his phone, and took a picture of the police station. Then he lowered his head to type in the chat box and put his phone away. The moment he put the phone in his pocket, started vibrating, so he took out the phone again. It was a call from Matthew. Feeling the wind blowing through his stray hairs, Henry squinted and said first, "Good evening." The person on the other end also greeted him with a "good evening," then asked him why he was at the police station. Henry explained the whole story again and then asked, "Did you just get off work?" The other person answered. There was some noise in the background. It seemed that someone was calling him, and they sounded quite urgent. Henry stuffed his wind-chilled hands into his pockets and said, "I will be back soon. You go ahead and take care of your business." After saying that, he did not want to disturb the other person anymore and hung up the phone. Noah's hand under his sleeve twitched involuntarily, and he asked, "Is that your brother?" Henry did not understand why he would think that, but he did not ask. He just shook his head and said, "No, it is a friend." Noah immediately apologized. "I thought that the people you would report your whereabouts to at night would be either family or your boyfriend or girlfriend." As he spoke, he was subtly observing Henry's expression. Henry's expression did not change much. Noah let out a slight sigh of relief. Unfortunately, Henry did not really play any role during this part of the journey. Noah's place was not too far. It was only a 15 to 20-minute walk. When they reached the entrance of the community, Noah said, "It is so late. Why do not you come and stay at my place for the night?" Henry declined. It was almost dawn now. It would probably be very difficult to get a cross-city taxi, so he decided to stay at a hotel for the night. Besides, he had to spend the whole morning at the recording studio tomorrow, so it was a perfect arrangement. Noah watched him leave until his figure walked into the streetlights, and then he looked away. After getting home, taking a shower, and picking up his phone, Noah opened the posts he had previously bookmarked and then unbookmarked them one by one. Hashtag what to pay attention to when meeting an online friend in person. Hashtag how to make a good impression when meeting an online friend in person. Hashtag how to persuade an online friend to meet in person. These are of no reference value. I wasted a lot of time studying them. Henry found a nearby hotel and checked in. The hotel was not as comfortable as home, but he was so tired that he finally managed to fall asleep, his eyes opening and closing. The next day, he was woken up by the ringtone of his phone. The ringtone included his set alarm and incoming calls. With his eyes closed, he reached for the phone on the bedside table, turned off the alarm, and answered the call. It was a gentle yet anxious female voice. Henry opened his eyes. It was Isabella. We fell asleep yesterday and did not see the message. We just saw it when we woke up this morning. What happened? Are you okay now? Isabella sounded full of guilt and urgency as she said, Henry, where are you right now? If anything's wrong, tell Auntie. I will be there as soon as I can. Henry listened to the commotion on the other end and did not doubt the authenticity of Isabella's words at all. He had just woken up and his mind was not working yet. Probably, she had just seen the picture and called right away. Calm down and think about it. If something really had happened, he would not have had the time to send a photo. Henry sat up and patiently repeated what had happened yesterday. But this time, the content was slightly altered. He and Noah's identities were swapped. It sounded very safe, like he was just an innocent bystander in a failed robbery attempt. Isabella finally let out a sigh of relief, feeling at ease and regaining her rationality. She finally realized this was a complete misunderstanding. But Ms. Isabella, true to herself, showed no sign of embarrassment and went on to ask, Have you had breakfast? She emphasized, You must remember to have breakfast. A doctor at the hospital told me before. As she rambled on, Henry turned on the speaker and listened while getting dressed. It was cold this morning. Almost everything he touched was icy, which easily woke him up. Outside the window, there was heavy traffic. A light mist had risen, and places further away were all shrouded in the fog, making them hard to see clearly. It seemed like an ordinary day. It was also a lively morning. At least no one had ever been willing to keep giving examples like this to tell him how serious it was not to have breakfast. The aunt at the Song family residence would prepare a Western-style breakfast as the master and mistress requested. He could choose to eat it or not. If he did not eat, there would be one less plate and a set of cutlery, and the aunt would be glad to wash fewer things. Auntie was saying, When little Shu was young, the number you dialed is busy. Please try again later. Matthew put down his phone. His assistant stood at the door of the lounge, looking anxious but not daring to interrupt. The movie premiere was about to start. Matthew put down the phone and turned to walk towards the door. Before the official screening of the movie at the premiere, the opening of the event was live-streamed simultaneously. It had been trending on the hot search for nearly a week. As soon as the live-streaming room went live, due to the large number of viewers, crashed immediately. It took several minutes to recover. Some people finally managed to get in, while many others were still stuck outside, waiting for the page to load. Henry should come this time, right? Haven't seen him for so long. I almost forgot why I disliked him. Kinda curious to see him. The super topic is betting on whether he will come or not. Longtime haters are betting he will. Others may not know, but as his haters, they know exactly how much Henry was looking forward to this movie. When the premiere officially started, Henry was buying steamed buns at a breakfast joint. The previous batch of steamed buns had just sold out, and the next batch was being steamed, so he had to wait. He then sat down at a nearby table. There were other people in the store. At the next table were two young girls, probably also waiting for breakfast. While waiting, they took out their phones and watched something together, sometimes covering their mouths to suppress silent screams. Henry took out his phone, took a picture of the counter, and posted it to the Loving Family group. Isabella must have been using her phone at that moment and immediately sent a like emoji. Jack followed with a like emoji. Henry smiled. In the live streaming room, the movie's creators and actors came out one by one. In an instant, the camera flashes went off one after another, dazzling everyone. Netizens waited and waited, but even after everyone had come out, they still did not see Henry. Is that it? Henry did not really not come, did he, Mr. Matthew always looks so handsome. My Ava is so handsome. She looks even more handsome with short hair. The 3 sets of test papers I bet on. No way. Did not Henry always want this movie to make a comeback? Why did not he come to the premiere? Well, I am just a passerby, but I am wondering, since he is out of the entertainment industry, why does he still care about making a comeback? Thanks for the A2A. I have bet on taking the postgraduate entrance exam this year. No more random bets from now on. So looking forward to it. After hearing a few hushed little exclamations, Henry heard someone behind him say, No way. Henry did not really come. Guest number 26. The steamed buns are out of the steamer. Guest number 26. You can pick up your order. The front desk attendant packed the breakfast and started calling out the numbers. Henry looked down at the number on his phone, got up, grabbed his breakfast, and left the store. The two girls behind him glanced at him, then continued looking down at their phones. The beginning part of a premiere is usually the most boring yet essential part. After expounding on the film's creative concept and basic plot, finally, it came to the interactive session that the media and netizens love to see. But this film is different from others. It is a mainstream-themed movie, and bundled marketing will not work. The actor who played the most unforgettable character is not even here. The interaction is not as fun and interesting as that of other film premieres. It mostly relies on the media actively asking questions, and the main creators and lead actors answering them one by one. Even so, the number of people in the live streaming room still increased rapidly. The planners of this premiere came up with something really new. They wrote down several scenes from the movie and asked the director to draw lots. Whichever scene was drawn, the director would perform it on the spot. The director drew a scene where a key was used to pry a small iron block. The person playing this part was Zhang Yi, an old-school best actor. He was stunned for a moment, then walked out with a smile. He asked, "Does anyone have a key?" Several female stars shook their heads in unison. The dresses they were wearing had no pockets, and besides, the dresses were already uncomfortable to wear. No one would want to carry a key around. The other male actors and even the crew members also shook their heads simultaneously. At a time like this, an ordinary person would not usually carry a key around. Zhang Yi turned his gaze towards the backstage staff. Before he could do anything, Matthew, who had been silent all this time, made a move. This man, who is generally known to have nothing but good looks in his pockets and never any keys, pulled out a key from his pocket. The key even had a keychain, and the little dinosaur on it swayed in the air. It was a really cute little dinosaur, and it looked adorable when it swayed. It just did not quite match this cool guy in a suit, who was so cool and handsome. Everyone at the scene was stunned for a moment. Then laughter erupted both on and off the stage. The atmosphere heated up instantly. Slowly realizing what had happened, Matthew smiled, a bit helplessly. Wait, this little dinosaur. Why is it so adorable? How did it end up in Mr. Matthew's hands? Cool guys should have little dinosaurs. I declare that cool guys and little dinosaurs are a match made in heaven, okay? Help! Mr. Matthew's smile is so handsome. Wait, this feeling is Mr. Matthew finally showing signs? After being single for so long, his fans have aged from young girls to moms. Hope he finds love soon. There is clearly something here. I did not expect such a small interaction to reveal a big scoop. It is just a keychain. Do not jump to conclusions, okay? It is not just a keychain. Look at Mr. Matthew's expression. Do you really think it is innocent? Can you honestly say it is? People's joys and sorrows are not interconnected. I am just happy I have a new profile picture. Zhang Yi took the key, first thanked him, then raised an eyebrow and said, "Your key looks kind of nice." "Yeah," Matthew replied. "A friend made it." There were two keys to his house. He had given one to Henry before, and the other guy put a keychain on it. Maybe he thought it looked good and gave him the one with the little dinosaur. Is this just a friend? Really? Am I wrong about what a friend is? He actually just said, MHM. Just MHM. I want to explain that they are just friends and people should not jump to conclusions. But since when do regular friends get to handle your keys and even add a keychain? Come on. Looks like the skies are turning gray, Mr. Matthew's about to start looking for someone special. Finally, Zhang Yi, holding the key with a little green dinosaur charm, did a little show of prying a piece of metal with the key right there. The more excited the atmosphere gets, the faster time flies. The netizens crowded in the livestream room were wailing and rolling on the ground, but it was no use. The livestream room closed on time, leaving only a black screen. The production team and the actors took their seats on the floor. Before all the lights in the venue were turned off, Matthew temporarily left the venue and sent Henry a message. The movie has started. The mobile phone placed aside lit up. The sound and vibration were completely turned off, and it only lit up for a moment before going dark again. Henry was sitting on a high stool, holding the earphones, and casually looking down at the sheet music in his hand, not even glancing at the phone. After the piece of music finished playing, the person in the recording studio sitting next to him asked, "How do you feel about this take?" Henry's fingers gently tapped on the table. The force was light, but it was as if they were tapping on people's hearts, making them unconsciously tense up. He smiled and said, "Overall, it is really good. Just the third measure of the second paragraph needs some adjustment." The other person let out a sigh of relief. "Then let's do it again." Departure runs for 2.5 hours. The premiere started in the morning, and by the time the movie ended, it was already noon, but no one seemed impatient or had any desire to leave. The credits of sponsors and cast were slowly rolling on the screen, and listening to the end credit song, I just felt a sense of emptiness, like it was not enough. Everyone present was waiting for the final Easter egg. The Easter egg was only about 1.5 minutes long, maybe even less. It was over in a flash. Just as everyone started to feel disappointed, the darkened screen lit up again. There was a written note saying that the following content was not part of the movie and filming was allowed. I really did not expect there to be an after-credits scene. The new Easter egg is a blooper reel. The director uses a thermos as a makeshift microphone and interviews the lead actors one by one while they are going about their various tasks. The first person he asked was Matthew. The director made some small talk and asked him to make a wish. Just off the set, Matthew had only taken off his coat. He was wearing a shirt with his tie still neatly in place. His eyes seemed to be looking off to the side rather than at the camera as he said, "Well, I hope everyone who experienced the events and the crew members are happy every day." His voice was steady and pleasant, and the content was unexpectedly plain. After the interview, the microphone head was twisted off. The director took a sip of water and then put it back on. The second person he interviewed was Zhang Yi. He had just finished filming too, and his clothes were red and gray, all in the colors of the blood packs. The director asked him, "What do you want to eat for lunch today?" Zhang Yi wiped the stuff from the blood pack off his hands and said, "Something light, just some vegetables, except tomatoes." The camera panned around and happened to focus on Henry, who was sitting aside packing his things. He and Zhang Yi finished filming at the same time. The difference was that this was his last scene, and his role was over. He did not have time to change out of his costume. He was wearing black-rimmed glasses, looking quite refined. The director reached out the thermos cup and asked, "Can I interview you?" Henry played along, getting close to the thermos cup in a proper manner and said, "Sure." The director asked him, "What are your plans next? Do you still want to make movies?" Henry pushed up his glasses, and a scrape on his hand flashed by as he said, "Yes," he said, "as long as there is a bit of love and a bit of support, I can keep going." The director laughed cheerfully. "Then I will come to you again when I make a movie next time." Henry nodded with a smile. After that, the director interviewed several more people. The audience watched, but felt their mouths dry, and the excitement of a new Easter egg gradually faded. In the end, except for the organizers, no one could walk out smiling. The premiere had just ended, but the online hype was already in full swing. No one survives. No one can walk out of the theater smiling. No one. I declare I have changed from a hater to a fan. Who could resist this? Who could? Now, if someone told me Matthew likes Henry, I would not even doubt it. Was that cough by Chun-Si just a cough? It was like stabbing my heart. Good news. I attended the premiere of Departure. Bad news. Neither I nor the person next to me brought any tissues. I feel your pain. Upstairs. Fortunately, I had some scratch paper in my hand at that time. I take back my earlier comment. Every casting choice in *Departure* is perfect, and no character could be easily swapped out. Although, I still think Henry is not as good as William. What does he have to show for it? Please wait until you have watched the movie before speaking. Thank you. Although I do like William quite a bit, but if you just make a little comparison later, you will find there is still a big gap. You know, Mr. Matthew continued to deliver a solid performance, and it seems he is even improved. His acting was truly outstanding. I am different. I am still curious about who Mr. Matthew's friend is. Mr. Matthew's friend had just come out of the recording studio, cleared all app notifications without a single glance. Maybe he saw them, but just did not care. He read the WeChat message sent by Qin Xiaoshu and then received another message. It was from the live streaming platform. It was short and to the point. Dear No Soy Milk, you still need to complete 3 hours of live streaming this month. Please make it up as soon as possible. He glanced at the deadline below again. The deadline is 24:0 on the Dithansur. Today is the Dithansur. Henry put away his phone expressionlessly. After leaving the recording studio, Henry hailed a taxi and headed straight home. With nothing to do on the way, he posted a live streaming preview. Ah, the missing person is back, thought Mr. Soy Milk had forgotten his account. It has been 3 years. A full 3 years. Mr. Soy Milk finally remembered he still had an account. Okay. I will be waiting, Mr. Soy Milk. Do not break your promise. I haven't slept well for days. I guess Mr. Soy Milk completely forgot about the live streaming and then realized the streaming hours were not enough at the end of the month. Crawling in the shadows, Henry decided to keep silent. He had been busy with other things these days. First, it was about the ring forming, then moving, and in the past couple of days, he was dealing with other stuff. He really did forget about this. It is not a big deal. Maybe not. He just finished his work, and the next 2 days were his days off. He could manage to get those 3 hours. The taxi stopped in front of the community gate. Henry got home, first went upstairs to turn on his computer, then went downstairs to pour himself a glass of water. The water was cold, and taking a sip made him instantly awake. He opened a bottle of strawberry milk and shuffled upstairs in his slippers. Changing to a new place, Henry completely forgot about the live stream. The microphone and other equipment were still in the recording studio at home. He listened and heard the wind howling outside the window. Then he silently squatted on the chair, motionless. Although the conditions were tough, he could endure it for a while. The process of opening the live streaming room was relatively smooth. He had experience before. Even though he had not done a live stream for a long time, he still remembered the procedure. He set the title of the live streaming room as Bargaining and Chatting at the Market because there had been a live stream preview before. A large number of people flooded in the moment the live streaming room opened. The direction of the camera was still a bit off, so he reached out and adjusted it again. I am so annoyed. This camera moves left, right, and down, but not up. We are all friends here. What are you afraid of? Soy Milk's hand touched my eye. I cannot see because my eye is blocked. Wait a minute, the background seems to have changed. Did you move to a new place? Henry finally adjusted the camera, glanced at the bullet comments, happened to see the last question, and replied, Yeah, my house is being renovated, so I am temporarily staying at a friend's place. You guys actually noticed the change even though only a tiny bit of the place is shown. When it came to the topic of renovation, he was clearly more interested. He changed his sitting position and asked, I haven't decided how to decorate yet. Have any of you decorated before? Come and share your experiences. Anyway, do not go for the foreign palace style. Trust me, a 13-year-old decorator has a lot to say about this. You still know that you only showed a little bit. I just finished decorating last year. I stepped on a lot of landmines. Let me think for a while. Looking at the bullet comments popping up one by one, Henry grabbed a piece of A4 paper from the side, picked up a pen, and started taking notes quickly. Holy crap, what a fast hand. Writing is much quicker than typing, is not it? Soy Milk's handwriting is so nice. He must have practiced, right? Even though I haven't saved enough for the down payment yet, I have already started taking notes like this. Soy Milk's hands are nice too. Handsome guy, please show your face. Yay. I caught the premiere of Departure today, and then came home to see Soy Milk go live. Today is definitely the best day ever. Wait, there is actually someone here who saw Departure. How was it? Was it good? Was it good? It is good. It is good. It is much more shocking than the trailer. Henry's acting completely changed all my previous opinions. The conversation was drifting off track, and when Henry finished taking notes, he looked up to find that a significant portion of the live chat had already started discussing Departure. Matthew and himself, his eyebrows lifted slightly, a bit surprised. This was the first time he would seen someone actually speaking up for him. Felt kind of novel, but not too much. He twirled the ballpoint pen in his hand twice, then looked up and asked, "What do I need to pay attention to if I use wooden furniture?" His voice was gentle, not sharp. It seemed non-aggressive, but it had a strong presence, as if it landed right on people's hearts. The topic easily came back. This live stream has definitely turned into a decoration exchange conference. It is serious yet not boring at all, and quite useful actually. This was an immersive exchange meeting. Then the computer screen changed slightly at first, and then the live streaming screen split into two. Another face suddenly appeared on the screen. Henry did not notice a thing and was still organizing his notes. Yuzu Live, a well-known live streaming platform, actively sought ways to develop after it grew. Eventually, it became the default live streaming platform for celebrities and has cooperation business with various entertainment companies. The entertainment company Noah is among them. They have to calculate the live streaming duration every quarter, but it is not much. Usually, showing up once is enough to meet the requirement. After recording a new song and declining to go out with friends, he originally planned to stay at home to study the academic issue of how to get along with people. However, before he even opened Baidu Tieba, he received a message from the live streaming platform. If you do not want to live stream, you can just pay the penalty fee. The penalty fee is not high. He used to do this often, but this time, the staff of Yuzu Live contacted him and persuaded him from various aspects. Clearly feeling the other side's efforts, Noah finally agreed. After signing the contract for several years, he had not live streamed many times. He still did not quite understand how live streaming worked. He was originally talking to the people in the live streaming room when a matching countdown appeared in the lower right corner. He ignored it, and when the half-minute countdown ended, another live streaming room showed up on the computer screen. It was a live streaming room where you could see paper, pens, and a table. The person on the other side turned the paper over, probably back to the first page, and started to sort out and summarize. So, when it comes to decoration, the water and electricity lines must be well designed. I have already done this, so we can skip it. Second, when doing the ceiling and laying the tiles, we need to pay attention to protecting the completed parts. The viewers in the live streaming room were silent at first, and then started to be confused. Hey, what is he talking about? What am I listening to? Takes out a cheat sheet. It seems quite useful. Is this a music zone streamer? Is not this a home decoration zone? Does such a zone even exist? Streamer? Is there a platform bug? Anyway, his voice sounds nice. By the way, does he know we are in a live connection? When the screen changed, Noah quickly picked up his phone to ask the staff what was going on. After getting the answer, he looked up again. The person on the other side was still organizing notes. He had only organized half a page, and there was still one page left, and it seemed he was going to continue. Apparently, he did not notice Noah. Soy milk? Look up. I am summarizing. Do not interrupt. Waves hand. Holy crap. Noah, if only soy milk would look up. How could this be? Xiaobai actually ran into soy milk. Although it is no soy milk, Noah did not plan to stay silent. He greeted first. Hello, soy milk. Soy milk in every sense. After all, his voice is really recognizable. You can tell it the moment he turns on the mic. I just did not expect the other guy to have such a wide range of interests. Suddenly, a voice came from the room. Henry looked around. Even though they could not see his face, the viewers in the live streaming room could clearly sense his confusion. Finally, he looked up at the screen. Then the viewers in both live streaming rooms saw him start moving the mouse, and he moved it to the upper right corner of Noah's screen. They reasonably guessed that he was looking for the delete key. Henry was indeed looking for the delete key, but he could not find it. Noah on the screen kinda wanted to laugh, but held it back. This is a random match within the same zone. Just sing some songs and chat together. You can cancel within half a minute before the match is successful, but you cannot cancel after that. Reading according to what the staff member he asked just now said, he really knows how to apply what he has just learned right away. Henry then took a look at the live streaming room and only then realized that he had been automatically assigned to the music zone. He forgot to change the zone manually. Since he was assigned to the music section, he might as well do what a music streamer should do. He put down the pen and paper in his hand for the moment and said, "Well, let me sing a song then." And at the end, he added, I will continue summarizing later. Hurry up and finish singing so I can get out of here. Even though it is not the real soy milk, but the return journey. The return journey is never boring to listen to. Am I the only one who wants to hear Defeated? I listened to it on repeat for several weeks when it first came out. Strongly oppose the return journey. Henry asked, so, should I sing the return journey? Mainly, it has been too long since he listened to other songs, and his impression of them is almost gone. The sooner he finishes singing, the sooner he can call it a day. He is still thinking about his big renovation plan. Noah asked, how about I sing the first verse? We sing the second and third verses together. You sing the fourth verse, and we sing the last verse together. His tone was one of negotiation. Henry did not reply to him immediately. Instead, he opened the lyrics interface and said, I am not quite sure which part is the first verse and which is the second. Please mark it on the lyrics. He really knows how to play dumb. Noah was used to discussing the first and second verses with him in their usual conversations, and it was like a code only the two of them understood when he said it. He did not want to catch this code in front of so many people. If asked, he would say they are not familiar. Sorry, I forgot to change my usual habit. Noah also realized it and said, it is from the first line to A. So, singing in a live connection does not have to be singing together all the time. There can actually be some skills involved. It seems the person on the other side is not from the music section. Is this really okay? I haven't seen this streamer much. I would be happy if they can just finish the song. I do not dare to expect too much. When the two live streaming rooms are linked, they can both see each other's live chat messages. The viewers in Henry's live streaming room were immediately unhappy. Soy Milk sings really well. You just haven't seen him because his live streaming hours are really odd. He usually does not show up during the day. So he is live streaming during the day today just to make up the hours. People with normal schedules are crying their eyes out. If you would just clicked in and looked at Soy Milk's fans, you would not be talking like this. People with odd schedules rely on Soy Milk to have a good sleep. Soy Milk is our god. Henry did not look at the live chat messages, not in either of the two live streaming rooms. He was pestered by Orange, who came over hearing the noise. Orange nimbly jumped onto his lap, not realizing at all that it was no longer the little kitten that weighed just a few pounds. Henry endured this heavy love. Orange rolled around in his arms. He stroked the little cat and stood up, saying, wait a sec, I am going to go find my headset. If I am going to sing, I have to wear a headset. He just thought it over carefully. He has a lot of headsets. One is in the recording studio, and there should be two more in the cabinet. Noah said, okay. Henry came back quickly. He put on the headset, and the sound pickup immediately became much clearer. Soy Milk's voice is really, really nice. Such a gentle voice. If it were night now, I could just lie in bed and fall asleep right away. For those of you who are entering Soy Milk's live stream for the first time, here's a little tip. Put on your headphones and double the fun. The last 5 lines, you sing them by yourself. And then he added, is that okay? It sounded like a genuine question. Noah said, okay. The viewers in both live streams always felt there was something strange between the two of them, but they seemed normal, and it was hard to say what was off. The two of them chose a song together. When the intro started, a large number of people flooded into the live stream again. There were so many people in Noah's live stream that it was lagging badly. Fans who were a bit slower to get the news that he was live streaming could only come to Henry's to catch a bit of it, and then they could not leave. They knew Homeward Journey was a nice song and expected that listening to it in the live stream definitely would not be as good as the polished and released version. But they did not expect it to be a completely different kind of wonderful. Could only be described as shocking. To avoid live stream lag, the two turned off the chat messages. All that was left on the computer screen were 2 copies of the lyrics, with nothing else. Now they realized that the singing together the two mentioned was not the simple kind they thought. There was about a 1-second gap after Noah finished the first verse, and then came an extreme sense of explosion that made the eardrums tremble. Noah used his previous singing style, a steady and restrained bass. Another voice came from Henry. His voice was unique, gentle and clear, but it did not lack power. He could hit high notes easily. The two voices blended together surprisingly well, creating an unprecedented and ultimate experience. Henry held the headset, his eyelashes slightly lowered. He stroked the soft, fluffy fur of the orange cat on his leg, and his breathing remained steady, even with the Danmaku turned off. When the last line of the song was sung, the live streaming room still froze for a moment. Turn on the Danmaku, and then layers upon layers of Danmaku filled the screen. All kinds of Danmaku were piled up together, and it was already a bit hard to tell what was written on them. What kind of celestial being is this? This is amazing. I somehow get the feeling of being at a concert. It is so shocking. Why did not I come across soy milk earlier? It is really, really amazing. The two of them cooperate so well. Can you sing another song, please? Did anyone record this? I was so engrossed in listening that I forgot to record. Wow, soy milk really held back before. They did not show us everything. I would believe it if someone said soy milk wrote the lyrics and composed the music. They are so awesome. Noah is the best. If it were not for the random nature of the voice call, I would really think they would rehearsed. Oh my God, I am getting goosebumps. There were also a constant stream of donations on top of the barrage. A colorful mess. The orange cat seemed to like it a lot and kept stretching out its paw to touch. Henry gently held the kitten's paw. After singing a song, he noticed a small red button had appeared in the middle of the page. The button read, "End voice call." A bunch of viewers watched as his mouse cursor instantly moved towards it. My sweet mood just vanished in an instant. No way. Sing one more song, okay? I am not satisfied at all. How can someone with such a gentle voice be so cold-hearted? Crying cat face. JPG. There is a huge stream of viewers right in front of you. Soy milk. Take a look. I will give you a big villa, okay? Please sing one more song. Struggling to make out the words on the bullet comments, Henry looked up at Noah, who also seemed to be quietly waiting for his move, and said, "But I actually planned to ask about decoration matters today." One could only say his original intention remained unchanged. I remember there was such a thing. Why are you still thinking about decoration at this time? Surprisingly persistent and stubborn ors. Do not leave. Let's discuss decoration later, okay? Decoration is a bit more important than singing. Henry's voice was gentle, but his attitude was as persistent as ever. He waved his hand and said to Noah, "Goodbye." Noah looked at the other's hand resting on the yellow cat fur, smiled and said, "Goodbye." Both of them clicked to end the live link, but Noah's action was a bit slower than Henry's. The screen returned to normal. Looking at the number of viewers in the upper left corner of the live streaming room, Henry picked up his notes again and said, "I will not sing for now today. I will save it for tonight. The live link has been ended. Next, it is still the time for the Decoration Exchange Conference." His original intention in saying this was to tell the netizens who stayed in the live streaming room because of the singing or Noah that what they wanted to see was not going to happen next, and they could leave. But the netizens interpreted it in a completely different way and happily started celebrating as if it were a festival. Yay! I can fall asleep listening to Soy Milk's songs again tonight. Huh? Going to sing tonight? Then I will come back later. I am back. Is the exchange meeting starting again? Still watching the recording of Homeward Journey just now. It really sounds great. Welcome back. Henry replaced it with a clean A4 paper and got ready, not being affected in the slightest by that little episode just now. The rapidly increasing number of viewers, fans, and all kinds of tips are all temporary. He knows what he wants to do the most. The live connection was interrupted, and a large number of bullet comments were still discussing the duet just now. Noah's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes slightly flickered when he saw the bullet comment, "The two of them match so well. I also think he sings really well. Do not know him, but I would quite like to get to know him. Alright, let's move on to the next song. What do you guys want to hear?" The corners of his lips slightly turned up. After the two topics, Matthew's rumored romance and the premiere of ** Departure *, went viral, the film * Return Journey *, which had already gained popularity once before, surged back onto the trending list. The most widely circulated content was the unedited livestream recording. No matter how many times you watch it, it is still mind-blowing. This was an unexpected and wonderful performance. Many people missed the live event and could only watch others' recordings later. A lot of people were left wanting more and headed to the live streaming platform. But by this time, Noah had ended the live stream while Henry was still live, so a large number of people flooded into the live streaming room. But the atmosphere in the live streaming room seemed quite different from what they had imagined. Henry had already contacted the platform staff to change the live streaming section, and now it was in the chatting casually area. The moment they entered, there was no energetic music, nor any intense pay-to-win atmosphere. It was just a computer screen with a small game displayed on it. The only two things that made them feel they were in the right place were the opponent's ID and the number of online viewers. The bullet comments did not stop. They were compressed to a quarter of the computer screen, not blocking the game interface, and kept moving. Since it was different from what they expected, they originally wanted to leave, but listening to the gentle and soothing voice in the live streaming room, they felt like they wanted to go but could not. Let's watch for a little longer. The topic of decoration had become a thing of the past. Henry had started playing small games before that. It all started because someone said they missed the small games they played when they were kids, saying those small games ran through their childhood. And then it resonated with a lot of people. Henry did not play small games when he was a kid. The first half of his childhood was about playing with the nearby kids, playing the piano, and then going home to have meals and chat with his parents and elder brother. The second half was filled with various tutors, competitions, and exams. Looking back now, all those efforts seemed completely in vain, but they still made his childhood somewhat fulfilling. He also wanted to see what other people's childhoods were like. There were unexpectedly many types of small games. Henry originally wanted to play the Fire and Water Man game, but after clicking in, he found out it was a two-player game, so he had to regretfully exit. He propped his chin with his hand and said, "It would be nice if there was someone to play with. Play with me, Soy Milk. I have a lot of fun things at home. Me. Soy Milk. Me. Trying to stand out. Soy Milk. Play with me. I have got tons of fun stuff at my place. Is something wrong with the person above? Play with the cat. Do not look down on little kitties. Is not Soy Milk at a friend's place? You can play with your friend there. Ugh." Bringing up friend reminded me of Mr. Matthew's classic comment today. I cannot even look at the word without cringing. Henry glanced at the bullet comments, his eyes slightly raised at the corners, but he did not say anything in the end. He chose a minigame that had the highest popularity besides the Fire Water Person game. The minigame has a lot of levels. Playing level by level will take a long time, but he is not scared at all. He is even kind of happy. These 3 hours are not that easy to make up. This minigame is very simple. Both the operation rules and the page design are quite straightforward. Simply put, it is a game where the big bad wolf has to disguise as a lamb and eat the sheep right under the farmer's nose. The levels are surprisingly tough. The first few dozen levels are very easy. They are suitable for all ages, the kind of easy that will not make people angry or frustrated because they are too hard. But starting from level 28, things get a bit different. This is where it starts. That forklift keeps shoveling me. I cannot escape at all. I am so busy running that I cannot even eat the sheep. I am different. I often get stabbed by the farmer. It is really annoying. Alright, from here on, it is beyond the reach of my childhood. I hope Soy Milk can fulfill a childhood dream of mine. Forget about fulfilling dreams. I hope Soy Milk can calmly uninstall this game later. Henry only took one look at the bullet comments and then clicked on the level. Objectively speaking, it is much more difficult than before, but subjectively speaking, as long as you are careful and quick-witted, this level is not too hard to pass. He controlled the little wolf to pretend to be a lamb, dodged the farmer, ate a sheep in front of the forklift, then ran like crazy, and repeated this, and then he passed the level. How could this be? Why does it seem so easy, so smooth? It is completely different from my clumsy operation. What a quick reaction. I am going to the bathroom. When I come back, I wonder which level he is on. By the time the viewer who went to the bathroom came back, the game interface had already disappeared. Henry had already started choosing a new game to play. The mouse moved back and forth, often stopping on Fireboy and Watergirl, then moving away again. I can feel Soy Milk's eagerness for Fireboy and Watergirl. It makes me want to play too. I am back. What happened? Why did it end so soon? It is already cleared. Half an hour is a bit long. Pay attention to your gastrointestinal health. Ha! Cleared already? Actually, Fireboy and Watergirl can also be played alone, but it feels so sad to play by yourself. Sighing with amusement, JPG, as Henry looked for games, he glanced at the barrage. When he saw that Fireboy and Watergirl could be played alone, his eyes lit up, and the mouse instantly moved over. Before he could open Fireboy and Watergirl, the phone next to him rang. The screen lit up. Before the viewers in the live streaming room could make out the caller ID, the phone had already been taken away. Henry took off his headset and placed it on the table, saying, I am going to answer a call. After saying that, he got up and left. Changzi did not follow him. He sat on the chair, staring at the camera. The kitten is so cute. Can it come with me? Kittens are born to be kissed by aunties. Hurry up and take the cat away while soy milk is away. This cat looks kind of familiar. The kitten cannot read. It just wants to reach for the camera. The camera is fixed, but not completely. It makes the camera shake up and down, and most of the screen is covered with the little white fluff on the cat's paw. Master Cat, I am a bit dizzy. One day I actually get dizzy from a cat. Wait. Soy milk is coming. Master Cat, keep going. I can already see the waist. Master Cat, do not stop. The more the cat paws at the camera, the higher it goes. All the viewers stare closely at the screen, not daring to breathe. Master Cat is still going strong. And then Master Cat was caught. Just as the camera was about to show the neck, it was suddenly pushed down hard. All the netizens felt their eyes go dark. Dark in both a physical and psychological sense. Orange, what are you doing? Picking up Orange and holding it in his arms, Henry picked up the headset and said to the viewers, there is a problem with the camera. I will pause the live stream to adjust it. After saying that, he clicked the mouse to temporarily pause the live stream. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Master Cat has sacrificed heroically. Let's observe a moment of silence. Well, it is a long way to go. Good luck to you, Cat. Henry adjusted the camera and sat down again, putting on his headset. Okay, I am back. I just answered a phone call. As he moved the mouse away from the Fireboy and Watergirl game, he said, my friend is coming back tonight. I will play with him this evening, so I will not play for now. His voice was as gentle and plain as ever, yet the viewers somehow felt something was different. Soy milk seems to be in a really good mood. Okay, I get it. I totally get it. So I am the only one playing Fireboy and Watergirl alone. Crying cat face. JPG. Playing Fireboy and Watergirl with friends is really fun. Fireboy and Watergirl is really a childhood memory. Playing with friends now still gives me that childhood feeling. It is like I am making up for the childhood I missed. Henry looked at the comments on the live stream, his eyes slightly curved. After an afternoon of live streaming, he managed to make up 3 hours out of the 15. 3 hours he owed, just a fraction of it. The orange cat that was playing here earlier had already gone to its little den for an afternoon nap. Henry yawned, propped his chin up, and stared at the computer screen. Having been live streaming for so long in a row, there were still quite a few people in the live streaming room. Henry was surprised. How can you guys endure it more than me? During these 3 hours, he had held a decoration session, sung some songs, and played a lot of small games before. He was sleepy, but these viewers in the live streaming room still seemed full of energy, with comments constantly pouring in. I was sleepy at first, but then I thought that soy milk is still struggling to make up the live streaming hours, and I got energized. What goes around comes around. I was so miserable waiting for soy milk before, and now I am so happy. Did not expect it, huh? The happier soy milk was before, the more miserable he is now. Sure enough, happiness is built on others' pain. My eyes are dry. I am not playing games anymore. I need to rest for the water and fire mantonite. Henry asked, is there anything else you guys want to do? To be honest, I am doing my homework right now. Advanced math. The advanced math killing incident. My roommate and I have already started losing a ton of hair. Save us. I originally wanted to say sing, but this seems a bit too normal. Then help me with my homework. Cute. JPG. I am slacking off in the office. As long as I am slacking off, I am happy no matter what I do. I am getting rolled. I am seriously watching the live stream, and you guys are studying? Shocked cat, JPG. It has been a while since I did advanced math. Henry casually grabbed a piece of paper from the side, picked up a pen and said, "Send me the questions. Maybe we can solve them if we work together." The viewers did not understand why things suddenly developed like this, but they still quickly sent over the picture. Pictures cannot be sent in the live chat, so the other person sent it in a private message. He directly opened the private message and then enlarged the picture. It was an advanced math problem that looked like it could kill someone. Before they even seriously started looking at the problem, a bunch of office workers and college students in the live stream started having headaches. Someone started shouting, "Gentio, my head hurts so much." Henry did not shout. The pen in his hand had already started moving. He moved so fast that the viewers could barely keep up. By the time they reacted, he had already written down a bunch of formulas. Is this for real? WOC, is he really calculating? I haven't even understood the problem yet. Could my life actually be saved? Henry kept his head down, writing away. When he looked up at the question, he also glanced at the bullet comments. His hands kept moving as he gave a little smile. I was pretty good at advanced math before. Henry said he was pretty good at it, but netizens did not think so, especially after seeing him solve the equations at lightning speed. His fingers were long and slender, and his pen-holding posture was very standard. Ink traced rows of formulas on the paper, smoothly and accurately. He said he had a habit of scribbling, and the viewers originally thought the test paper would be a mess. But the paper was unexpectedly neat. The A4 paper was divided into two. One half was the problem-solving process, and the other was the draft. The draft and the problem-solving process were synchronized. As long as you had learned it, you could understand. It just seemed quite easy. And it really was just a seeming, ew. This problem that puzzled our whole dormitory was solved like this. The train of thought is so clear. I can actually understand it, Cac. Pretty good at it. This is clearly a difficult problem. Me. Raise my hand. This problem is really a no-go. Please, soy milk, save me. Private message has been sent. Henry closed the pen cap and, while clicking on the private messages again, asked, "Got this problem?" Seeing the screen full of got it on the bullet screen, he then clicked to open the private messages. The private messages in the background were flashing constantly, and it was impossible to tell who sent what exactly. He smiled and said, "You guys seem to have quite a lot of homework. I will close the private messages first. I will deal with the next batch after reading these," Henry said, and then closed the private messages. Only then did the background become calm. He searched for private messages from the bottom up in chronological order. The first private message he opened was a photo. It was not just one problem, but a whole page. The page looked cleaner than a face. Instead of picking up a pen, he typed a few words. "Please complete your homework independently." In the upper right corner of this photo of the page, there were crooked words that read this page was the homework, followed by, "Please complete it independently." The bullet comments were all like this: "Do your own homework." Except for advanced mathematics. Kids should do their homework well by themselves. College students do not need to. How could this be? The second private message was a very typical major question in linear algebra. Having sat for a long time and feeling a bit uncomfortable, Henry propped up one leg, changed his sitting position, and said, "This question seems quite interesting." Interesting. Is this the world I do not understand? This is probably why I am slacking off in the office now, getting a few thousand in monthly salary picture of lighting a cigarette. JPG. So this is how the gap between people comes about. Henry looked at the question, briefly copied it while chatting. I haven't done advanced mathematics for a long time. He lowered his head and smiled slightly. It was quite fun back then. He was a cannon fodder character in the novel. His university was a setting in the novel that did not even need much description. There were no main characters in the novel there, and it had nothing to do with the main plot. It was a relatively relaxing period. Where did Soy Milk go to college? I bet Soy Milk's college must be really good. Henry did not say, just replied, a small school that might be pretty good. I studied back end there. I am not so sure, although I do not think soy milk would lie. Still feels off. So why does substituting x into the third equation make it equal to 1? Henry looked up at the screen, then slowed down, raised his hand and wrote another formula. You can expand an equation here. It is not commonly used when solving problems, but it will be much more convenient when you need it. He asked, do you need me to write out the derivation process? Yes. The viewers were so grateful. They were almost ready to swear brotherhood on the spot. Time passed surprisingly fast while doing the problems. By the time Henry put down the scratch paper and turned his head to look out the window, it was almost getting dark. The weather was not great today. There were thick dark clouds outside, and the air was humid. It was probably going to rain. He glanced at the time, reconnected his headset, and said, "It is getting late. My friend will be back soon. Let's take some song requests." The comments on the live stream came to life instantly, piling up one after another. It was exactly 7 p.m. when he ended the live stream. After glancing at the final live stream duration statistics, Henry slumped in his chair and slowly exhaled. 8 hours of makeup lessons. He did not know how he got through those 8 hours. It was more like tutoring than a live stream. Having studied for so long, Henry's eyes were a bit tired. With droopy eyelids, Henry yawned, put on his slippers, and went downstairs to make a cup of coffee. Outside the window, the wind had already started to blow. He did not turn on the light, and the kitchen was dim. He could still hear the howling of the wind and the rustling of the leaves outside. The temperature drop that had been brewing for several days seemed to be coming tonight. Henry was not wearing thick clothes, and he felt a slight chill. He picked up his coffee and walked upstairs. He placed the little dinosaur-shaped cup on the table, picked up the phone that was lying aside, and was just about to make a call when the phone rang. The caller ID showed Matthew. His light-colored pupils met the completely dark sky outside the French window. He lightly sat on the table, and his voice was clear as he said, "When are you coming back?" The voice on the other end was as steady as ever. "Probably in about half an hour." Matthew asked, "Have you eaten tonight?" A soul-searching question. Henry hesitated briefly between lying and coming clean. In that brief pause, the other person had already guessed something and asked directly, "What do you want to eat tonight?" No longer needing to torture his conscience, Henry broke into a smile instantly and said, "The fried rice we had before would be fine." Other than Matthew's voice, there was no other noise on the other end. Guessing that the person was probably driving, he added, "Orange and I will wait for you to come back. Be careful on the road. I am going to hang up now." The faint blue light from the phone disappeared. Just as he put the phone down, hearing some movement, Henry turned around and just managed to catch Orange as the cat leaped, stroking the cat's chin. He looked down at the fluffy kitten and said, "Your daddy's coming back." Orange let out a purr, not paying any attention to what he was saying. Henry played with the cat while keeping an eye on the weather outside. In the end, it did not even last half an hour. Drops of water fell on the leaves, and in an instant, the drizzle turned into a downpour. The leaves slapped against the window. He glanced at the wind outside, patted the cat's head, put Orange down and said, "I am going to pick up your dad. Keep an eye on the house." Orange meowed. Whether it understood or not, it just walked downstairs to drink water on its own. After putting Orange down, Henry casually grabbed a coat and put it on, then walked to the entrance. He remembered there was always an umbrella there. He picked up the umbrella, opened and closed the door with a brisk movement. The community has been repairing the pipes these 2 days. The usual driving route is blocked, and cars can only be parked in the temporary parking spaces on the other side. It is quite a distance from there to home. The rain outside was much heavier than he would expected. Henry walked on the road, holding an umbrella, but the water splashed onto his face constantly. It was as if he had an umbrella, yet also as if he did not. When the rain was too heavy, the umbrella seemed to be of little use. There was a small pavilion by the temporary parking lot. Henry folded his umbrella, which was as wet as his clothes, and stood in the pavilion. He took out his phone and checked the time. Matthew should be coming back soon. His hands were a bit stiff from the cold. He shook them casually to loosen up, then put the phone back in his pocket. This long-awaited heavy rain was getting heavier and heavier. In the end, the rain was so heavy that the raindrops near the still-lit streetlights were barely visible. Clearly, this kind of weather is not suitable for driving. Henry touched the phone in his pocket, but in the end, he did not take it out. He just stood quietly in the pavilion, waiting. In the rainy night, no one was willing to go out. Besides the sound of the rain, there seemed to be no other noise around. The pavilion was not big, except for the center part which was still dry. The rest was inevitably wet. Raindrops clung to his trouser legs, coat, and even his eyelashes. But Henry seemed not to notice. He had already gotten used to waiting long before. Only when a car's headlights flashed, he blinked slightly, then, watching the car whose model he could not make out in the rain curtain drive away, he realized where he was standing. He took a small step back, moving towards the center of the pavilion. The phone in his pocket did not ring, and he did not touch it either. He just listened quietly to the sound of the rain. Soon, or perhaps it had been a long time, the sound of tires rolling over the rainwater on the road came, getting louder and louder in the rain. Henry looked up and saw a car driving smoothly towards him. The yellow headlights cut through the deep night and also illuminated the rain curtain, allowing people to see just how heavy the rain was. His ears were filled with the splattering sound of rain hitting the leaves, accompanied by the wind, which blew up his slightly wet hair. Henry opened his umbrella again and stepped into the rain curtain. With the strong wind, the umbrella became completely useless, just like a decoration. He walked in the direction of the headlights. When he saw the familiar car model, the corners of his eyes, still wet with rain, curved slightly, slowly parked the car in the rain. Matthew leaned over and grabbed the bag of groceries on the passenger seat. Just as he was about to open the car door, he heard a knock on the window. 2 knocks, neither too light nor too heavy, very familiar. The rain blurred the window, and he could not see what was outside. He rolled down the window and immediately saw the slightly curved eyes and brows. The person standing outside the car waved at him, and then said in a clear and pleasant voice, "Welcome back." Henry's hair, face, and clothes all had obvious watermarks, but there was a clear smile on his face. Matthew paused for a moment, then quickly opened the car door and got out. Henry held the umbrella towards the car door. The light inside the car poured out, illuminating his fingers that were a bit red from the cold. Matthew stopped what he was doing and first took off his coat. Henry had just finished speaking when he caught a glimpse of Matthew's face. Then his vision went dark. His head felt inexplicably heavy, and warmth instantly spread. He raised his eyes slightly and could just see a bit of the black collar. Matthew took the bag and then grabbed the umbrella, saying, "The heater is on in the car. It is a bit hot." When the car door opened, no warm air rushed out. This was a rather flimsy excuse. With the umbrella taken from his hand, Henry's 2 hands were free, and he could just grab onto the coat. The rain got heavier on the way, "So I am a bit late." Matthew looked down at him and asked, "Why did not you call me?" Maybe it was because of the rainy night, or maybe because they had not seen each other for 2 days, but his voice was even gentler than usual. As Henry was tugging at the clothes, he also had the time to rub his chin and said, "You were driving. It was not convenient for you to answer the phone." The 2 of them huddled under the moderately sized umbrella, walking and chatting. Matthew did not ask Henry why he suddenly came to pick him up, and Henry did not say either. Objectively speaking, his coming out to pick someone up did not change the fact that Matthew would still get wet. It just meant one more person getting drenched. It was a meaningless act, a futile effort, but subjectively speaking, he just wanted to come out and pick him up. Sometimes, some meaningless things can make people happy. It is like how 2 people know an umbrella cannot keep out the strong wind and heavy rain, but they still walk together under it. It is kind of odd, but also really cheerful. When they entered, Matthew took out the key and opened the door. His hands were already soaked by the rain, and the water was dripping from his well-defined fingers. The little dinosaur pendant swayed in the air, getting wet from the rain. The 2 of them entered the house together. Orange heard the noise and was already waiting at the door. The moment the 2 entered, it was ready to pounce like a kitten, but was stopped by Henry. They were both wet, so it was not suitable to hold the cat. Being rejected for the first time, Orange's furry face showed a strange look of shock. It took a few steps back and then slumped weakly in the corner. Henry smiled, dried his hands, then walked over and bent down to stroke the kitten's head. Orange immediately rubbed against the back of his hand. Matthew was still standing in the hallway. He lowered his eyes, carefully wiped the rain off the little dinosaur and put it in his pocket. He put the groceries he bought in the fridge. Then Matthew turned to Henry, who was still petting Orange, and said, "You got caught in the rain. You should take a shower first." Henry stood up, just about to move, but was called back. Matthew said, "I will go get you some pajamas." Henry did not remember having any pajamas at his place. Meeting Matthew's gaze, he suddenly had an epiphany. Finally, he patted the kitten's head and followed Matthew upstairs. He had been to Matthew's bedroom before, so this time he entered with ease, being quite familiar with the way. He saw the other guy open the wardrobe and take out a pair of pajamas. They were green, with white teeth patterns. The clothes he bought earlier had already arrived. "I have washed the clothes. You can wear them directly." Henry took the clothes but did not leave. He still looked at Matthew. Matthew finally gave in. He took out another pair of pajamas from the wardrobe. Henry nodded repeatedly, then turned around and waved. "Okay, I am going to take a shower." Even his back revealed a sense of joy. The shower did not take long. After taking a shower, Henry put a towel on his head and walked while drying his hair. Matthew was quicker than him. By the time he went downstairs, there was already a nice smell in the kitchen. As soon as Henry walked into the kitchen and took one look, he could not hold back. It was still the same face, expressionless as ever, but the tooth-like spikes at the back of the other's head somehow softened more than half of that coldness. Sensing a burning gaze, he did not say a word. Henry moved slowly, then quickly reached out and rubbed the dinosaur-like spikes, rubbing them again. Having had his fill of touching, Henry patted Matthew on the back and did not stint in his praise. "It looks really nice." After he praised, he was about to roll up his sleeves to help wash the vegetables, but Matthew stopped him. "First, drink the ginger soup on the table." Henry turned his head and saw a bowl of slightly reddish water on the table that looked a bit like a drink. He picked up the bowl and took a sip. Then he started coughing hard. He exclaimed in surprise, "How could it taste like this?" The color made it seem sweet, but the taste was strangely persistent. "The taste of ginger soup is..." Matthew stopped mid-sentence, then continued as usual. "It is not like this. I put a lot of ginger. Maybe that is what made the taste strange," he said. "Ginger soup dispels cold. When you get caught in a heavy rain, you put more ginger." Henry drank the ginger soup with a pained expression on his face, then let out a breath and said, "I think you are talking nonsense." Matthew glanced down at the person who, after drinking the ginger soup, had come to the side to wash vegetables again perseveringly, and did not answer. He was indeed talking nonsense. All ginger soups taste like this, maybe with slight differences, but not much. Henry was surprised only because he had never had ginger soup before. A young master who was supposed to have grown up in comfort had never had a bowl of ordinary ginger soup. Matthew picked up the washed vegetables, glanced at the still furrowed brows of the person next to the radish, and said, "Next time I will put less ginger and more sugar. It should taste better." Henry said, "Okay." The two had a meal together. Matthew washed the dishes, and Henry took on the important duty of putting away the bowls and chopsticks. After dinner was Henry's relaxation time. Wearing a fluffy and warm pajamas, with the hat on, he hugged an orange and sank directly into the sofa, looking extremely happy. Seeing Matthew coming over, he enthusiastically patted the spot next to him, took out his phone, and said, "Come on over. Let's take a photo of our family of 3. Matthew then sat down beside him. He had no expression on his face, but his actions were quite cooperative. To match Henry, he even put on a hat. Henry simply did a peace sign and nudged Matthew a bit. Smile. After acting for a few years, he still resorts to the peace sign. After smiling, Matthew could not hold back the emotions in his eyes. Just before the photo was taken, he slightly turned his head to avoid the camera. After taking the photo, Henry placed the phone in the middle and then lowered his head to open the photo album. The first photo in the album was of them, and the ones below were also of them, with Orange taking up most of the frame. On the small phone screen, both of them were smiling. Henry was looking at the camera, while Matthew was looking at him. Orange was lying between them, reaching out to grab the phone. The photos did not feel exactly as he would imagined, but he was just as happy. Happily, Henry saved the photos to another album and put away his phone. Matthew, sitting on the side, asked him, "Did not you say we were going to play some small games today?" Henry immediately perked up. He waved his hand while holding Orange. "Let's go. I will show you how to play Fire and Water Boy." Then came the game of Dinosaur upstairs. Henry finally understood what the viewers in the livestream room meant when they said playing Fire and Water Boy alone felt completely different from playing it with a friend. Although he was not playing alone, it was obvious that playing games with two people was a lot more fun. Finally, the game of Fire and Water Boy ended when Henry was too sleepy to keep his eyes open. Matthew patted his hat. "It is getting late. Go to sleep first." Henry's eyelids drooped, but he still stubbornly said, "I can still hold on." Eventually, he was forced to go to bed. He said he could not fall asleep, but his body betrayed him. As soon as his head touched the pillow, he dozed off. The rain outside the window showed no signs of letting up, splashing down past the panes. The next day, Henry was woken up by the meowing of a cat. Orange must have wanted to come in but could not, so it could only meow at the door. Then Matthew picked it up and took it away. Henry got up, glanced at the time, hesitated for a while, and finally decided to sit up, put on his clothes, wash up, and go downstairs. As expected, yesterday's rain was meant to bring down the temperature. Now the sky has turned gloomy again. It is no longer raining, but the temperature has dropped to an indescribable level. In the early morning, the clothes were cold, and so was the mouthwash. Henry put his hat on his head, stuffed his hands in his pockets like a farmer without a care for his appearance, and slowly made his way downstairs. He had to admit that Matthew really had more energy than him. Just as he got up, the aroma of food was already wafting from the kitchen downstairs. The kitchen was probably the warmest place in this building. Henry slowly sat down at the dining table, and Orange jumped onto his lap of its own accord, nestling right in the crook of his arm. Matthew glanced at him and then said, "The air conditioner in the living room is on." The remote control got stepped on by Orange before, and it was set to blow cold air. "You can go there later." Henry nodded. It was a quiet yet lively morning. Matthew had been busy these days, and today he still had a film exhibition to attend in the neighboring city. He was wearing his old clothes, black ones. He still looked like a cool guy. It seemed quite ordinary. That was until Henry saw him take out a scarf. It was red and really eye-catching. He had bought it before. He probably had not worn a scarf much before. Fumbling with it awkwardly once on, it hung loose and bulky, which oddly made Henry chuckle. Henry handed the orange in his hand to Matthew, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Lower your head. I will put the scarf on for you." Matthew obediently lowered his head. Henry generally could not do without a scarf in winter and had plenty of experience in tying one, but he had never tied one for someone else, so his movements were a bit awkward. But in the end, he managed to tie it in a way that did not look half bad. Matthew then went out. Henry stood at the door, waved with his white-gloved hand shaped like a cat's paw, looking relaxed and composed. The door closed. The relaxed look vanished from his face. He quickly went upstairs with the orange in his arms. The remaining 3 hours were not that easy to make up for. Getting in the car, Matthew picked up his phone and opened a live streaming app. As expected, No Soy Milk had already started live streaming, desperately making up for the airtime. He sent a few colorful virtual gifts as tips, then put the phone aside, buckled up his seatbelt, and looked up to grip the steering wheel. The neighboring city was not City B. It would take quite a while to drive there. The film exhibition started at noon. After entering the urban area, he first met with his agent. The assistant was also there, and then they went to the venue together. The agent and the assistants kept eyeing the scarf around his neck. In the end, no one asked anything. He was just invited to attend this time, so he did not need to prepare much. All he had to do was show up. The people from the film exhibition got the news and had already sent someone to pick them up in advance. When they got out of the car, a crowd of people swarmed around. The ones nearby were the staff. The organizers probably thought he had come from a faraway place and had a lot of stuff, but in fact, apart from a few things, he did not have much at all. More people were not far away. There were fans and the media, all mixed together. He was just there to make an appearance at the film exhibition. He did not need to walk the red carpet, but he could not avoid the media. The media most wanted to interview him, but he was also the one they found most headache-inducing. Matthew was famous, but it was hard to dig up juicy stories about him. Every time, few reporters could leave an interview with him smiling. This time it was supposed to be the same. They quickly walked the short distance, and Matthew barely said anything. He only answered a few ordinary questions, until, at the last stretch of the way, a reporter complimented, "Matthew, that scarf looks really nice today." Everyone had noticed the different element on him today, but no one thought it could make a news story. Until Matthew opened his mouth to answer, he said, "Yeah, my friend picked it." His expression did not seem to change, but everyone got the feeling that he might have smiled a little. It had started to get cold in the south, and in the north, it was already so cold that you could not leave the house without a down jacket. It was the noon break time. Most people had gone out to find something to eat, so there were not many people left in the office. Lucas left late and met his friend Owen at a coffee shop near the building. The coffee shop had private rooms, and Owen, who never skimped on himself, happily occupied one. Lucas entered the coffee shop and then saw Owen's face pop out from the door of a private room, waving at him. Entering the private room, he sat down while unwrapping the scarf around his neck. Owen glanced at him and then exclaimed in disbelief, "You still haven't thrown that scarf away?" Owen had seen that scarf on Lucas since they met in college. He had to admit it was of good quality, still holding up after all these years. Even so, it was obvious the scarf was quite old. Owen said, "You have been wearing it for so long. It is time to get a new one." Lucas did not say anything more, just replied, "It still works," meaning he had no intention of replacing it. First, Owen did not think anything of it, but after taking a sip of coffee, he suddenly had an idea and asked, "Was it given to you by someone?" Lucas let out a "hmm." Owen asked, "Was it William?" People who could give such things were not ordinary. Thinking it over, besides William, no one else who knew Lucas for so long would do such a thing. Normally, he would have started teasing, but today, the words died on his lips, and his expression turned a bit strange. Lucas put the scarf aside and said, "No." Owen laughed and said, "Do not tell me it was Henry?" He was joking, but Lucas did not answer. The smile froze on Owen's face. He exclaimed, "No way," and then said, "It really was Henry? You have known Henry for that long?" He sounded skeptical. How come none of us knew about this? A strange feeling welled up inside Lucas. He rubbed his temples, then changed the subject. "So, what did you come to see me about today?" Owen pursed his lips. "It is not a big deal. Before, I thought you might have a little something for Henry." He stopped mid-sentence, realizing something, and then rephrased, "Since you know Henry, I wanted to tell you something related to him. You might not be interested. I am just shooting the breeze." Lucas looked up. What trouble has he gotten into now? No. Owen waved his hand. "I have a friend in the circle. He mentioned this when we were chatting today." His expression became as indescribable as before. "Remember the thing about Henry pushing someone into the water?" There was no evidence at the time, but it still spread like wildfire online. My friend said the news came from a production assistant. After it spread, someone bought the hype, and it was William's mom, Charlotte. The production assistant is a cousin of Charlotte's. They had just had a meal together. Owen twitched his lips and looked at Lucas. "It is possible that Henry might not be doing as well in the Song family as we thought." The private room fell silent. The walls, doors, and windows were not soundproof, and the chatter and laughter of the people outside could still be heard. Lucas seemed like he was about to say something, but then suddenly fell silent. He was thinking. Upon hearing this news, his first reaction was to say impossible, and that is what his subconscious also believed. But he held back, thinking it over. It was a reasonable thing. Setting aside personal feelings, objectively speaking, there was nothing impossible about this kind of thing happening. But there seemed to be a voice in his head constantly telling him that this was absurd, not worth thinking about, completely made up, and did not need to be verified. It was as if two voices were churning and struggling in his mind, and it was excruciating, like being torn apart. His head started hurting again. The hand by his side unconsciously clenched the scarf nearby, and he gritted his teeth and slowly exhaled. Owen was startled by his reaction and said, "What is wrong with you? Do not tell me you are so angry that your head hurts." He did not dare to continue and could only change the topic. "If you do not want to think, then do not. This has nothing to do with you anyway. Just consider what I said as hot air." His eyes squinted in pain. Lucas gritted his teeth, held his breath, and said hoarsely, "How can it have nothing to do with me?" Anything related to Henry was his concern. No matter what it was, good or bad, it had always been like this. Even when Henry was a kid and hit a dog with a ball and stubbornly refused to apologize, he finally took him to apologize together. As the person Henry relied on the most besides his family, he should act this way. If Henry did something wrong, he would go apologize with him. If Henry was wrongly accused, he should clear his name. The more he thought like this, the more his head hurt, as if it was about to explode. Owen stood up and said anxiously, "What is wrong with you? Maybe I should take you to the hospital right away." Lucas did not answer him, nor did he give up thinking to calm his mind as he used to. He remembered. He finally realized what was wrong. Every time he tried to think about Henry's things, his head would hurt like this. The deeper he thought, the more it hurt, as if something was stopping him from thinking further. It was a deadly sharp pain. After a long while, he slowly pushed aside Owen's anxiously outstretched hand, took a breath, twitched the corners of his mouth, and said, "Owen, I might be sick." The Song family residence. Daniel went to inspect the branch today instead of going to the company. Since the branch was near home, he came back for a meal. Benjamin never comes home for lunch. At the square dining table, 3 people sat at a proper distance from each other. Daniel took a glance at the food on the table. Charlotte was sitting aside. Her hand, which was picking up food, paused for a moment. She said with some regret, "Mama Zhang has a cold. Otherwise, there would be some spicy dishes on the table today." Mama Zhang was hired specifically to cook, especially skilled at Sichuan cuisine. Others were in charge of making light and stomach-soothing dishes. Only Henry and Benjamin in the family ate spicy food. Following Emma's habit from years ago, they could not handle too much spiciness but needed a bit in every meal. Benjamin had not come home for a meal for a while, and no one knew where Henry had gone, so the dishes on the table were all to their taste. She could understand the look in Daniel's eyes, so she chose to explain first. Charlotte smiled softly and said, "By the time Benjamin and Henry come back, Mama Zhang should be better." Daniel nodded, with a hint of barely noticeable fatigue on his face. It is time they came back. The smile on Charlotte's face faded a bit. After the meal, Daniel went back to work. The servants were sent to other places, and only Charlotte and William were left in the living room. William originally had work planned for today, but he had been restless since last night. Finally, he had to postpone the plan and take a day off at home. Charlotte sat next to William and saw him staring into space. She slowly stood up, put her hand on his shoulder, and asked, "What are you thinking about? Tell Mom." Her voice was gentle, and her hands were well-maintained. She really looked like a wealthy socialite from an affluent family. William did not answer her, so she asked softly, "Is it because of what happened just now?" "Do not worry, your father is still your father. No one can take him away from you." William did not react. "Then it must be something else," she said. "Do you still remember what happened on the riverside lawn of the small park when you were a kid?" William looked at her. He remembered it. He had always remembered it. When he was a child, he was physically weak. Usually, he did not play with other kids. He just watched them and left before they noticed him. At that time, a simple little game was popular. It was throwing stones, and the one who threw them the farthest was the best. This game that required physical strength was destined to have nothing to do with him. But the more he could not do it, the more he desired to. So in the evening, he begged her to take him there to play. The first stone he threw at that time hit a dog running uphill. He was a bit panicked, but Charlotte was very calm. She took his hand, glanced not far away, and said, "Come on." After throwing the stones, "It is time to go home." He also wanted to escape at that time, so he followed her home like that. As they left, he saw Henry, on the other side at a distance, holding a ball in his arms, being pulled away by Lucas, who seemed to have just arrived. Later, he heard that on the lawn by the riverside of the park, Henry hit a dog with the ball he was playing with. And then Lucas accompanied him to find the dog's owner and apologize. There were so many childhood memories, and some he could not remember, but this incident he remembered clearly. Charlotte smiled softly. You are the most special one, the main character. Do not worry about anything. She liked to call the most special person the main character. William had heard this sentence more than any other from childhood to adulthood. When he had a high fever as a child, some strange images appeared in his mind. He was so scared that he told his mother everything. That was the first time he realized that a person's facial expressions could change so much. From calm to surprised and then to almost ecstatic. So many emotions crossed her face. After that, the sentence Charlotte said to him most often was, "You are the main character." It was the same this time, but this time, William did not answer as he used to. He just sat on the sofa, unable to hold back his emotions any longer, and started shaking uncontrollably. His expression was a bit panicked and also seemed a bit dull. I might not be the main character anymore. The sense of security in his heart was gradually crumbling. He could feel that something was slowly falling apart. He seemed to be slowly becoming less special. If you want to make up the live streaming duration, you have got to start from the morning. After going upstairs, Henry turned on the computer and adjusted the camera. Then he yawned and said, "Good morning. What on earth do I see? A fluffy pajama. He is wearing pajamas to meet us. He surely does not treat us as outsiders. Show your face." Well, hesitating. Will yesterday's advanced mathematics class continue? What a cute pair of pajamas. Got to order the same one right away. It is like I am wearing couple's PJs with soy milk. First of all, I am not here to promote anything. Henry smiled and said, "Secondly, it really looks good, especially on Matthew, from morning to afternoon, except for going downstairs to cook some dumplings at noon." Henry spent the rest of the time simply making up for his live streaming hours. People's joys and sorrows are not mutually understandable. He was struggling painfully, piecing things together, while his viewers were as happy as if they were celebrating the new year right on the spot. Enjoying the situation, Henry endured. In the late afternoon, the situation reversed completely. The live streaming hours increased from 7:29 to 7:03, and the small gray tick next to the account turned golden, which was a sign that the monthly live streaming hours had been fulfilled. Such a small change seemed insignificant on the screen, but Henry noticed it instantly. A smile appeared on his face. The viewers suddenly realized that something was wrong, and then they caught on. Even without seeing his face, through the screen, the viewers could guess that the person behind the screen must be smiling happily. Oh no, without paying attention, he actually made up for the hours. He is laughing wildly. He is laughing wildly. He must be laughing wildly. I admit I was a bit loud before. Can soy milk live stream for a little while longer? Cute. JPG. How could this happen? How did this guy make up for the hours? My happiness is gone. I am angry, sad, and mournful. I am pleading and praying. So can soy milk stream for a while longer? The barrage was jolted by this small change and immediately became overly active. A series of words to persuade him to stay still failed to win Henry's heart. He picked up his phone, took a look and said, "The elders in the family want to chat, so I will not talk to you guys for now." Facing the screen full of outstretched hand gestures, like Erkong's in Chinese drama, Henry's will remained unshaken. After uniformly thanking those who had tipped, he ended the live stream. With the live streaming duration completed, he felt the world had become a better place, and even the air seemed a bit fresher. So this is what it feels like to be a free man. He swiveled the chair around, casually ruffled his hair, then lowered his head and sent a message to Isabella. Isabella had just sent a message asking if he had time now. She wanted to chat with him before the people she was having a meal with arrived. Then a video call came through. Isabella's face appeared on the screen. Behind her was an exquisite wall. She was probably in a private room of some restaurant. She was the kind of person who always liked to be delicate outside. She had light makeup on her face and was smiling happily, but her camera shooting angle really was not good. It was at a 45-degree angle slanting down. Unexpectedly, the perspective commonly used by middle-aged and elderly people. Henry did not say anything. After all, he himself in the small screen was also at a 45-degree angle slanting down. As soon as the video started, the moment Isabella saw him, her eyes lit up. She cupped her face and let out a little cry. "Hey Henry, you look so amazing. And that outfit is awesome too." Henry always felt that she originally wanted to say something else. Isabella insisted that she had wanted to praise him for being good-looking from the start. She understood the thoughts of this young boy. She could not help but feel it was not enough to watch alone. So she tugged on the sleeve of the person beside her and said, "Hurry up and look. Our Henry is absolutely stunning." Jack, who was sitting aside, had been waiting for her to say this. As soon as his sleeve was tugged, he leaned over and his eyes landed on the screen. The moment he saw Henry, he broke into a wide smile. "He really is good-looking, right?" "Right." Isabella smiled happily, then asked, "Have you eaten?" This time, Henry was finally able to answer confidently, "Yes, I had lunch, and I will wait for Matthew to come back and have dinner together." Ever since they added each other on WeChat last time, Isabella had been keeping in touch with him. Their topics included, but were not limited to, what he ate, who he met, and how some relative was arranging a blind date for their child again. She also knew that he was now living at Matthew's place. She immediately told him after he moved in with Matthew, "Xiaoshu makes great meals. Do not hesitate to take full advantage of his cooking skills. That is good. Be sure to remember to eat on time." Isabella still tilted at a 45-degree angle downward and said, "We have finished our business these days. After having dinner with Jack's brother tonight, we can come over and see you guys." Speaking of this, she lowered her voice and asked mysteriously, "Is Chengzi nearby?" Henry cooperated with her. He took a serious look around, then replied in a low voice, "No." "What are your orders?" Isabella casually dropped a bombshell. "It will be Chengzi's birthday in a few days." Henry still cooperated well, exclaiming in surprise, "Chengzi is actually going to have a birthday?" His voice was surprised yet lowered due to caution. He really seemed to be taking it seriously. He had put all his acting skills to use right here. "Chengzi's birthday is on the 3rd. Isabella was touched to tears that someone was willing to play along like this. She also took the opportunity to complain about Matthew. "Henry's the one who really helps, while Xiaoshu just will not cooperate with us at all." She had completely forgotten the plan of speaking well of Matthew in front of Henry earlier, and was pouring out the hardships of being a mother with abandon. Matthew was mentioned by her quite a few times, both directly and indirectly. Henry held back his laughter and listened intently with a serious look on his face. Finally, after listening for a while, Jack thought they had completely gone off topic. He patted Isabella. Only then did she stop, laughed it off and said, "Oh, we were talking about Chengzi's birthday just now." Henry nodded. "Yeah." Isabella discussed Chengzi's birthday party with him. It seemed that she had been planning it for a long time. She had clearly listed everything from the beginning to the end, as well as all the things they would need. She rubbed her face in distress. "Everything is ready, but I just do not know what to give." They had already given cat toys, plush dolls, and some really strange things before. She really could not think of anything good to give. Henry smiled. It was obvious that they attached great importance to Chengzi's birthday. He had never experienced such a sense of ritual before. It was hard to describe what he felt, but he was just quite happy. Isabella asked him, "What would you give Henry?" Then, Henry rubbed his chin and said, "I would sing a song." Isabella automatically took his "sing a song" to mean singing a birthday song or something like that. She added this to the list of gift options, nodded thoughtfully. "That makes some sense." Henry was looking at the screen when he heard some noise coming from the other side, as if a door had been opened. Probably that Uncle Chin she mentioned had arrived. Although she was eager to show off Henry to the whole world, Isabella still had her wits about her. She knew it was not the right time for Henry to meet Jack's younger brother yet, so she could only hang up the phone regretfully and say, "Your Uncle Chin is here. Auntie has to hang up now. Next time, I will introduce you to him. He has been eager to meet you." Henry nodded and waved at the phone. The call ended. Henry swiveled his chair back towards the computer, scrolled through the list for a while, and finally found the phone number of the person from the record company he would jotted down earlier. As he woke up the computer, he dialed the number. The call was picked up quickly, and the person on the other end was very polite. He asked a few questions, and the person answered them one by one, saying they would hurry up and that the ISRC had already been applied for. Since the ISRC had been applied for, things were really moving along. Henry said, "Thanks," and then hung up the phone. He hummed a random tune as he opened the folder he would organized earlier, feeling inexplicably good. Matthew came back in the afternoon, wearing his pajamas and having no intention of changing. Henry had some free time. He sat in the living room, happily holding an orange and watching TV. This time, he was watching an animated movie and was really into it. It was not until he heard footsteps behind him that he realized Matthew had returned. He turned around, then nodded to his boss and said, "You are back." The air conditioner was on in the room. Matthew took off his coat and scarf, hung them on the rack, then handed the box in his hand to Henry and said, "The volunteers at the film festival said, the cakes from this store are delicious. I bought you a few pieces." He added, "It is getting late. Have a little to tide you over, but do not eat too much. I will go cook right away." Henry nodded repeatedly, then happily opened the box. Matthew smiled and then rolled up his sleeves. He had become increasingly proficient in putting on an apron lately. The kitchen light came on. Once the sounds of pots, pans, and utensils rang out, a home took on its familiar form. The sound of the TV came from the living room. Matthew opened the fridge, took out some vegetables, and then unpacked them one by one. He carefully washed them by the sink. First, a green, fluffy corner of a garment came into view, and then a spoon appeared. Henry had somehow made his way over to Matthew's side. One cheek was puffed out, clearly indicating there was still cake in his mouth. He stabbed a spoonful of cake and held it to Matthew's lips. He seemed to want to say something, but with the cake still in his mouth, he could only use his eyes to gesture. His eyes were sincere and earnest. Matthew understood what he meant. This cake was a good buy. Seeing that Matthew did not move, Henry pushed the spoon forward a bit more. Matthew bent down and took a bite of the cake. It was soft, had a rich, milky flavor, and the cream was just right. Finally, Henry swallowed the lump of cake in his mouth and said, "It is really delicious." Matthew nodded. Henry stuffed another bite of cake into his mouth, then placed the cake out of reach of the oranges. He rolled up his sleeves, stood beside Matthew in a proper manner, washed his hands, and then joined Matthew in washing the vegetables. Matthew had always been meticulous in everything he did, and cooking was no exception. After observing him for a long time, Henry knew that Matthew usually washed the vegetables at least twice, considering the job done only when he was satisfied. Henry did not think it was comfortable to keep touching cold water in such cold weather. Matthew glanced at him and said he could handle it alone, and Henry could go back to watching the movie. Henry did not move and said, "2 people can wash faster." Indeed, 2 people could wash much faster. After that, aside from passing things, there was no place for Henry to get involved. In the end, he could only sit aside with an orange in his arms, watching Matthew cook. Tonight, it is a delightful mutton hot pot. After clearing away the dishes and chopsticks, Henry was still thinking about his animated movie and continued to lie on the sofa with an orange in his arms. Matthew went upstairs to take a bath and change clothes, then came downstairs while answering a phone call. As he passed the living room, Henry heard the noise and turned around, immediately spotting the pajamas Matthew was wearing. He gave a thumbs up and did not stint his praise. "Nice!" Hearing his words, Orange also turned its head to take a look at Matthew. Its round eyes were full of curiosity. After that, the sound of the front door opening rang out. First, there was an eerie silence. Then an unbridled laugh came. The laughter lasted for a long time, finally, paused for a moment, as if the person laughing took a breath, and then continued laughing. The hand choosing the next movie stopped. Henry turned his head and just saw Matthew carrying big and small bags, with Isabella and Jack following behind him. Isabella's hand kept touching the dinosaur spike on Matthew's hat from time to time, and the smile in her eyes could not be contained. She had wanted to buy this kind of clothes for Matthew to wear since he was a child, but even as a kid, Matthew had an awareness of appearance management and refused to wear them no matter what. Raising him from a child, she never managed to fulfill this wish. Unexpectedly, it was achieved so easily today. As expected, it had to be Henry to make this happen. Isabella was laughing so hard that she was a bit out of breath. Then, in a blink of an eye, she saw another dinosaur sitting on the sofa. She immediately trotted over, her eyes full of the fluffy thing in front of her. It looks even better up close. She then sat down next to Henry and secretly gave Matthew and Jack a peace sign. Matthew did not realize what she was so smug about at first, until he noticed that Henry was sitting on one side of the couch, and there was only one side available for someone to sit, and that single side was taken by Isabella just like that. Both father and son fell into a brief silence simultaneously. Jack felt sorry for his son and turned his head slightly to adjust his mood. In the car on the way here, this woman was enthusiastically discussing how to better match her son with Henry, but then she just plopped right down next to Henry. Isabella did not feel the slightest bit of guilt for betraying her son. Sitting next to Henry, she asked cheerfully, "Haven't seen you for so long. Did you miss your auntie?" The truth was that they had a video call just this afternoon, but Henry did not expose her and said, "Yes, I did." Isabella beamed with joy instantly. It was such a simple sentence, but she was genuinely and happily laughing, with tiny wrinkles forming at the corners of her eyes. Henry was a bit surprised and also a bit confused. Strictly speaking, this was the first time he had interacted with a female elder other than his own mother. She was gentle, enthusiastic, loved beauty, was highly motivated, and never hid her emotions. She could be happy for a long time because of just one sentence. Not having much experience in getting along with such people, he originally thought he was not good at it, but as it turned out, everything felt so natural that it seemed it was meant to be like this. He had almost forgotten his childhood memories, but he thought that the future home he had imagined as a child might be like this. Very ordinary, commonplace, with daily greetings being about 3 meals a day. Henry was momentarily distracted, his eyes fixed on a point in the void, facing the direction of the TV. Isabella followed his gaze and noticed the animated movie already selected but not yet playing on the TV, her expression showing mild surprise. "I did not know Henry liked this one too," she said. "The little yellow bean in it is so cute. I have been wanting to watch this movie for a while, but I never had the time." Once she spoke up, there was no room for change. Today's family activity was quickly decided to be watching the movie. After saying all that, she felt a bit thirsty, but did not want to leave this lucky spot. Isabella used her eyes to signal either Matthew or Jack to go get her a glass of water. Turns out Henry was the fastest. He did not catch Isabella's look, but he always had the habit of getting a cup of hot water to hold before watching a movie. As he walked towards the kitchen, he asked, "Anyone want some water?" Isabella raised her hand while silently crying inside. Sure enough, after Henry came back with the water, he was no longer by her side. Matthew had already naturally sat on the couch and patted the spot next to him, saying, "Sit here." It was all about sitting on the couch anyway, so the spot did not matter. Henry just sat down there. The situation reversed, and Isabella became the one farthest from him. In the end, she could only hug an orange to comfort herself a bit. The cake Matthew bought today was perfect for watching the movie with. One piece for each person was just right. The movie about the little yellow bean people was exactly the kind of movie suitable for the whole family to watch together. Henry was originally sitting, then slowly slid down until he was slumped on the couch. After watching for a while, he realized his sitting posture was wrong, so he straightened up a bit. Then he burst out laughing and leaned backwards, feeling a slight warmth coming from behind. His head had learned to instinctively find that subtle angle to rest the back of his head. After the previous practice, his head had learned to find the angle on its own. A moderate weight landed on his shoulder. Matthew looked down and saw the tip of a dinosaur. The movie was not very long, just an hour and a half. When it ended, everyone was still eager for more, so they ended up watching the credits and all the bonus scenes too. As soon as the movie was over, they turned on the lights. As the lights in the room came on, the remains of several cakes on the table were exposed. There still seemed to be a sweet aroma in the air. Just having finished watching the movie, they still felt like they had not had enough. Isabella's mind was still in an excited state. She glanced at the cake remnants, then turned to look at Matthew. "We have flour, butter, and raw eggs at home, right?" Well, they did have those ingredients at home, and they had already made small cakes several times. Matthew looked at Isabella's well-maintained hands and did not think her current idea was feasible, but amateurs always attract each other. Henry immediately said he also wanted to make small cakes. The memory of the last time he made small cakes was quite long ago. Although he had only kneaded the dough at that time, he was somehow confident that he could be considered a small cake master. The two hit it off right away. In the end, Jack was forced to join, and Matthew silently entered the kitchen. The kitchen was big, but when 4 people were in it, and 3 of them only knew that flour was needed to make cakes, the situation almost got out of control for a moment. But at least everything was going smoothly. In the end, Jack was the most enthusiastic about making small cakes. The other 2 were novice bakers, but their hands were at least usable. Matthew gave instructions step by step, and no major problems occurred. But Jack was different. His hands were like newly attached prosthetics, not cooperating well with him. Any operation that required measurement could go wrong in the most bizarre ways under his hands. In the end, Henry and Isabella's small cakes were put into the oven to bake, while Jack was still trying to do the measuring. The 3 of them and a cat just watched him. Finally, Matthew silently put the orange on the table. Orange stepped on a piece of leftover butter on the side with one paw. Jack exclaimed in surprise, "How could a little kitty touch this?" He picked up Orange and said, "I will take Orange to wash its paws. You guys go ahead." The 3 of them watched him leave like that. Perhaps this is the male ego. By the time Jack came back after washing the cat's paws, the cupcakes were already out of the oven. Great, they smelled delicious and, well, they looked decent. No disasters here. The group gathered around the dining table, took a few nice pictures of the cupcakes first, then they all ate them together. After having the cupcakes, it was already getting late. Although it was not great to eat such things before bed, it was late at night, and it was time to sleep anyway. Jack and Isabella had a specific room to sleep in when they came. Matthew helped carry their suitcases into the room and closed the door. When he came out again, he saw Henry still sitting on the sofa, poking at his phone. He was posting on Facebook. Just as Matthew came over, he hit the send button. Right away, his phone in his pocket rang. "Mr. Egg, tea wholesale. Cupcake wholesale today." Picture. The photo was simple, and there was no special effort to find an angle. Anyway, the frame was full of cupcakes, which looked extremely tempting at night. A bit of clothing material was showing at the corner, indicating there were more than 2 people. The missing person is back. I will say it first. No way. Another late-night appearance, Mr. Egg. You are heartless. It seems the table is different from before. Is it just my illusion? It is late at night, just as I expected. It is Mr. Egg. Matthew liked his post, then put away his phone. Henry glanced at the comments and also put his phone in his pocket, with his face still hidden in his hat. He yawned. Matthew patted him. Go upstairs and go to bed. Do not stay up late tonight. Henry nodded, then remembered something really important. Do you have an extra charging cable? Mine had an accident. Specifically, the charging cable fell on the floor without me noticing. Then the bench moved and crushed the connector flat. It was a goner. Matthew nodded. I have one in my room. So the 2 of them went upstairs. Henry followed Matthew into his room. Matthew was getting the charging cable from the cabinet while Henry was just standing idly by the desk. Then his eyes moved down and he saw a photo frame lying face down. There was a letter clipped to the back of the photo frame, with some words written on it. The handwriting was unexpectedly familiar. After all, no one could fail to recognize their own handwriting. The moment he saw the letter, it was as if something loosened. Some fragmented, incomplete images flashed by and vanished in an instant. There were tree-lined avenues and desks. He was standing on the playground, as if calling out to someone. He must have been happy. He could even recall the feeling of the wind blowing through the hem of his clothes at that time. It was a feeling of being very relaxed and free. Who was he calling out to? Unconsciously, Henry's fingers twitched slightly. He slowly raised his eyes, his expression cold. The things he had been ignoring before were now fully revealed. It was not that he seldom thought about his high school days or was gradually forgetting them. Instead, his high school memories had somehow disappeared and he could not recall them. To be precise, specific memories had vanished. Memories about his deskmate whose face he could not clearly remember, the letters he had written, and perhaps more things he had done that he had not realized yet. It was more like they were erased rather than just disappearing. It was as if something was trying to correct something. It was invisible but still there. Over here. Matthew found the data cable and turned around. Henry withdrew his gaze. He took the data cable that Matthew handed him, opened his mouth to say something, then stopped, looked up, smiled slightly and said, "Good night." Matthew glanced at his faintly smiling eyes and said, "Acham," then said, "Good night." Then Henry left with the data cable. Matthew stood where he was and did not take his eyes back until he saw Henry enter the room. Click. The door closed gently. Matthew turned around and walked to the desk, standing right where Henry had been just now. With a slight turn of his head, he could see the photo frame and the white envelope clipped behind it. Standing there for a while, he lowered his eyes, picked up the photo frame and the envelope, carefully putting them away while thinking, did he not see it, or had he really forgotten everything? Or did he remember but pretend not to have any impression? Henry opened the room door, plugged in the data cable, and then started charging his phone. The room lights were off, and the faint blue light illuminated a pair of calm and indifferent eyes. He was still thinking, why were these memories missing specifically? Besides the possibility that there was something wrong with his brain, the only other likelihood was the plot. Maybe the plot was trying to correct something. Was it that the deskmate would have an impact on the plot? Or was there something that happened at that time that would affect the original plot? Did he and Matthew know each other since high school? But these were not the important things. He did not care about how the plot was, how the past was, or what his former memories were like. What matters is that letter. Those were indeed his own words. His handwriting had not changed since a long time ago. After looking at it for over a decade, it was impossible to pretend not to recognize it. He did not seem like the kind of person who would write a letter casually. What Henry was most worried about was the content of the letter. His memory was blurry. He could not remember writing a letter before, let alone the content inside. He had a kind of bad premonition. He rolled over and lay on the bed, looking up at the ceiling, still trying hard to recall. The letter was written by himself. He could have just asked Matthew to see it, but in the end, he kept his mouth shut. There was just this strange feeling that if he read the letter in front of Matthew, it would be as embarrassing as logging into Matthew's account by mistake while looking at a small comic. So he held back. After tossing and turning and failing to come up with anything, Henry finally chose to close his eyes and rest where he was. I might as well go to sleep first. He slept soundly until dawn. When Henry woke up, a bit of sunlight was already filtering in through the window. The air conditioner was on in the room, so getting out of bed was not as difficult as before. After a few minutes of mentally preparing himself, he suddenly jumped out of bed. After putting on his pajamas, he stood in front of the mirror to brush his teeth. As he looked up, his brushing motion suddenly stopped, and his droopy eyes opened wide in an instant. His hair today was a bit unusual. Last night was an ordinary night, but his hair was not its usual self. Maybe it was because he changed his sleeping position a little last night. A tuft of hair on the top of his head stood up proudly and would not be pressed down. With a toothbrush in his mouth, Henry tried wetting it to make the hair lie down, but no matter how he fiddled with it, that lock of hair still stubbornly stood there. After futilely trying to flatten it, he finally just put on his hat. That will do. After washing up, he went downstairs. As usual, only Matthew was in the kitchen. He yawned and said, "Morning." Hearing the noise, the other guy turned around, then handed him a glass of milk and said, "It is warm. Good to drink now." It was still that little dinosaur cup. Henry took the milk, squatted down and stroked the little head of Orange, the cat that came over to rub against him, and asked, "Where are Isabella and the others?" Matthew put the fried egg on a plate nearby for the moment and said, "They should be here soon. I heard voices coming from their room when I passed by just now. They must have woken up." Just as he finished speaking, Orange meowed twice towards the corridor, and then footsteps were heard. It was Jack. He came over yawning. Noticing the gazes of the two people and the cat, he forced the yawn back to show his fatherly authority. But not knowing what to say, he said Isabella was still in the room, patting her face and would come later. Matthew handed him a glass of milk as usual. Jack took the milk and finally squatted side by side with Henry, playing with Orange together. After that, Isabella, who had finished moisturizing, joined them too. The three of them squatted on the ground, watching Orange, who looked like a sugar-free whole wheat bread, meowing in a high-pitched voice. It seemed very harmonious. Matthew picked up Orange and said, "Time to eat." The three of them regretfully retracted their gazes and sat at the dining table. This was probably the liveliest breakfast Henry had ever had. Isabella and Jack had been to many places and met a lot of people. They always had something to talk about, no matter when, but what they liked to talk about the most were those little things in life. When they got excited, Isabella suddenly asked Matthew, "You have work again today?" Matthew nodded. "I will be back late tonight. You guys figure out what to do about dinner on your own." Then Isabella turned to Henry and asked, "Henry, do you have anything planned for today?" Henry shook his head. He did not have anything planned for the whole day. "That is great then." Isabella clapped her hands and said, "Then you go to work today, and we will take Henry out for some fun." There was a faint sense of pride in her eyes and brows, as if she had won. Jack could not bear to look, and so, today's itinerary was settled. After they finished eating, they did not rush to go out. Isabella finally remembered the big and small bags she brought over yesterday. She grabbed Henry and started happily opening the boxes. She brought a lot of things this time, many of which were in pairs. There was all kinds of stuff. By the end, she did not even know what was in the bag. It was like opening blind boxes. When the last box was opened, Henry did not recognize what it was at first glance. Then Isabella said, "Oh right, I also bought an earmuff." Only then did Henry know that this off-white thing was called an earmuff. Isabella was eager. "Henry, hurry and take off your hat so Auntie can see how it looks on you." Henry's movements froze, and he sat up a little straighter. Isabella was still looking at him, her eyes full of anticipation. Finally, he took off his hat, praying that the tuft of hair would behave itself as he did. He did not know if the hair was well behaved, but he could see the sudden smile in Isabella's eyes. "There, he got it." Isabella, suppressing her laughter, put the earmuffs on his head. Henry learned for the first time that a person could smile happily even with the corners of their mouth turned down. After a waft of fragrance, a strange sensation came from his ears. It was furry and warm. Isabella's movements were so gentle that he did not feel any discomfort. It was a very novel feeling. Isabella looked down at the person in front of her. His hair was quite messy from taking off the hat earlier. His eyelashes were long, and there were furry earmuffs on both sides of his cheeks. Sitting on the sofa like this, there was a faint look of surprise in his eyes. He looked docile and quiet. All of a sudden, she could not stand it. She tilted her head and blinked. Matthew glanced at her, still holding his coat. He walked over, bent down, and ran his fingers through Henry's hair, instantly drawing the other's attention. "Your hair is sticking up." He struggled with the tuft of hair on Henry's head for a bit, met the gaze of the person beneath him, and finally said, "It looks pretty good like this too. It means I cannot fix it, so I am just going to give up." Henry swatted his hand away. Isabella stood by, watching the two of them, laughing so hard that tears welled up in her eyes. After that, Matthew went out, and the remaining three sat on the couch and started discussing how to spend the day. Even though Orange was not going on this trip, he was still listening intently from the side, taking turns to act coquettishly and roll around on the three of them. The clothes Henry was wearing for this outing were picked by Isabella. They were off-white and short-styled, and somehow matched the long-styled ones Isabella and Jack were wearing. He had not bought a scarf yet, and Matthew gave him his own scarf when he went out this morning. It was the red scarf he had bought for the other guy. The knitted scarf was big. Pulling it up a bit could cover his face. He did not need to wear a mask. Just a hat would do. The red scarf went well with his cool white skin. Nestled in the warm and deep red, his complexion looked much better. After closing the door and going out, Henry let out a breath. Not wearing a mask when going out made him feel like he could breathe much more smoothly. Memories on the internet do not last long. Maybe before long, he could go out without having to hide, just like any other normal person. The three of them went to a large shopping mall. Surprisingly, the place Isabella wanted to go was an arcade. She originally wanted to go to the cinema, but Henry told her that Departure was scheduled for the spring festival film season and would not be released for at least another month and a half. There were not any good movies lately, so she chose the arcade. The reason was simple. She simply took a fancy to the Big Bear in the arcade that required a huge number of prize tickets. Henry took a look at the long string of zeros on the back of the prize ticket. Finally, he silently rolled up his sleeves and took the basket of coins that Isabella handed him. You can get prize tickets for playing all the games. Realistically, the fastest way to get prize tickets is by playing the claw machine. Each doll has a barcode. Scan it by the machine, and you can get 300 prize tickets for one doll. He was playing the claw machine here. Isabella was originally standing by watching. Then, as if she saw something, she happily ran to another place with a basket of game coins. It is a workday today, but there are still quite a few people in the arcade. Most of them are young tourists. Henry lowered his head, buried his face in his scarf, with only his eyes showing, intently staring at the dolls in the cabinet, not noticing the gaze from the side. When the game coins in the basket were used up and he looked up again, he found that a place was surrounded by several circles of people, obviously much livelier than the surroundings. It seems to be the place of the game coin tower over there. When he held the dolls that almost reached the top of his head and, taking advantage of his height, looked over, he found that right in the middle of the crowd was Isabella. She takes good care of herself all year round, wears light makeup, and dresses fashionably. At first glance, she looks like a completely young girl. Jack was standing right beside her, holding her bag in his hand. She was pushing the game coin tower, and it was the biggest one. Quite a few people stopped playing their own games for the moment and just stood by to watch the fun. The other people could not block Henry's view, but the dolls in his hands could. Before he could see what was happening, suddenly he heard the crowd burst into noise, with a lot of exclamations. He leaned over and just saw the game coin tower that was standing there a moment ago gradually collapsing, and the sound was drowned out by the noisy voices. If he remembered correctly, when they exchanged game coins, the staff had told them that that game coin tower was the biggest tower in the store. It had been there for a really long time and was the tower that represented the store. His statement was a bit exaggerated, but it could still well show the difficulty of toppling this tower. Shifting his gaze away from the game coins, he noticed a pile of dolls not far away. Isabella saw the person behind the dolls and happily waved her hand. "Henry, look over here." She looked extremely happy and proud, so Henry could only walk into the crowd and share the joy with her. As the tower of game coins toppled, Isabella finally got the big bear she would been wanting. The staff gave Henry a big bag to hold the stuffed toys. Since the big bear was too big to fit in any pocket, Jack had to carry it without complaint. They had lunch at a Sichuan restaurant. At the next table sat an old lady and an old man. When they saw Henry, they could not stop complimenting his good looks. Isabella did not hold back at all. She put her arm around Henry's shoulder and said with a big smile, "Our kid is really good looking." Henry smiled. After that, the old lady took out her phone, wanting to introduce her grandchildren to Henry. Isabella immediately waved her hand and said, "The kid is still young." Feeling a bit strange about being suddenly treated as a little kid, Henry did not say anything and quietly ate his food. During the noon break, when the others left, Matthew sat in the break room, opened his phone and was about to click on WeChat, but then Facebook pushed a message. It was a personalized recommendation, and they thought he might click in. He took a look at the picture, and indeed he clicked in. It was a netizen's life update, but the title was really eye-catching. It was shocking. The coin tower in a certain arcade that had been there for years was actually toppled. The background of the picture was a colorful arcade, and the person in it was quite familiar. It was Ms. Isabella. She was looking at the coin tower, extremely serious, as if she had become 20 years younger overnight. The following comments were all praises, complimenting her beauty and her great skills for toppling the huge tower in one go. Well, now there was no need to ask what they had played this morning. He originally wanted to exit. His finger swiped down, but instead of exiting, he pulled the comment section down a bit. There was another photo, but it is not Isabella's. Posting to ask, "Does anyone know the contact information of this handsome guy in the photo?" I was too nervous to ask at that time, and now I cannot find him at all. Picture. The photo shows a person bending over and looking down, intently at the claw machine. He is wearing a black baseball cap, and a red scarf covers most of his face. The lights in the arcade are not very bright, so only a blurred profile can be seen. But from just a blurred profile, one can already tell his good looks. Help, squatting, also looking for it. I have seen him. He really looks good in person, although I only saw a little bit of his face. I saw him today too, but the handsome guy was probably with his parents at that time, so I did not dare to go up and ask for his contact. This red scarf. No. There are thousands of red scarves. Do not make unfounded associations. Thanks. How can there be such a handsome person? Just a profile has already killed me. Why does he seem a bit familiar? +1, but not very familiar. Sit up, JPG. Matthew silently saved the picture. After saving the picture, a chat box popped up at the top of the screen. Maybe it was because he had just saved the picture, but when he saw that familiar name, his finger twitched involuntarily. It was as if he had just done something bad and been caught by the person involved. Henry did not have the ability to sense through the internet what Matthew had just done. The message he sent was simple, just asking if Matthew had gotten off work and if he was free now. He said he was free, so Henry made a video call to him. The voice on the other side was laughing, as if very happy. Checking up on you. What are you doing? Matthew glanced at the person on his phone, turned the camera around the room, and said, I am in the break room. It really does seem like you are checking up on me. Henry was still at a 45-degree downward angle, with his scarf almost covering his entire face, only his eyelashes faintly visible. Then the camera switched, and he took out dolls one by one as if showing off, saying, I won these at the arcade today. Matthew nodded. I just saw it on Facebook. Henry continued, this one is really cute. It feels so soft and is just perfect for Chengzi. I have decided to put this little dinosaur in the living room. He took out 2 of those blue cat toys from a certain machine, pulled his scarf down a bit, and finally revealed his face. I will give these 2 to Uncle Cheen and Isabella. Matthew listened quietly as he spoke, looking at the other's upturned lips, and could not help but smile too. Henry, Isabella, and Jack spent the whole day playing around in the city. They finally got home after having dinner in the evening. After a whole day of wandering around, Isabella and Jack went straight to take a bath and then went to bed as soon as they got home. Henry also went back to his room, took a bath, put on his pajamas, and got into bed comfortably. Sitting on the bed with nothing to do, he checked the time and realized it was the time when a certain item often appeared, and there was a chance of getting a small comic. So he clicked into Facebook. Once he got into Facebook, he could not tear himself away. It was not until a strange number called that he finally moved his eyes away from Facebook. It was a bit different from what he expected. It was a sweet female voice. Hello, Mr. Soy Milk. I am really sorry to disturb you so late. I am Yang He from the crew of Return at Dusk. I am calling today to ask if you have time recently to write a theme song. The person on the other end said, because other teachers told us you are more available at night. That is why we are calling now. She must have asked around about his habits before making the call. Her first words got straight to the point. Henry got up, chatting as he turned on his computer, and searched for Return at Dusk. It was a movie. There was not much information about Return at Dusk online. All he could tell was that it was a more realistic film telling the stories of people at the bottom, and the names of the lead actors were unfamiliar. It seemed like a common low-budget art film. Yang He probably knew her side was not very impressive, so she spoke very cautiously. Normally, with their crew's financial resources, they would not dare approach a hot composer like Soy Milk, especially after The Return was released. The value of his songs had skyrocketed. Knowing it was probably hopeless, the crew discussed again and again, and finally decided to give it a shot. Surprisingly, the other party did not reject directly. In fact, he even sounded quite interested and had already started discussing some details. Before she herself got too excited, Yang He's voice got a bit softer, and she said, well, our crew has limited funds. Most of it goes to equipment and sets. She said a number, sounding a bit hesitant. Nope. The person on the other end had a clear and gentle voice, saying, sure. He said it casually, but Yang He did not react at first. When she finally got it, she stamped her foot and excitedly paced back and forth in the room. So the rumors about being hooked in a second were true. That voice, that straightforward attitude. Who would not fall for it? Henry put his computer to sleep, leaned back in his chair, his hair tossing back slightly, and asked, "Is the deadline tight?" "No, it is not tight at all, Yang," he said repeatedly. "Our shooting schedule is quite long. It is not tight." Henry got up, grabbed a pen and paper, opened the pen cap with one hand, and said, "Could you tell me what Return at Dusk wants to express, as well as your basic needs and the tone?" "Well, we are looking at it from the perspective of a protagonist at the bottom." A clear and organized voice came through the phone. He turned his head, heard a noise outside, then got up and walked towards the balcony. The balcony faced the road he usually took, and he happened to see Matthew walking on the road. He was tall, and his shadow was stretched long by the light of the street lamp. Leaning halfway on the balcony, Henry waved at him. Matthew turned his head and saw him right away. He imitated the gesture and waved back, then quickly walked towards the front door of his house. The figure on the road disappeared. Henry turned around, went back to the room, and continued talking on the phone. When Matthew got home, he picked up Orange, who was waiting for him at the entrance. He hung his clothes on the rack and put the groceries in the fridge. Then he saw Henry coming down the stairs. The other man was holding a small dinosaur in his arms, exactly the one they had mentioned during the phone call today. After placing the doll next to the TV and carefully adjusting its position, he turned to Matthew and said, "Looks nice, does not it?" Orange reached out towards Henry, clearly not interested in the little dinosaur on the table. It was a little cat who loved Daddy but adored Papa even more. Henry took Orange, stroked the cat's paw, and then said as casually as usual, "I am going to start working part-time from tomorrow." Matthew, "Huh?" Matthew composed himself and asked, "Why are you saying this all of a sudden? Although the place is under renovation recently, the other party should not be so short of money." Henry looked serious and philosophical and said, "A change of life, a change of attitude. To put it bluntly, he just negotiated to be a temporary location manager for the Return at Dusk crew, the kind that follows the group." He patted Matthew on the shoulder and said, "It might be soon. I probably will not be back soon. It is in the city next to the neighboring one. It will not take too long to come back. If he could come back, he is going to find some ideas for this song. He has always been a hands-on guy and prefers to capture inspiration from reality. So he is going to see and experience with his own eyes." After a brief pause, Matthew held back all his words and finally asked, "When does it start?" Henry smiled and said, "Tomorrow." Matthew was silent for a moment, then said, "Go to bed early tonight. Do not stay up late." Then he asked, "How are you getting there? Is someone going to pick you up when you arrive?" "I do not have work tomorrow morning. I can drive you there." He would never deny the other person's decision, only do his best to support from the sidelines. Henry had a strange feeling as if he was seeing his son off on a long journey. He waved his hands repeatedly and said, "I have already bought the ticket for tomorrow morning. I will pack my things tonight and can leave directly tomorrow." Because of his work before, he had become quite skilled at packing luggage. This time, he needed to take few things and could carry them all in one bag. He had originally wanted to say that, but then he glanced at Matthew's face, slowly closed his eyes for a moment, and said, "Could you help me?" Matthew might as well have written all his emotions on his face. Although his expression did not change much, his eyes were full of eagerness to help. As soon as he said that, Matthew immediately nodded. Sure. Isabella and Jack had already gone to bed. After they finished discussing, they took the oranges and quietly went up to the second floor. Henry did not have much stuff, and there was still a lot of space left in the room's cabinet, but there was quite a bit more than when he first arrived. Before, almost all he had were necessities. Now, on the cabinet were the small plush dolls he caught today, a tiny cat made from Orange's fur, and some small ornaments he casually bought while shopping before. It seemed a lot more lively. The packing was done quickly. In the end, Henry just sat by the bed and watched Matthew count the things to take. A new experience was added again. Before, he always packed his things by himself. This was the first time someone was helping him tidy up. All set, Matthew put the bag on the nightstand beside him and reminded again, "Go to bed early tonight." Henry nodded repeatedly. This time, he did not pretend to agree but do the opposite. After the door was closed, he picked up his phone, set an alarm, then lay down and fell asleep peacefully. The next day, when the alarm went off, Henry got up, with his hair all tousled. He made his way downstairs. By then, breakfast was already laid out on the dining table. Figuring that Henry would not fancy anything too greasy or salty after getting up so early, Matthew cooked some vegetable congee and added a bit of salt to it. It actually looked quite good. After having breakfast, Henry set off right away. The fastest way to get to the city next to the neighboring city is by high-speed rail. After a 2-hour ride, he would need to transfer and then walk a short distance to reach his destination. After making the phone call yesterday, Young-ha added Henry on WeChat. Since this morning, Young-ha has been asking every now and then where Henry is and whether he needs someone to pick him up. Henry said there was no need. After getting off the high-speed train and transferring to a bus, the scenery outside the window changed significantly. The original high-rise buildings gradually disappeared, and the houses became lower. The sun is shining brightly today. The sunlight shines in through the window, changing with the shadows of the trees. The light and shadow flicker, illuminating the smoothly lined side face, lengthening the long eyelashes, and blending into the nearby darkness. The road gets narrower and narrower. At some point, it has become a cracked cement road. Vendors gather along the roadside, and most of them have face towels wrapped around their faces. This is a county in the city. It is remote, the climate is not very good, and the economic level is underdeveloped. From a long distance away, he saw a sharp contrast between the high-rise buildings in the distance and the several-story brick buildings nearby in terms of light and darkness. There is yellow sand being carried by the wind on the road. Even in winter, the sandstorms here are still fierce. Once you expose your mouth and nose, you will get a mouthful of sand. This is indeed a place suitable for shooting stories about people at the bottom. The sunlight filters through the tree shadows. The light-colored pupils are illuminated by the flickering sunlight, showing an indescribable dazzling color. But the emotions in his eyes are very faint. After coming out alone, he can easily regain his previous feeling. Indifferent, calm, as if watching from the sidelines. He does not like this feeling. This state is not suitable for any creative work either, but people always have to learn to break through themselves. The bus stops. Henry pulls up his mask and then gets off. The place where he gets off is a simple bus stop. Someone is sitting there looking at their phone. 2 feet come into their line of sight. Then they look up, see that the bus has arrived, and stand up to get on quickly. Henry took out his phone and tried to find the direction according to the hand-drawn map sent by Young-ha. The other person's map was easy to recognize. It showed landmark buildings, and instead of using the directions of east, south, west, and north, there was an arrow. All he had to do was follow the arrow. It was really thoughtful and did not require much brain work. The location of the film crew was also easy to find, although this place was in the south. The sandstorms were fierce all year round. Even though it was near the river, the yellow sand still flew everywhere. This was a rare small desert located by a water source in the south. Young-ha specifically reminded that there were 2 film crews here, one on each side, clearly separated. He should not go to the wrong one. He carefully compared with the map, looked to the left, then looked to the right, and then looked to the left again. Henry was silent for a moment, then flipped the image on his phone horizontally. That looks normal now. Amazingly, I did not take the wrong path before. He turned his gaze to the base off to the side. In the yellow sand, people carrying equipment, just like the locals, wore face scarves and entered and exited through the temporarily marked entrances and exits. They seemed really busy, squinting in the sandstorm and walking briskly. Henry walked closer. Someone was standing at the door, counting the things placed to the side. When they saw someone approaching, they glanced up briefly, then lowered their head and continued counting. There was a fence around the temporarily set up base. You could not take pictures of what was inside from the outside, and it effectively blocked the view. Henry just stood there and waited for a bit. When the person counting the equipment pressed the paper inventory document against their palm in the wind, signed it, and completed the count, Henry finally asked, "Excuse me, is this the filming crew of Return at Dusk?" The man nodded, then seemed to remember something and said, "Are you the new production assistant today?" He had mentioned this person, but did not say much about who they were, just implying that Henry should be taken care of. Henry understood what the man meant. The man's voice was hoarse, not as if it was due to the sand and wind, but more like it was from overusing his voice. Henry nodded. We have a designated place to store things. You can go put your stuff there first. The man glanced at the mask Henry was still wearing and then said, when we get busy, the mask will be stuffy. I will find you something more breathable. There should be some left from when we distributed them before. He looked at Henry again and added, if you cannot stand it, it is okay to just keep wearing the mask. Henry nodded and then said, thanks. Finally, just to be safe, he showed the man Yang He his name on the list to prove that he was not some random person trying to sneak in. Henry was introduced by Yang He, but Yang He had nothing to do with the production crew, and it was not convenient for her to come here openly. In the end, this man was to take Henry around. Every filming crew is more or less the same. The only differences lie in the crew's scale and the team's level. Except for the scale, this filming crew was no different from the ones Henry had been in before. The only difference was that he had changed from being in front of the camera to being behind it. As they walked, the man introduced things to Henry. He said his name was Ma Gang, and he was in charge of equipment protection and inventory, and also did some set design part-time. Henry nodded, not surprised at all. In a small filming crew, there are not enough hands, so it is quite common for one person to take on multiple jobs. Ma Gang led Henry to the place where they stored things. It was a small room filled with a lot of miscellaneous items of various styles. Presumably, most of the things belonging to the crew members were kept here. First, Ma Gang did not feel like chatting much, but then he took another look at the young guy beside him, who was dressed neatly, and decided to offer a word of advice. Do not put any valuables in your bag. Henry nodded. He knew that, but it did not undermine the other guy's kindness. He watched as Ma Gang squatted down right after speaking and rummaged around in a corner of the room, pulling out a sack. Ma Gang fished out a face towel from the sack and said, it would be better to wear this, or you can keep your mask on. The face towel was clean, but somehow, being pulled out of such a place made it seem less appealing. Henry took the towel as if nothing was amiss, thanked Ma Gang, and put it on. However, the way he put it on was a bit odd. He put on the face towel first and then took off his mask. After that, Ma Gang said he had to go get someone to sign off on the stuff that had just been delivered. He told Henry he could either stay there for the moment or wander around a bit, and then he left. Henry put his bag away and sent Matthew a message saying he would arrive at the destination. Then he put his phone down, since he would just arrived and did not know the layout of the base yet. As soon as he stepped out, he ran into a guy carrying some equipment. The guy saw him too and asked, are you the new production assistant? Henry nodded, and just like that, he got a task. His job was to help the set decorators move things around. The work was simple, no brain work involved, but it was tiring. Henry was not exactly raised in a pampered environment. Objectively speaking, he had much better endurance than many people. Having been in the film crew for so many years, during breaks, he usually did not just sit in the lounge. He often walked around the set, trying to learn and understand everything. So, he picked things up surprisingly quickly. The first unit had already set up the scene and started filming, while they were in charge of the second unit's set. First, the others found the right spots themselves and then asked him to move things over. The person who was originally giving instructions, upon seeing him silently move the stuff over and then adjust the angle a bit on his own, simply stopped talking and pitched in to help carry. The two were carrying a broken flower pot for the set side by side. The person next to him glanced at him, quite surprised. Little guy, you have done this kind of work before. Ha! Yang He said when introducing him that he had no work experience in this area, but was young and willing to work hard. They were in urgent need of people here, and with the introduction from someone in the crew, they hired him right away. They just did not expect him to be unexpectedly proficient. That is great. They did not have to train a newbie while working, and could save a lot of effort. Henry did not say much, just nodded. Sort of, he had some related experience, but not much. The person next to him looked at him again. He had a nice voice. His mind wandered, and then he asked, are you Yang He's boyfriend? Everyone in the crew knew that the screenwriter Yang He had a boyfriend before, and now she introduced someone to the crew today. It seemed quite suspicious. Henry said, no, "I do not have a girlfriend." His voice was not loud, but his certainty was obvious. "Wrong guess." The person next to him apologized, then changed the topic and continued working. This task was completed a bit faster than expected. After they finished, the two found that they were way ahead of the scheduled time. They just needed to do some final touches, and surprisingly, they had some free time when everyone else was busy. By the time Ma Gang, who had been busy for half the morning because the number of equipment did not match, came back, the people who were originally in the room were gone. When he saw Henry again, the latter was slowly putting a whole bunch of equipment on the ground, holding it in his arms. "Give him an inactive position. Do not let him be too tired." The message Yang he sent earlier was still swirling in his mind. By the time he arrived, Henry had somehow already finished his work. Ma Gang slowly stopped in his tracks. The work was done. The other person in charge of the set did not feel like working anymore. He was so tired that he was sweating, so he immediately went to an empty spot to rest. Henry briefly pulled at the face towel on his face to take a breath. Instead of sitting down like the other person, he walked slowly, watching others work from the outside. He originally wanted to go out for a stroll and have a look around, but it was not lunch break yet. Unless there was something important, he could not leave the base casually. He did not plan to break the rules. After moving things around all day, his legs were already a bit sore. The person sitting in a corner resting was waving at him, trying to get him to come over and rest too. He shook his head at that person and declined. He continued walking around the base. Everyone was busy with their own things. Some were taking a break, still panting and sweating profusely. This was a microcosm of a small world. At noon, the crew's boxed lunches were distributed. Henry had no problem with the boxed lunch. No matter what it tasted like, he ate at least half of it. The other half of the food was soaked in oil. It was really hard to bring himself to use the chopsticks. During the lunch break, Yang he came to see him and asked how he was feeling. He said he was okay. As he spoke, he shifted his eyes slightly to the side and saw the director, who also seemed to be looking over here casually. Last night, the two sides agreed to go about their own business as usual and try not to contact each other too much. It seems that this morning really got them all pent up, after emphasizing again that if there was anything, they must tell her in a timely manner. Yang he glanced around and finally had to leave. The director also moved his gaze back. After Yang he left, Henry got briefly acquainted with the place at noon. It was not very developed, but neither was it too backward. People of all kinds were bustling around in the crowd. Sitting at a corner of the quiet street, one could see the crowds surging on the opposite main street. If he could, Henry could sit there and watch for an entire afternoon. Before the lunch break ended, he went back to the base. On his way back to the base, he happened to see another film crew transporting things. The gate of the base was opened for a while. It was, well, quite big. It formed a sharp contrast with this base here. No wonder Yang he had reminded him earlier that if he passed by the neighboring film crew, he should avoid looking over there if possible. In the afternoon, there was still a full schedule of work, but the tasks were much easier. It was the other groups that had heavier tasks and were kept busy running around all afternoon. In the evening, the film crew got really busy, so there was no time for dinner. The time was postponed, and the off-duty time for their shift was advanced. Henry did not leave immediately. He went to the storage area, took out a new mask, put it on, pulled down his hat, and walked around the film crew. By now, it was already night, and the sky had completely darkened. One area in the base was extremely bright, with all kinds of lights on. Looking bustling, he saw what should be the filming site of Group 1. Shooting was still going on here. Some people were standing under the lights, while others were sitting aside, reading the script or taking a sip of water. The makeup artist was still touching up the actor's makeup. The most common things in the film crew were still the cameras and reflectors. The person at the center of the line of sight was unexpectedly young. He looked to be just in his early 20s, or maybe even younger. There was still a hint of greenness on his face, yet he had to portray the numbness and pain of someone who had been struggling in society. It was obvious that he was talented and also very hardworking. He seemed to be doing a decent job, but there was indeed something lacking. Henry could tell, and the director could tell too. After one scene ended, the director stared at the camera footage again and again. then shook his head. It meant that this take still was not good enough. Even with the makeup on, it was quite obvious that the young actor's face had paled a bit. The director stuck his head out from behind the camera and said, "Can you do it one more time?" The actor nodded. It was already fully winter. Everyone else was wearing padded jackets, sweaters, and down jackets, but he was only wearing a thin, tattered piece of clothing. Henry could see that his movements were a bit stiff. The lights and the camera got repositioned, and this scene was shot again from start to finish. The result was still a failure. The atmosphere was gloomy. The cameraman and the lighting engineer did not say a word. They silently readjusted, and the actor stood there. His assistant, presumably, came forward and put a coat on him. The director was still looking at the camera's display. Henry could not see the director's expression, but judging from the expressions of the others, probably was not too good. The director called the actor over to explain the scene. Yang, who was standing aside watching them, seemed to sense something. He turned his head and happened to see Henry standing in the distance. Henry turned around and left. It was time for them to get off work, and so was the crew next door. A large group of people came out together, standing out conspicuously in the night. Henry avoided them. He originally wanted to take a stroll around, but then he remembered that Matthew had specifically called him at noon today to remind him to have a meal. For some reason, he felt a bit guilty, so in the end, he changed his direction and walked into a food stall. The streets were already rather deserted at night, but there were a lot of people in the food stall, and it was quite lively. He did not have a very good appetite tonight, and finally, he only ordered a plate of fried rice. Then he sat in a corner of the store. This plate of fried rice was a rather significant expense for his daily wage. After ordering, instead of looking at his phone, he sat casually yet upright, his eyes scanning the various customers in the food stall, and then he lowered his eyes. There was a bit of progress today, but not much. He felt like he was still lacking something, but he could not quite put his finger on what exactly it was. He sat there, lost in thought, when his peripheral vision was filled by something. He looked up and saw a guy standing by the table. The guy seemed a bit cautious and asked him, "Is it okay if I share the table with you?" People were coming into the store quickly, but leaving slowly. Most of them were eating and chatting, and after that, they would even have a drink together. His table was the only one with an empty seat. Henry nodded. The guy smiled a bit shyly and sat down opposite him. Clearly, he was not used to the atmosphere here. It was the actor he had seen at the film set earlier. He had a shy smile, and he seemed rather shy in general. After sitting down, he stopped talking, but his eyes became redder and redder. Since he was sitting right opposite, it was impossible to pretend not to notice. Out of a sense of humanitarianism, he asked, "What happened?" As soon as the words came out, seeing the other person's reaction, he immediately realized that he should not have asked that. The guy across from him, this time, not only had red-rimmed eyes, but his eyes and nose were also a bit red. Henry looked away, hoping to let him calm down, but after a moment of silence, the other guy started to talk to him slowly. He said he was still in college when he was scouted to act in a movie. Things had been going smoothly before, but today, they had to retake one scene over a dozen times. The director finally let him out to have a meal, and he would have to go back and keep filming after that. His family was not short of money, but he happened to be playing a person at the very bottom of society. Even though he would been trying really hard, he still could not meet the director's requirements. He still had not figured out how to face the director when he went back. It is a bit too much to ask someone who is not really outgoing to act in a movie, but for someone with talent, no matter what their original personality is, they can perfectly immerse themselves in the role. Encountering setbacks for the first time and not knowing how to solve them really has a big impact on someone at this age. Besides being at a loss, they cannot think of any way to deal with it. Maybe you cannot get into the role because you haven't adjusted your mindset to keep up with the character. Not expecting an answer other than "that is rough." The guy looked up a bit blankly. The person across from him said, as if chatting casually, that, from his perspective, the character's situation was a miserable state he could not even imagine. A completely despairing situation. But from the character's point of view, he would always been at the bottom of society. He would never seen the glamour of the upper class, and everyone around him was the same. He lived a hard and numb life, but not one of pure despair. He thinks this is just how his life should be. With the clear and steady voice in his ears, the guy looked up. The first thing he saw were the other's gentle and calm eyes. It seemed like he was looking at him, or maybe nothing could catch his eye. They were really nice eyes. Just looking at them could easily make people relax. Number 508. Your fried rice is packed and ready. Packing a fried rice is not that complicated. The voice of the front desk came from the lobby. Henry looked down at the number plate in his hand, then got up to leave, his movements neat and clean. Henry finally returned to the hotel with the fried rice. The hotel was booked by the film crew. There were several empty rooms, and they could move in directly. He put the fried rice on the table, took out his chopsticks, and at the same time, took out his phone. Isabella had sent him a message a dozen minutes ago, asking if he would eaten yet. She must have gotten the news from Matthew, as she did not ask where he was or what he was up to. Henry said he was eating. Then a video call came through. He answered it, adjusted the camera, and then propped the phone up on the table. Isabella's face appeared on the phone screen, and behind her, he could see a little dinosaur in the living room. With a smile on her face, she asked him as casually as in their usual chats, "What are you eating?" Henry swallowed the food in his mouth and said, "Fried rice." "It is not bad." He asked, "Hasn't Matthew come back yet?" Isabella waved her hand and said, "He will be back really late today. I do not think we can wait for him." Henry nodded. Isabella seemed eager to chat. She told him about the ordinary things that had happened today, and then asked when he would be back. Henry said he would be back in a couple of days. He knew his place. His presence at the film crew was already pushing it. Without any official status, it was not appropriate for him to stay. Whether he would achieve anything or not, he should leave after a day or two. Isabella seemed a bit disappointed. She then said they had something to attend to and would be flying abroad in a few days. They would be back around Spring Festival. Henry was taken aback. He was not sure if it was because of the unfamiliar words, Spring Festival, or something else, but he felt a strange sensation in his heart. He could not quite figure out what this feeling was. In the end, he just asked, "When are you guys leaving?" "Isabella?" Jack's figure appeared on the video background as he was drinking water. Isabella turned to him and asked him to bring her a glass too. Then she turned back, her eyes downcast, and said to him, "We are leaving the day after Orange's birthday. Auntie will be gone then. So sorry to say goodbye to you, Henry." She was good at expressing her emotions directly. Her well-maintained face wrinkled into a ball, and she really seemed reluctant. Orange's birthday was the day after tomorrow. Henry still remembered how excited Isabella was when she told him about Orange's birthday plan before. Was she reluctant? He thought for a short while. Isabella asked him, "When Auntie leaves someday, will you miss her, Henry?" Her expression changed from sad to beaming in an instant. Then she started smiling and teasing Henry, wanting to see his reaction. It was like teasing a child, but the attitude did not make people feel annoyed. But unexpectedly, the other's brows and eyes drooped, and he replied seriously, "I will miss you." It was not a perfunctory response to please others. It seemed that he had thought it through carefully and made a positive judgment. The smile on Isabella's face froze for a moment, and even Jack, who was walking over with a cup, paused. Isabella's voice suddenly became much softer, as if she was afraid of disturbing something, and she asked, "Then will you miss Uncle Cheen?" Henry said, "I will miss him." It was also a very serious answer. Isabella's expression changed. The smile on her face deepened, but there seemed to be some other emotion in her eyes that Henry did not understand yet. Laughing, Isabella covered her face, then turned to Jack and said, "Jack, let's not leave." The things abroad were very important, and they had to leave, but she really wanted to stay, just to have a moment of saying what she wanted. Jack came over and patted her on the shoulder. "We were still asleep when you left this morning. It would have been better if we had been awake. If we had been awake, we could have seen him off and told him not to bottle up his feelings or force himself to do things he did not want to, even if it is just a short trip for a day or two." Isabella then started giving him a little safety lecture and said, "When you are out alone, you have to watch out for your safety. If you get wronged, do not bottle it up. If anything happens, tell your auntie and I will get justice for you." Henry could only nod. Nodding continuously, not daring to raise the slightest objection. Maybe it was because he had just eaten a couple of mouthfuls of fried rice and his body was gradually warming up. Everything seemed to be falling into place. The room was no longer quiet. Henry could hear the voice coming from the other end of the phone, the complaints of people passing by outside the door, the shouts of people on the road in the distance, and the cries of a baby coming from the next building. The world became clear. Isabella chatted with him for a while longer, then told him to go to bed early and gently hung up the phone. After the phone call ended, Henry ate a couple more mouthfuls of food, then picked up his phone and left the room. As he walked, he put on a mask. He looked around, not going to the film set, but turning in another direction and walking towards the alley on the other side. He chose this alley at random. This county has no shortage of such alleys. They are like the veins of a heart, connecting all places. There were still lights on in the alley, a dull yellow color. There were several grocery stores squeezed in the middle. 2 were closed, and 1 was still open. Next to the grocery store was a square-shaped, rather shabby-looking house. There were 2 seats in the room. On the wall directly opposite were 2 mirrors. The mirrors looked quite old, but they were wiped clean. The surface of the old table was also neatly tidied. There were a comb, a hair clipper, and scissors on the table. A hunchbacked old man was sitting in front of the house, silently washing the vegetable leaves in the basin. If he was not mistaken, this should be a barber shop. Henry lifted his feet and continued walking forward. Finally, he got a full view of the house. It turned out that, in this room, there were not only a wooden table and a mirror, but also a gas stove, a pot, and some seasonings against the innermost wall. It looked like a makeshift kitchen. People passed by in the alley. Each time someone walked in front of him, the old man would look up. Unfortunately, none of these people were his customers. Not many people get their hair cut at night. Besides, there are more and more trendy barbershops, so few people come to a place like this anymore. But surprisingly, the old man still waited for one of his customers. From a certain perspective, getting a haircut at night is not ideal. But since he was already in this barbershop, there was no need to think about such things. A man walked into the shop. Even on a winter night, he was only wearing 1 piece of clothing, with his coat draped over his hand. The light shone on the sweat on his body. After entering, he sat down. The old man put down the vegetables in his hands, stood up, shook off the water, and stood behind him. The 2 talked a bit. Henry was too far away to hear what they were saying. He could only see the man sitting on the seat lift his heavy eyelids and then laugh heartily. There was a unique feeling between them that outsiders could not intrude upon. Henry stopped in his tracks, which were about to take him forward. He stood by the side of the shop for a while, then left. 6 of the clock is when one batch of people get off work, and 8 or 9 of the clock at night is when another batch gets off work. Following the crowd, he saw a woman holding her child's hand, waiting for her husband in front of the house, and a couple in the same factory uniforms walking home together. In an ordinary county town, scenes like this play out every day. The phone in his pocket vibrated. The slight movement was easily noticed. Henry took out his phone and answered it. "Hello, Matthew." He lowered his head slightly and smiled, then quietly blended into the crowd, becoming one of the many ordinary people. The next morning, Henry got up as usual, put on his face towel, and went out. The yellow sand in this place seemed endless. Both bases started work early. He had asked others about the working hours yesterday and arrived early. He arrived quite early, but there were already people on the site. They seemed to have just gotten up. They shivered in the cold wind and then started to set up again the things they had put away last night. Ma Gang was among them. Henry stepped forward, said, "Good morning," and then asked, "Is there anything I can do to help?" Ma Gang glanced at him, a bit surprised. So early. He did not think the other guy could get up so early, so he did not tell him the working hours. Unexpectedly, the other guy arrived on time on his own. The other guy stood there, with a calm look in his eyes, exuding a sense of earnestness. Ma Gang hesitated for a moment and then asked tentatively, "Could you help take an inventory?" This was the least physically demanding task he could think of, but it was a bit mentally taxing. The things in the film crew were numerous and miscellaneous. It was not just simple counting. To take an inventory, one needed to use a bit of brain. Ma Gang said, "Do you know these equipment?" "This is called," Henry said. Yes, I do. His voice was not loud. The clear timbre was muffled a bit by the face towel. Ma Gang then stopped talking to save time and handed the list to the other guy, already prepared to take an inventory a second time himself. In his experience, it is already a great thing if a person parachuted into the film crew does not get in the way. You cannot expect anything more. Even so, no matter how well they do, this is the first time he has seen a parachuted in person who actually knows how to get things done. Henry held the list in his hand, looked down at the equipment, and twirled the ballpoint pen in his hand. After that, the door of the base was open, and people came in one after another. There was a constant stream of chatter in his ears. Henry stood there and slowly blinked. The actors and the director were already discussing matters on one side, and preparations here needed to be stepped up. After filling out the last item on the form and making notes, Henry had just looked up when he happened to see the person who had worked with him yesterday passing by. That person saw him too. The moment he saw Henry, his shoulders twitched as if he was startled. Then the other guy walked over, rubbed the back of his head, and said, "Fancy meeting you here. You are here so early." Looking at the man standing across from him, who seemed down to earth and gentle, Henry just felt a toothache. Yesterday, he must have been blind. This guy, who clearly did not seem to fit the job, was standing there, and he did not even notice clearly. He just let him work with them directly, and as luck would have it, yesterday's work was not easy either. It was only when Ma Gang came to tell him yesterday that the stagehand who was supposed to come had taken the wrong bus and would not arrive until tomorrow that he realized something. At the very beginning, Ma Gang had let him know that 2 stagehands would come. One was to do the work, and the other was just a nominal position, staying for only a day or two. He just needed to let that person wander around and give a hand if there were any problems. The one who was supposed to work did not come, and the one left was the one with the nominal position. The situation was pretty obvious. The man wiped his face. He did not expect that this guy would not even resist when he was pulled to work. Instead, he worked conscientiously, so real that anyone who saw him would not think he was just here for a nominal position. Feeling embarrassed, he could only wave his hand and say, "Well, I will go do something else for now." Henry nodded. The man left, and Henry stood there with the form, briefly drawing 2 circles and scanning the bustling crowd. Ma Gang emerged from the crowd, wiping the sweat mixed with sand from his forehead. A busy day started with a busy morning. The other person habitually wiped his forehead and asked, "How much is left to be checked?" He had intended to do a thorough count from start to finish, but they started work early today and the higher-ups were pushing for progress, so he could only continue with the current progress and do a quick check. Henry handed him the form and said, "We are short 1 tripod, and there are 2 extra lens hoods. I asked the equipment buyer, and he said there is no purchase record. They might have borrowed them from the next group and not returned them." Someone passed by nearby, heard Henry's words, slapped his head hard, and said, "The tripod was put away late last night, after it was stored in the warehouse. We forgot to bring it over. I will get it right away." Ma Gang was slightly stunned, said okay, and then took the list Henry handed him and carefully read it from beginning to end. With a bit of doubt, he picked up the 2 lens hoods, weighed them in his hand, and called the assistant director of the next group to ask if they were short 2 lens hoods. The other side was noisy with all kinds of sounds, and the speaker had to raise his voice. "Have you finished the inventory?" "Oh, right. We are short 2. I was wondering where they went. I will send someone to pick them up right away." Without any extra small talk, the 2 hung up the phone after finishing their business. Watching Ma Gang put his phone in his pocket and zip it up, Henry asked, "Is there anything else I can do?" His attitude was still the same as before. The wind blew the sand upwards. Ma rubbed his eyes and said, "Nothing for now. All the tasks are assigned. You can arrange your time freely for now." Henry then went to watch a filming session. There were not many people in the shot, but there were a lot of people outside the camera. One more of him would not make a difference. Today's first scene is the showdown between the lead and the second male lead. When browsing the cast list online before, he would already noticed that he did not know or had any dealings with any of the actors on it. The less he knew about them, the more he wanted to take a look. As scene after scene unfolded, he found that although the Return at Dusk crew was small and seemingly short on funds, their casting was excellent. Instead of splurging on high-profile actors, they chose those who fit the roles. The money saved was put into makeup and costumes, giving the production an edge in quality. Quite a few people were squatting on the ground watching. Henry, tired from standing, squatted down too and blended in perfectly. The scene was quiet, with only the faint sound of machinery operating. The two actors did not have a private dressing room. The chairs they usually sat on were nearby, and with a slight turn of the head, one could see the dog-eared scripts left on the chairs. When the director shouted, "Cut!" Henry and Luobai slowly shifted their positions, stood up, and moved to the back of the crowd. This was a perspective he would never experienced before. Before, he would been in front of the camera, doing his best to live up to everyone else's efforts. Now, he was one of those watching others work. Standing in the crowd, he could more clearly feel the tension and excitement of those around him, and sense their anticipation. They were individual people, but at certain moments, they were also a collective. Henry glanced to the side and saw Yang He sitting nearby. She was holding the script, still carefully studying the script that was twice as thick. Her phone was on the chair on the other side of a makeshift small table, probably on silent. Henry lowered his head, sent her a message, and then turned around. As he walked out of the filming area, he happened to run into Ma Gang, who was taking a break. The latter waved at him and asked, "Are you going for lunch?" The food in the crew was greasy, and many people could not stand it. Some would go outside to eat. He thought Henry would do the same. Henry neither nodded nor shook his head, just waved at him. During the lunch break, Henry went back to the hotel. There are grocery stores in the nearby alleys. They have a wide variety of items, but the quality is rather inconsistent. He bought a stack of draft paper. He has the habit of carrying a pen with him, but paper is heavy, so he usually buys it wherever he goes. It is a bit different from the paper he usually uses. The paper is rough, but it does not affect its use. He bent over the desk, his head lowered, and the lines of ink flowed smoothly under his hand. His phone rang a few times during this, but he did not notice and did not get distracted at all. He wrote to the bottom of one sheet of paper, just fitting in the last symbol. Without putting down the pen and paper in his hand, he took out another sheet and placed it under his hand. He wrote it again. The notes changed, and there were slight differences between the two versions. Again, it just fit in the last symbol. Henry put both sheets of paper away in his pocket, casually stuffed the pen into his pocket, then picked up his phone and glanced at the time. He originally wanted to open a certain ticket-buying app, but when he saw the WeChat message at the top, he decided to check WeChat first. It was a message from someone at the record company, saying that things had been completely taken care of, and they were looking forward to his next work. Henry smiled and raised his hand to reply. After that, he bought a ticket to go back from City D this afternoon. Not many people travel this route, so there are few train schedules. There are only 2 trains today. One left in the morning, and the other is in the afternoon. He estimates that it will be evening when he gets home. There is still some time until this afternoon. He did not dare to ask his laptop to do anything too difficult. Finally, he went out and wandered around again, took a look at the barbershop he saw last night, and then returned to the hotel to pack his things. When he left, he still took the same bus as when he came. The weather was as nice as yesterday. Henry propped his chin up and stared out the window. He slowly yawned and then picked up his phone to check his messages. Isabella had sent him a message. It was a photo. The orange cat was curled up in its cat bed, sleeping. Its paw was resting on an orange stuffed toy, and a huge bubble was blowing out of its nose. Henry smiled. The glaring sunlight illuminated his light-colored pupils that held a hint of laughter. First, they took a bus, then transferred to another bus, and finally got on a high-speed train. After chatting a bit earlier, Henry did not touch his phone again. When he got on the high-speed train, he did not notice that his phone was out of power. It was only when he remembered that he needed to report his travel itinerary that he realized his phone had completely died and shut off. By the time he charged his phone and turned it on again, the high-speed train had already covered half of the journey. He gave Matthew a call. Inside the car, the phone placed to one side started vibrating. Matthew adjusted his earpiece and answered the call. The voice of the person on the other end came through the earpiece. He listened quietly and glanced at the bright sunflowers and gift box on the back seat through the rearview mirror. Then he said and added, "I will pass by the high-speed rail station on my way back. I will wait for you at the exit then." The person on the other end said, "Okay." The call ended. Matthew pulled over, then changed the navigation from driving to a certain county in City D to driving to the high-speed rail station, and made a U-turn at the next intersection. Henry got off the high-speed train following the crowd. The moment he reached the exit, he saw Matthew waiting right across from him. He was tall, standing out conspicuously among the group of people who were also waiting for someone. Henry's eyes crinkled with a smile as he waved in Matthew's direction. The time spent queuing to exit the station felt oddly long. When Henry finally swiped his card and got out, Matthew stepped forward, took the bag off his shoulder, and then brushed the back of his hand. It was cold. Matthew grabbed the other's wrist and stuffed his hand into his own pocket, his expression unchanged as he said, "It is warmer in here," happy to have his hand warmed. Henry let Matthew lead him to find the car and then automatically got into the passenger seat. People around kept casting strange glances, but he did not care. The heater had been on in the car before, and the moment he got in, he felt warm. Henry instantly relaxed and slumped, turning into a motionless, salted fish, just staring at the scenery ahead with his dull eyes. It was a little past 10 at night, although it was not his usual bedtime. He still felt a bit sleepy. The car lights were off, and the outside lights briefly illuminated the inside of the car. It also lit up the back seat. Henry glanced up at the rearview mirror and was startled, immediately snapping out of his salted fish state. If he was not mistaken, there should be flowers back there, and maybe a small gift box too. These did not seem like the kind of things that would be in Matthew's car. He turned his head to look at Matthew, his face full of shock. "Matthew, you are dating and you did not tell me." Matthew gave him a look. Just that one look made Henry calm down. It was still the usual Matthew, not the love-struck Matthew. Matthew asked him, "Do not you remember what day it is tomorrow?" Henry said firmly, "It is Chungzi's birthday." After saying that, he let out an and said, "So you bought it for Chungzi?" Matthew neither confirmed nor denied it. Henry took it as his acquiescence. It was a little past 11 at night when they got home. This time, Henry got out of the car first and even checked the time when he did. It was almost 12 of the clock. He still had not forgotten that it was Chungzi's birthday tomorrow. According to Isabella's initial plan, everyone would sing the birthday song to Chungzi together at midnight. But Matthew did not seem to be in a hurry. He told Henry to go first, saying that he had to go out early tomorrow and needed to refuel the car. He was unexpectedly down to earth even at this moment. Henry looked at the time and then had to take out the key to open the door himself. Surprisingly, it was pitch black inside the door. Had they already started celebrating Chungzi's birthday? But there should not be not even a single sound. Suddenly, the phone in his hand rang. It was Matthew calling. Henry was still thinking about celebrating Chungzi's birthday on time. After answering the phone, he said anxiously, "Matthew, listen to me." Henry, the door, which was just left ajar, opened. Matthew's voice came from the door, and the same voice also came from the phone. He said, "If you do not remember, then I will help you remember. Happy birthday." The mobile phone by his ear was still glowing faintly. Henry blinked slowly as his mind raced. He recited his ID number in a flash. Then his eyes gradually widened. His hand holding the phone was still in midair. He neither hung up nor continued talking. The person behind him stepped closer and gently took the phone from his hand. Henry found a bunch of flowers in his hand. They were the bright sunflowers he had seen before, a big bunch, filling his arms, and he could smell the nice fragrance. A not-so-subtle sound came up, and suddenly, it got bright in front of him. The warm yellow candlelight looked warm and carried an indescribable enthusiasm. Behind the candlelight stood Jack and Isabella. Everything before suddenly made sense. Why Isabella was particularly concerned about when he would come back, why there were flowers in Matthew's car, and why there was a navigation record of the county he had been to before. Isabella beamed, looking excited, and said, "Henry, make a wish." Matthew stood behind him and said in a timely manner, "Close your eyes, make a wish in your heart, and then blow out the candles." Henry finally came to his senses from being out of the loop and quickly closed his eyes. Although his eyes were closed, his mind went blank. He did not know what wish to make. After closing his eyes, his senses became much more acute than usual. He could hear the sound of fabric rubbing and the faint sound of breathing. There was also a sweet smell of cake in the air. He made a wish. Then he opened his eyes and blew out the flickering candlelight. The room plunged into darkness, and then the lights came on, instantly brightening up. Their eyes were not used to the sudden brightness, so several people squinted slightly, looking at Isabella and Jack's slightly strange expressions. Henry burst out laughing immediately. The sunflowers in his arms were fresh and bright, and a small flower on one side popped up, covering his curved lips. Several people moved to the living room. The entrance hall fell into darkness again, and only the two mobile phones casually placed on the table were still faintly glowing, not hung up. The living room had also been specially decorated with small flowers and small dolls. It was orange-red, looking warm, which did not match the black-white-gray room. The room was no longer just black, white, and gray as before. To be precise, there was no unified style anymore. There were small green dinosaurs on the table, colorful cushions that Orange liked, Henry's cushion, and some small toys. In short, this home was no longer as noble and cold as before. Henry sat in the middle of the sofa, holding Orange, and only then could he clearly see the cake he had not seen clearly just now. It was white, with a small green dinosaur painted on it. The painting looked very detailed, which was quite difficult. There was also a small green dinosaur-shaped chocolate standing in the middle of the cake. Judging by the smell, it should be strawberry-flavored. Everything was arranged according to his preferences. Next to the little dinosaur cake, there was another one, but it was a small and uniquely made cake. This was the exclusive small cake for Orange, the little cat's favorite. Orange was indeed having a birthday today. Several people sat around the table and sang a birthday song together. Henry was singing too, but he was singing to Orange. His voice was soft, and as he looked at the cat lying motionless in his arms, there was a smile in his eyes. The little cat did not understand what they were doing, but that did not stop it from meowing along. The cat with a cute voice was even cuter at this moment. Jack was off-key. With a total of 4 people and 1 cat, they sang a simple birthday song in several different keys. By the end, Isabella could not help but burst out laughing. Today, Henry did not need to be the photographer. Isabella loved documenting life more than he did. She had been taking pictures non-stop since she entered the door, so there was no need for him. In the end, Henry cut the cake. Everyone got a piece, and Orange ate its own small cake. It seemed to think its cake would also be cut and shared, so it did not eat. It just squatted aside waiting, but no one came to divide its cake. It took a cautious bite, then it took another bite. After that, it buried its face directly in the bowl. Henry was sitting next to it. No matter how low he lowered his gaze, he still could not see even one of the cat's eyes. It was a cat that was fully focused on eating. Matthew was sitting beside him, watching him bend down to look at Orange. With his hair almost touching the table, Matthew gently patted his back and asked, "Are you going to work outside tomorrow?" Henry shook his head. He will be sorting out sheet music and dealing with stuff at the recording studio tomorrow, and that will keep him occupied enough. Matthew then asked him, "Want some fruit wine?" Many times before, he would seen Henry glance at the beer used for making beer braised duck when he opened the fridge. Henry gave him a sidelong glance. The two made eye contact. Matthew handed him a can of fruit wine, strawberry flavored. Henry took it. The fruit wine can was a delicate pinkish red, and against his cold white fingers, it looked even prettier. Judging by the packaging, it must have been Isabella who chose it. Curiosity got the better of his already scarce self-restraint. Even though he would said before that he would never drink again, this was at home, and fruit wine had a low alcohol content. If he could not drink at home, there would really be no place to do so. He figured nothing bad would happen. The others thought the same. Everyone got a can of fruit wine, and when they clinked glasses, there was a click sound. Orange had no idea what these people were up to. Finally, it lifted its face from the bowl and went to drink its water. After eating the cake came the gift-giving part. When Henry received the gift boxes, he did not open them right away. He carefully placed the boxes aside, and worried they might get knocked over. he moved them to the corner of the wall. Only then did he feel at ease. After that, it was time to give gifts to Orange. Their gifts might be quite unnecessary for the cat. Who knows? When the little cake was finished, Orange finally deigned to look up from the bowl and give them a glance. Usually it is a clingy and affectionate cat, but once it gets a small cake, it ignores everyone. Isabella scolded it. "You heartless cat." Orange licked its paw and then ran over to rub against her. "Oh well." Isabella's voice softened at once. "It is just a little cat. What does a little cat know anyway?" Purring, Orange ran over to rub against Henry again. Jack, who was standing right next to Isabella, had already reached out his hand, ready to pick up the kitten, but was ignored. He fell silent for a moment, then dejectedly pulled his hand back. Isabella bought a small, soft yellow collar for Orange, which looked like the frill of the sun. It fit perfectly around Orange's neck, and thus, the sunflower-like kitten was born. Isabella's plan B of singing to the kitten did not come to use, but Jack made use of it. However, his gift was somewhat novel. He bought a cat walkie-talkie that also had a recording function, capable of translating human-sung voices into cat language. They had no idea what exactly Jack had recorded, but seeing the expressions of confusion, suspicion, and then deep shock flash across Orange's small cat face one after another, they all fell into silence. They did not know what strange thing he had recorded. Finally, Matthew turned off the play button and turned to ask him, "What did you record?" Jack said, "I just recorded the happy birthday song." But it seemed Orange was not that happy after hearing it. Matthew immediately placed the walkie-talkie far away from Orange. There is no doubt that Jack got tricked. Usually smart people seem to become single-minded when it comes to things related to the orange. Isabella asked, "Where is Henry?" She was clearly a bit expectant. Henry put down the fruit wine in his hand and started rummaging through his pockets. He felt around the left pocket, then the right one, looking puzzled. After that, he leaned over to check Matthew's pockets, but after feeling both pockets, he still could not find what he was looking for. The puzzlement on his face became more and more obvious. Isabella asked him, "What are you looking for?" Henry said, "I am looking for my phone." He let out a breath and then said slowly, "I need my phone." Matthew glanced at his face. It was not much different from usual, but there was a slight blush on his face, making him look a bit more energetic. He once again had a clear understanding of Henry's alcohol tolerance. Isabella unlocked her phone and handed it to Henry, asking, "Is my phone okay?" Henry took the phone, thanked her, and then opened a certain music app. Isabella also leaned over to take a look. She saw that the other person was typing "The Song of Tangerines" in the search bar. Then he deleted it and searched for "The Song of Oranges." The name was simple and straightforward. Henry was holding the orange in his arms, gently stroking its paws, and then pressed the play button. Original singer, No Soy Milk. Lyrics by Soy Milk Not Tasty. Composition by Soy Milk Not Tasty. Isabella's eyes widened slightly. "Did you ask someone to write this song for Orange?" she asked. Why did not she think of that? Henry shook his head, a bit too vigorously, making him feel dizzy. He leaned back and said with a smile, "I sang it." This was the first time he would mention his work so naturally in front of others. He would intended to lean on the sofa, but Matthew, as if having some kind of conditioned reflex, instinctively moved closer, so Henry could lean on him instead. It was quite comfortable. Henry got himself settled and then did not move. He pressed the play button. It was a very lively intro. The lyrics were different from many other works, as if a cat had accidentally wandered into a strange and wonderful world. It was so cheerful that it made people's hearts involuntarily leap with joy. The clear voice was a bit distorted when stored in the electronic medium, but the sound engineer had fixed it. It was a really nice voice. The upbeat intro suddenly stopped right at its peak, then gradually faded. What followed was a gentle piano interlude. It was as if, while roaming in that strange world, one was slowly pulled back to reality. Reality has its joys and sorrows, warmth and hopes, and the coziest little nest for a kitten. The phone was playing, and Henry was singing along. The voice heard in reality was more real and pleasant than the one from the phone. He would had a drink. His mind was a bit fuzzy, but his voice was steady. Orange did not understand what he was singing, but could tell he was happy, kept meowing, trying to join him in the chorus. Henry looked down and rubbed the kitten's ears until the last note of the song faded. Isabella and Jack started clapping and chattering away, their voices so enthusiastic. They were like the leader and second in command of a group of paid cheerers. It was the first time he would shared something on his own initiative, and also the first time he would receive such direct and enthusiastic praise. Henry's eyes crinkled with a big smile. Matthew, sitting next to him, adjusted his slightly tousled hair. Isabella's affection was straightforward. She decided to play the song again and hummed along randomly. Henry just laughed from the side. After that, the birthday party turned into a KTV scene. Isabella and Jack started singing the songs they loved when they were young, and Henry was their most loyal audience. Matthew was half of an audience, because he did not focus all his attention on them. He glanced at Henry from time to time. Obviously, Henry was getting carried away. His emotions were more obvious than usual, not hidden at all, clear as day. Isabella and Jack sang an old song together, a song about a child leaving their parents. She got caught up in the moment, then dropped the remote she was using as a makeshift microphone and reached out with a smile. "Henry, come here. Auntie needs a hug." Matthew had stopped them from hugging a long time ago. After struggling for a few years, Isabella had given up on that idea. Henry is the one who feels best to hug. Henry nodded and stood up, a bit wobbly. Matthew stood up with him, his eyes on Henry's unsteady steps. Isabella held out her hand, and Henry moved towards her on his own. He was so drunk that his eyes were slightly narrowed. His brows and eyes relaxed. After eating the cake earlier, he had changed into a small off-white cashmere outfit that Isabella had chosen before. He looked warm and cuddly. After hugging Isabella, he went on to hug Jack. Jack gently patted him on the back. The pat was very light, but it had a sense of warmth and security. Henry finally looked towards Matthew. Matthew's expression remained unchanged, but the fingers hanging by his side twitched slightly. Henry moved closer to him. Then he stopped just a step away from him, waved 2 fingers and said, "We hugged before, so I will skip this time." The last time, he mentioned, was when Matthew had run to his door to hug him a long time ago. This guy was drunk, but he still remembered things. They had hugged before. Isabella's eyes instantly changed, and she looked at her own son in disbelief. She never expected that her son would act so quickly. She had always thought her son was a bit of a dud when it came to relationships. Noticing Isabella's gaze, Matthew paused for a moment and finally chose to stay silent. The birthday party was really lively. Later, they all sat side by side on the sofa, listening to Orange sitting on the table giving an important speech. After that, they played poker, just having a good time however they wanted. The poker game finally ended when Isabella and Henry started to feel sleepy. Orange had already gone to sleep in the cat's nest. Jack took Isabella back to the room to rest, and Matthew accompanied Henry upstairs. Standing in the quiet corridor, the feeling of the late night finally set in. The world seemed to have quieted down, and occasionally, a bit of chatter between Jack and Isabella could be heard coming from downstairs. The sound of a door closing rang out, and then it went completely silent. Matthew accompanied Henry into the room. The pitch-black room lit up. Matthew placed the gift box he would carried up from downstairs in a corner of the room, grabbed the air conditioner remote on the bedside table, and turned on the air conditioner. Then he said, "Go to bed early." After saying that, he was about to leave, letting Henry tidy up and go to sleep on his own. "Matthew," Henry called out to him. Matthew turned around and saw the other man standing by the bed, his eyes sleepy and half-closed, his hands slightly outstretched. It was clearly a gesture asking for a hug. He said, "I was just kidding around before. Come on. Give me a hug. No one should be left out today." The warm white light shone on him, making him seem even more warm and inviting. Matthew stepped forward and slowly reached out his hand. There was a faint strawberry scent in his nostrils. It was not overpowering, but rather sweet and refreshing. He gradually hugged the other's waist tightly, just as he had imagined. It was warm and comfortable to hold. He could feel the other's gentle breaths and every beat of their heart. It was a very real feeling. He did not want to let go. It was a somewhat long embrace. Eventually, he felt a weight on his shoulder. He looked down and saw that the person on him had closed their eyes at some point. Maybe it was because they were too tired. or perhaps it was due to the alcohol. This time, the other person was sleeping soundly, not even a flutter of their eyelashes. He moved slightly and noticed that the other's hand was still unconsciously gripping his clothes. The room was completely quiet, save for the faint sound of fabric rubbing together. The room was plunged into darkness. In the quiet room, Lucas stared at the red exclamation mark on the WeChat interface of his phone. Silent. Happy birthday. Message failed to send. You are not friends with this user yet. He could not even send a simple blessing. He returned to the phone call interface. Looking at the 5 following the red number at the top, he let out a short breath and still chose to keep dialing. Just like the previous 5 times, it was still. The user is on the phone. This time, he did not use the blocked number, but applied for a new one instead. But the result was still the same as before. The other side was always on the phone. Either they had do not disturb on or were actually talking to someone. Neither of these two situations made him feel good. Henry remembered Daniel and Benjamin's birthdays, and he remembered his birthday too, but he would never mention his own. Maybe he would mentioned it once a long time ago, but never brought it up again after that. It was as if he would forgotten about it himself. Since the other person did not bring it up, he did not remember either. Many birthdays before had passed by just like that. This time, the feud had lasted way too long. Both of them needed a way out. A birthday would be a perfect opportunity. He would convince himself that he was preparing a gift for the other person just to give them an excuse to reconcile. There was a beautiful blue gemstone at an auction a few days ago. He thought Henry would like it, so he bought it, but the other person had been out of touch since they left. He had no idea where they were. Meeting up was difficult, and giving the gift was out of the question. Now, he could not even send a simple, happy birthday. Lucas went back to the WeChat chat window and scrolled up. He wanted to see what the other person had said on his last birthday. It seemed like a long time had passed since his last birthday. He thought the message would be hard to find, but surprisingly, he only had to scroll up a few times before he found it. He would thought they would had a lot of conversations, but in fact, there were very few. They would have short exchanges at intervals, and most of the topics were started by Henry. He would respond, but his sentences were overly concise, just 1 or 2 short lines. His eyes hurt a bit from the glare of the WeChat screen. He slowly sat up straight and finally made a phone call. Sorry, the number you dialed is busy. Please try again later. It was still that annoying message he would heard so many times. He tossed the phone that had been by his ear onto the couch and looked down at the dim screen. His head was splitting, but he was used to it by now and could keep a straight face. City lights shone into the room through the floor-to-ceiling window. The soft sound of a water glass being placed on the table came from the room. Lucas twitched the corners of his mouth. Maybe he was really sick. The next morning, Henry woke up feeling refreshed. Maybe the more exhausted he was, the sounder he slept. Rarely did he not wake up in the middle of the night, and he slept straight through until dawn. As soon as he got up, he saw the gift box placed in the corner of the room. He got motivated the moment he got out of bed. He put on his pajamas, got out of bed, slipped on his slippers, quickly washed up, and then sat on the carpet excitedly, starting to unwrap the gift boxes one by one. His movements were not fast. He was very careful, and the packaging, from the outside to the inside, was not damaged at all, except when he was very young. This was the first time he would unwrap gifts since growing up. The first one was from Matthew. It was a decorative piece with a lampshade and a small dinosaur in the middle. There were some pink diamond-like things scattered around the little dinosaur's hands. Henry thought that for just a birthday gift, it was unlikely that something as valuable as a pink diamond would be put directly in such a small decorative item. There was a switch under the lampshade. When the light was turned on, the light would be refracted by the scattered pink diamond-like objects, which was really brilliant and stunning. After that were the gifts from Jack and Isabella. Isabella gave him a blue scarf. There was also a letter on the scarf. He carefully opened the envelope. The letter was unexpectedly long, with 2 pages. Isabella's handwriting was delicate, but just like her personality, she wrote with a free-flowing style, giving it a unique touch. Henry quietly read it from beginning to end. After a long while, he put the letter paper away and put it back into the envelope, then picked up the carefully folded scarf in the box. This scarf was Emma's. She had forgotten to take it when he went to the Chin family to play with her before. This was the thing Isabella kept as a memento, but now she gave the scarf to him. Henry slowly lowered his head and buried his cheeks deep in the scarf. By the time Henry came downstairs, there was already a familiar aroma in the kitchen. Just like always, Matthew did not have to work today, so he had the time to whip up breakfast. Anyway, it was some new and delicious breakfast. Isabella and the others probably had not pulled an all-nighter like this, and they still had not gotten up yet. Matthew had already charged his phone and put it on the table. All the videos and photos Isabella took yesterday had also been sent to him. All in all, it was really thoughtful, a one-stop service. Cuddling an orange and curled up on the sofa, he unlocked his phone, opened WeChat, and started looking through the photos and videos taken yesterday one by one. Looking at the photos now, it is still clear how crazy we were having fun yesterday. The last photo was taken when we were having the cake. With a time-lapse setting, everyone was in the frame, all smiling. Above the photo was a video of Orange giving an important speech at the birthday party. Just as he was about to watch it for the second time, a message popped up on the phone. It was Ezra. Happy birthday. Henry opened his eyes in surprise. He asked Ezra how he knew it was his birthday today. Matthew posted it on Facebook. Everyone knows Mr. Egg is having a birthday. Do you know how sad I am? I found out about your birthday from someone else. Why did not you tell me in advance? Cute cat sad emoji. Henry sent him a cat emoji in return, then opened Facebook. He did not need to look for it specially. The post from the other person was right on the Facebook homepage. Matthew V. Happy birthday at AAAT Wholesale Mr. Egg. The other guy finally mastered the power of technology and learned to schedule a post. It was set to be released at 00. When he scrolled through the comments section, it was full of happy birthday messages. Happy birthday. What? We did not know Mr. Egg was having a birthday. Happy birthday, Mr. Egg. Another year older. Hope Mr. Egg can still be happy. And may you have countless T-eggs, OL. It is AAAT Wholesale Mr. Egg. Not T-eggs, come on. This time, it was no longer a silent and unnoticed birthday. He received countless blessings.